a challenge sometimes.
Well, you can't really know a successor is good until he succeeds. So it's like I always say, if I have you as a staff, you're fantastic at what you do. Then you tell me there's another guy that is behind you. I could tell you, okay, yeah, that guy is there. But the question is, you're going, I know what I get, but I don't know what I'm going to get with the next guy. So it's like an investment. You want to invest in something. Do you know the return? No.
Okay.
So technically, it's a bit difficult to go to the point. So succession planning is always something that would be a problem. So, but what companies are now doing is to make sure that even if we don't know what we're going to get, at least we can pass as much knowledge as possible to the next person. Then you introduce mentors when they take over. Okay, how do you? So, like for me, when I was leaving IHS Nigeria to IHS Rwanda, I was director of FP&A for 7 years in Nigeria. Okay. Then I went to Rwanda as CEO. Now, somebody took over after me, and I spent a lot of time saying to the person, okay, how do you need to do this, this, this. These are the sort of relationships you need to build. These are the areas you need to go. So that sort of mentorship helps a lot in succession, but it is never risk-free. It's impossible because you still have the ego. You still have a lot of things that comes in place. And then you have the unwillingness of the person that left to give that person the chance to do it. So it's a lot of variables to juggle around. So yeah, it's always going to be a problem.
Is it not possible that beyond, even though of course the leader makes the company, is it not possible to create a system such a way that regardless of the leader, we're able to develop whosoever might want to succeed the CEO or the MD when he's leaving? Is it possible to ingrain it even from when they come, when we take them in as trainees, so ingrain it just before they move up?
Well, yeah, it's possible, but the point is, if you want to test that theory, let's take a country like the US. Most of these guys that are leaders in the US, they go through schools, the best schools in the world, come through one of the best political systems in the world, but do they end up being the best leaders in the world? Not really. You really can't.
Mr. Amida, let's come to our country.
No, but I'm trying to stay away from.
Why? Because I just also feel like Nigeria. So it's fantastic that you made that analysis. They go to the best schools. Yes, it doesn't always mean the same, but like in the schools, in learning, there's some. They're doing projects, they're doing like different things. But Nigeria is, like we say, man no man has brought this person in, whether he has the capabilities or not, whether he has I don't even really like to look at degrees, because I always say that degrees is not character at the end of the
true.
day.
I agree with you. And at the same time, I always feel it's a personal journey. What you do as a leader defines a lot about you in terms of what you've. Leadership is something that until you take it, you don't really know how much variables are in front of you. You could look at someone that says, this guy is a leader, he's not so great at what he's doing. It's easy. I can tell you. When I became CEO, I forgave every CEO I've ever worked with in my life. Because there is a lot of work, a lot of things you don't normally see. And someone told me once and said, oh, maybe that's not something, is that something you think you want to do? I said, that's the best experience in my life. I would do it anytime, any day, because it gives you so much. The pressure is huge. The government wants something, they call you. Your boss wants something from your holding company, they call you. Everyone that wants anything relating to that brand would call your name. So it's a really different ball game.
So how did you balance that?
Well, you need to find a lot of balancing everyday stuff. One, I like to distract myself a lot. I like to take myself away from work significantly. I play games, I go play games with my friends, go watch the game. Just do something that takes me away completely from everything. And I play football as much as possible. Okay. I do almost every sport that is available to do. But the aim of that is to ensure that I don't have any reason to pressure myself to the point where I can't function. And that's important, because you could really go hard on everything, and then next thing you find out, boom, you're taking it out on the staff, or you're taking it out on a peer or something. It's really hard to master. So I don't really believe, I believe systems work, but when people take roles, they decide what they do with it significantly. There are controls in place, but they still have a lot of role to play. So that you can't really rule that out, no matter what.
Okay, let's talk about you as a leader. So I'm glad you talked about. So your leadership style, I don't know, you correct me if I'm wrong, you're the one who has been a CEO here. I feel like there's some people that have like there's an innate leadership style that they're born with. And then, along the line, as they begin to work and relate with other people and mentors, it changed. So tell us about yours. What's your leadership style and how has it evolved over the years?
Well, I think one thing that stayed constant all through me being in leadership is that if you want to lead people, you need to remove everything they can worry about outside of you. Now, what am I trying to say? I have staffs that will say, if I have a staff and he's worried about taking his kid to school, he can't concentrate. So anything I tell him, he can't do. So for me, my priority anywhere is that my guys that I'm working with, they have to be fine. When I got to Rwanda, I promoted about 35 people who basically some of them have been on roles for 7 years. So it's been because the first thing I could do was to say, it's impossible to tell this guy, go do this for me, when he's worried about how he's going to pay his bills. So you need to understand that everyone has a goal. Everyone wants to send their kid to the best schools in the world. Everyone wants to eat at the best restaurant. So it's not just you. So if you can't make that, I'm not saying just increase salary, boom, and make everything crazy. But the moment I have a budget, this is my budget, this is what I can work with. Managers in my team than a lot of departments had in them. So it was basically, my aim was to say, how do I grow the people? Not just growing them because they're not working. So it'd be faults everywhere here and there. A staff once told me I should go back to school to learn management. It's fine. It is view. But to me, it's the way I believe people should be led. Give them a reason to want to follow. Because followership is more of a sacrifice than leadership is. Leadership, yes, is mostly imposed. I won't say imposed is not the right word. It's mostly given. You need to have that opportunity to lead. But to follow is actually a default. So it requires you sacrificing your time to be able to help someone else get his goal up. Okay. So to me, I don't take that for granted at all. So people is extremely important in my leadership style. But every other thing is left to debate. People can tell me, oh, is this, is that. I don't know. But that is a constant.
Okay, let's take a quick break. We'll take a short break. Mr. Amida is still with us, talking about leadership and leadership challenges in a corporate organization. Stay with us.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Thank you for staying with us on One on One. I still have Aziz Amida with me, and we're talking about leadership and leadership challenges in corporate organizations. Okay, so you've talked about your leadership style. What will you consider as the critical success factors for a leader?
People. You can't do without it. It's we could. I always say if your worry is about targets, most likely you don't have the right people. If your worry is about a lot of things, people would make everything happen. But if you cannot sort that problem out, it's impossible to conceptualize any other problem, because you will spend your days dealing with, oh, maybe you're overpaying one person compared to the other guy. This guy is not happy. This lady here wants to be somewhere else. You spend a lot of time around. There'll be a lot of friction in the organization. So to me, having the right team that could work together, creating that environment that people could say when they wake up in the morning, they don't feel like they are under any pressure to come to work. I once had two staff who got into a very big conflict, and it lasted for a while. And I remember there was a time I was speaking with the manager. One was a manager, and they were like one reports to the other. So they were, and I said to her, I said, the important factor for me is that at the end of this whole thing, at no point should this lady feel she doesn't want to come to work. So I'm not going to tell you how to run your team, but just know my concern is that she needs to be happy with the job. So if you feel this conflict makes her happy, it's fine. If you feel it doesn't make her happy, then get it resolved. So it's important to understand that those things they're salient, because one tiny problem can basically wreck the entire chain, because what you do affects what the next person does, and
True.
it goes on and on and on like that. So if one person is not functioning well, the whole team can't function.
I feel like I should ask you follow-up questions to that. Like, how
Please
do you
go
ensure?
ahead.
Because, leadership, like you said, I really don't envy leaders, because leadership is a lot of work.
Yeah.
You're managing someone's not only personality, whatever self-confidence issues they have about themselves, how they were raised, and all of that. And you have to battle and balance that and ensure that you still get, your results at the end of the day, because...
Yeah. Because what has worked for me, because I think I can read people a lot. For me personally, I could almost tell how to deal with you in 2 minutes after talking to you. I could almost tell, okay, with this person you need to be extremely firm. With this person, be soft. With this person, I used to work in an environment where we shout a lot. And there was this lady that was working with me. I never shouted on her for 6 years.
Oh, wow. How did you do
And
that?
it would be like, okay, how does it? But to me, that's her personality. She works better when you're able to
Explain to
okay,
her.
you know what, just take it easy, go do this. Sometimes you get you get angry and you're like, oh wow, what's this? But I never really got into that position where I'm like, unlike some other people, and you're going hard at them. But then the other lady is like, she just comes to work and is like, okay, she comes and then you talk to her calmly. People say maybe it's the way she carries herself, but no, that's her personality. She works better when she's understood, when she's allowed to think. And the moment you put her under that sort of pressure, boom. It's we used to crack this joke about this friend of mine that we work in school together. We're in school, and when you go into an exam, and if that guy is thinking, and you call his name, he has failed.
Oh, wow.
He would literally forget everything he wants to write. So everyone in the class will just say, in his exam, just let this guy be. Don't talk to him. Don't do anything. And it works. So your ability, discernment is important in leadership. So these things, they look so small, but they go a long way. People look at you and think, oh, it's just that guy that does it. But no, you're paying attention to all those things, because they are extremely important to you being successful.
Interesting. Okay, let's talk about employee behavior, especially in this era of great resignation.
Okay.
How should leaders, handle that? How should companies handle that now? Because it's almost like anybody, if you just resign, they're going into, I was reading a CNN report, and it was talking about how a lot of people, are resigning even from the jobs that are well paid and just, moving on. Was it the pandemic? I don't know. Tell us about it.
Well, it has two sides to it. I can't really confirm or say anything about the theory of the Great Resign, but the point I know is that people would always, every time you look at them, if a man is making a decision, or a woman is making a decision, they are making it because they see a better opportunity in something else. So when this whole Great Resign, it becomes, is a person resigning for something worse than what they had? I don't think so. So the same thing would apply. So, and it comes down to what I said earlier. If you can make people believe and have goals, and you can meet their goals on whatever they are doing, they would always feel that joy to come to work daily. But if it's the other way, if I'm stressed every time I come to work, and I know that I'm probably going to lose my life or something else if I don't pay attention, then I'll leave. So you might call it anything, but the real problem is that everyone leaving any opportunity is leaving to what they believe in their mind is a better one. Whether it turns out to be better is a different thing, but as of the time that decision is being made, that's
Okay.
the background.
All right, interesting. Thank you. Let's talk about work cultures. How do we create sustainable work cultures?
Culture. Culture is hard because culture, you build culture from the little things. You build culture over time. You really can't. I've seen people do presentations around building culture, but I don't believe culture is something okay, in Yoruba culture, they say if you want to greet an adult, you bow. If you're younger than someone, you give them a title, basically. Now, how is that relevant? Was that basically a law that was made and say, boom, this is how you relate to this guy? No, we grew up. Oh, I saw this person do it. Then I'm watching. So it's the same way. When in an organization, everyone below anyone is looking at the way you do things. They see you go into a meeting tomorrow and you're on your phone. Okay, maybe it's good to be on the phone. They see you go into, it's those little things. Culture is actually one of the things you contribute to in the subconscious a lot compared to any other thing. Processes you can draw on visual. Culture is a conscious effort towards little things to say, okay, as management, we want to do this way. When we go into the meetings, do we want to put our phones on the side so people see us that we do this? So it requires a lot of deliberate effort to make happen. So yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about the pandemic. It's been 2 years, 2022, 2020. Lessons you've taken from the pandemic.
We must be ready to change. There is no one way to achieve any goal. We're glued to the office before now.
Yeah.
We need to do it from here. If we're not in the office, we're not productive. But then, most of us have found significant productivity from home. Basically, I particularly, working from home has been amazing for me. It's been, I could spend more time with my daughter. I could spend more time with my wife, and at the same time still focus on work. Unlike before, that time is, if I replace the time in traffic in Lagos with the time with family,
time in traffic.
you could almost double your income. When I used to live in Egbeda, I drive to Marina every day, and I leave the office at 5, get home at 10. And in my mind, I'm like, okay, why am I doing this to myself? You spend 5 hours. So if my hourly rate is, let's say, even if I make 300,000 a month, it means my hourly rate comes down to about, if I'm not mistaken, that's about 800 naira an hour. 800 naira per hour comes down to 5 hours. That's literally 4,000 bucks. If you look at it over a month, you're almost paying your rent. So the question becomes, that time alone, if that guy spent it focusing on what matters, he would produce more for the company. So yeah.
Okay. So for you, Mr. Amida, any regrets, any things that you wish you could have done differently?
I wish I could have been a bit more. You make how do you call it? This is a very difficult question to answer because regrets are very hard to acknowledge, more or less. But I think I didn't go through my career with a lot of humility, basically. I wish I could have learned humility earlier in life.
Okay.
To say, I learned it the hard way as I grew up, but I wish I could have been, a bit more. If you ask people that work with me early on in my career and people that work with me much later, you'll see a very different divide in the way it works. Maybe some might still have different opinions, but yeah, that's to be more humble, but at the same time, network more, create more relationships. There are a lot of relationships over the years that are basically allowed to okay, you know what, maybe this person is here or there.
Our time is fast spent, but I
Yeah.
cannot but help ask this last question. What difference did you notice in working in Rwanda and working in Nigeria? What was the shocking, should I say, difference? Was there any...
Just like day and night.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Nigeria is like brash, where we like to get it done now.
Aggressive, yes.
Rwandese they're not confrontational like us. So when there's conflict, they back down. So you need to be able to manage their position a lot. And I always say, in Rwanda, anger is your last resort a lot of times. You need to is at the very end of the line. Nigeria, we get angry at each other. We understand. We just feel it's work. We move on. But when you get angry with the Rwandese, you might not forget it easily. It's not because it's just the way we're built. We're built differently. It's a
Yeah, I think in the entire continent, Nigerians are
oh,
most aggressive.
I think Nigerians are very aggressive, but a lot of other countries also have that aggression. But because we go into the English line when we communicate, people tend to, like in Rwanda, people are not quiet when they are speaking Kenya Rwanda. I think Rwandese are very loud when they're speaking Kenya Rwanda. But when as loud as Nigerians are. But when you go English, because it's not the comfort zone, it's a bit easier to, back down. But when you see Rwandese talk to Rwandese, you're like, okay, are they fighting? Are they not? It's really different.
Did you pick up on the language while you were there?
Well, the only one I know is that Oya in Lagos means let's go.
Oh.
In Rwanda, it means no.
Oh, really?
Yes. So when you say Oya, just know you're telling the person no. Meanwhile, your plan is to say let's do it.
Let's go.
So it's one of the areas I found very. But yeah, I learned a bit of Kenya Rwanda here and there, but not very good.
Okay, my director to me. One last question: top business priorities or top priorities leaders, and I think even everyone should look out for in 2022.
I think 2022 will be a very productive year because we've been. It's like it's like a jet engine when it is boosting and it's about to launch. We've been doing this work from home / adjusting to the pandemic for about 2 years now, and it's now time for you to start seeing the benefit of that. People are now getting more and more used to the fact, and now they can produce the best of it. So I think the best things to look out for in 2020 will be huge productivity, if you ask me. I'm not a professor of econometrics that modeled this out, but I can tell you that from what I know about behavioral science and how people tend to produce, this is a time where businesses will start seeing a lot of drive towards new levels. Well, those that are willing to adapt to it anyway. So, but yeah.
All right. Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Aziz Amida.
Most welcome.
I still have like a lot of questions, but we're out of time.
It's not a problem.
I think I'll ask you behind the scene. Thank you very much
problem.
for your time. And that's all we can take on 101 today. I hope you have listened and learned as much as I can. So until I see you again next week, my name is Fumino Ajepo.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Na 2,500 they pay.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
On Plugged In, it's been 1 year of life and death in the COVID pandemic, but an end is in sight.
We're now on track to have enough vaccine supply for every adult in America by the end of May.
With more shots going into more arms, what will happen with the virus?
6 months to a year from now, once almost everyone has had either a vaccination or a first infection, I think that we could likely get back to something resembling normal life, whatever that is.
The lessons learned from all over the world and a peek into how we live with COVID on Plugged In, the pandemic year. Hello and welcome to Plugged In. I'm Greta Van Susteren, reporting from Washington, D.C. 1 year ago, the World Health Organization declared a global pandemic for the novel coronavirus COVID-19. Since then, more than 150 million cases have been recorded, and more than 2.5 million people have died. The United States has had more reported infections than the top 3 countries combined, and the U.S. has had more than 500,000 people who have died from the virus. Since taking office, President Joe Biden has prioritized ending the pandemic, promising that by the end of May, a vaccination shot for every American who wants one. VOA's Steve Baragona has covered the pandemic since the beginning. Today, he is looking ahead to how this might end.
After a year of empty streets and full hospitals in much of the U.S., the beginning of the end is in sight.
But I think by the fall, unless there's something very bad with variants that comes along, we're going to see sporting events in person, we're going to see social events, movies, theater, restaurants and bars.
Vaccinations are speeding up. A third vaccine is online from Johnson & Johnson, and a rival company, Merck, will help increase supplies in a deal brokered by President Joe Biden's administration.
We're now on track to have enough vaccine supply for every adult in America by the end of May.
We'll have an oversupply, and I suspect that by the summer we'll start to be.
We're already weakening the vaccines. The shots still look effective, but new variants will keep evolving.
They're essentially a shot across the bow, telling us that this virus is sneaky, and it has the ability to evade our defenses.
Another thing that could slow the return to normal? Relaxing control measures too soon, says University of Washington epidemiologist Ali Muqdad.
We made the same mistake last year, remember? And we have to be very careful right now. We should not repeat the same mistake, especially at a time where we know there are more variants coming up.
And yet, several states are doing just that. Texas Governor Greg Abbott.
All businesses of any type are allowed to open 100%. Also, I am ending the statewide mask mandate.
Biden called the move Neanderthal thinking.
I think it's a big mistake. Look, I hope everybody's realized by now, these masks make a difference.
In the long term, the biggest problem may be people who do not trust the vaccines. Surveys say that's about a quarter of Americans, a third of people in 6 African countries, and 79% in Lebanon, to name a few.
There is deep hesitancy. I think people will get less hesitant as they see this working and they see their neighbors and family members getting vaccinated. But there will be a small group of people who don't want the vaccine.
That sets the stage for flare-ups down the road. Ultimately, COVID-19 may be here to stay, so an annual COVID shot may be too. Experts say that means many more countries need vaccine manufacturing plants, so the world is not stuck again with shots for rich countries while everyone else is left behind. Steve Baragona, VOA News.
In Britain, students are now going back to school as part of the UK's plan to lift all COVID restrictions by June. In Italy, people over the age of 65 are now approved for the AstraZeneca vaccine. European countries had hoped their well-funded healthcare systems would offer some protection, but the continent was one of COVID's early targets, and it still faces high infection rates. From London, here is VOA's Henry Ridgewell on Europe's pandemic year.
Codogno in northern Italy still bears the scars of its unwanted fame, the epicenter of Europe's first coronavirus outbreak. On February 20th last year, a 38-year-old was admitted to the hospital with breathing problems. He was diagnosed with the virus the following day. Head doctor Francesco Tursi recalls the horror that unfolded.
Ma ne arrivano 2, ne arrivano 3. We heard about 1, 2, 3 cases, and we were immediately submerged with patients with serious breathing problems. They couldn't breathe. We didn't even have time to think. This literally changed our lives.
Tursi himself caught the virus days later and spent a month in the hospital. As cases multiplied, northern Italy went into lockdown. It was too little, too late. In the following days, several European countries reported new cases. By the time the World Health Organization declared a global pandemic on March 11th, Spain, France, and several other European states had imposed lockdowns. But Britain held off, delaying its lockdown for 2 more weeks against scientific advice.
Had we introduced lockdown measures a week earlier, we would have reduced the final death toll by at least a half.
Britain would suffer the highest coronavirus death toll in Europe in 2020. Its economy was also among the worst hit, shrinking by 10%.
The UK is really a great example of this notion that when you try to choose between public health or the economy, you lose both.
In Turkey, doctors accused the government of trying to hide the true scale of the pandemic as hospitals filled with patients. Russia was also accused of a cover-up, with doctors claiming the true death toll was likely 3 times higher than the official total of 57,000 deaths in 2020. As lockdowns continued into the summer, governments across Europe pumped billions into their economies to try to keep businesses afloat and people in jobs. Public debt soared. But as a bleak 2020 drew to a close, science offered hope. Medical trials showed that several vaccines offered remarkable protection against COVID-19, with Britain the first Western country to roll out a mass vaccination program.
We cannot underestimate the scale of achievement that this has been, to go from the identification of a new virus and sequence it only in January of 20
Europe. Back in Codogno, Dr. Tursi is still treating coronavirus patients. Like hundreds of thousands of other frontline workers, Tursi risked his life to help others survive. The pandemic has changed life in countless ways, and it's not over yet. Henry Ridgwell for VOA News, London.
The U.S. is pledging $4 billion to help distribute COVID-19 vaccines to developing nations. A new variant of the virus has led to high infection and death rates in South Africa and neighboring countries. From Johannesburg, VOA's Anita Powell reports on Africa's challenges of the pandemic year.
What a difference a year makes in the life of a pandemic. But in Africa, what a difference a week makes. In recent weeks, as Africa prepared to mark the milestone of a year since the virus made landfall, millions of long-awaited vaccine doses finally began to rain upon the continent. Many were provided by the global COVAX facility, which provides vaccines to lower-income countries. That, officials say, has flipped this tale from one of despair to one of hope. And, says South African President Cyril Ramaphosa, Africa had a hand in turning the tide.
South Africa's scientists and research institutions have made an important contribution to these efforts and have contributed to global knowledge about the disease, including on the emergence of new variants. And in this regard, our scientists, who we should be proud of, have really led the way, and they are recognized globally.
In the Democratic Republic of Congo, the largest country in sub-Saharan Africa, officials this month received their first delivery of 1.7 million vaccines through COVAX. Village Reach, an aid organization that focuses on remote, rural, low-income countries, has been working to help that population. Their DRC country director told VOA that while African nations appear to have a lower proportion of confirmed cases and deaths, the pandemic has still hit hard here.
Africa, yes, we are also affected as the rest of the world in different proportion, but we have to continue to protect ourselves through all the protective measures, but also we have to get vaccinated so that we are all protected.
Dr. Richard Lessels, one of South Africa's top viral researchers, says the continent's largest vaccine drive, in South Africa, looks promising after fits and starts. Last month, South African authorities suddenly reversed course after receiving 1 million doses of the AstraZeneca vaccine, which researchers found to be less effective against the new variant that accounts for the majority of the nation's new cases. South Africa quickly switched to the Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson vaccines, but the process still delayed the vaccination campaign. Lessels says that as the continent stares down this anniversary, it means one thing: time.
I think only time will tell once we get beyond that first priority group of the healthcare workers and start delivering it to the other vulnerable groups within the population. We'll then get a much better sense of how we're doing here in South Africa.
So what is year 2 of the pandemic going to look like in Africa? On this, everyone seems to agree. Busy. Anita Powell, VOA News, Johannesburg.
As vaccinations ramp up, experts studying COVID-19 are taking what they have learned about the virus to model its behavior in the weeks and months, even years ahead. Jenny Levine is an infectious disease researcher at Emory University in Atlanta, Georgia. I asked her about what living with COVID might look like.
Of course, there's a lot of unknowns because this is a new beast in the human population. But we do live with some of its very close relatives, which are endemic coronaviruses. And so we've been looking to them to try to understand what this might look like, what COVID-19 might look like when it becomes endemic. So when it's no longer in this phase where we're having a giant outbreak, where everyone, tons and tons of people are getting infected in a very short span of time. And so we've been looking at these 4 human coronaviruses that circulate endemically. And interestingly, they just cause a mild cold in the vast majority of people. And so we've been trying to understand, how does that relate to what is happening with this, the massive hospitalizations and deaths with COVID-19? And is it possible that that's what COVID-19 will look like in the future?
Well, we've got a number of vaccines, and we seem to be marching forward to trying to get this behind us. We've got a huge road ahead of us, and everyone has some level, or not everyone, but a lot of people have some level of optimism. Is there something that you're a little bit concerned about? Is there something sort of on your radar screen that worries you?
Yeah, there is. I think what we're seeing right now, we're sort of starting to see the first evidence of what happens in populations where a lot of people have immunity. And so I think all of these sort of predictions that we've been talking about in the past few minutes, many of which are fairly optimistic, that maybe this could just turn into another common cold, which would be fantastic and does seem plausible. It really relies on the idea that 1 or 2 infections or 1 or 2 doses of vaccine will lead to really long-lasting disease-reducing immunity. It doesn't have to have such strong immunity that it blocks transmission, but it does really have to reduce disease for a long time.
Is there any explanation as to why, if you even know, is that why children, at least right now, seem less likely to get COVID? Is there any explanation for that?
We don't know. It seems like they may be somewhat less likely to get it. And it's very clear that if they get it, they're way less likely to get a severe case, which is really promising in the long term. But we don't know why. We really just don't know. It's one of those mysteries. There's a group in New York City who looks at age effects on the immune system and how different aged people respond to these viruses, and they're doing some work to try to figure it out, but we don't know.
It's so easy to look at things with 2020, and the world looks at SARS-CoV-2, and we now see the devastating effect of it. Should we have seen it coming so that we could have headed it off more at the pass instead of basically making it easier to spread around the world? And is there a SARS-CoV-3 on the horizon? Or do you fear one?
Yeah. I think we're learning a lot of lessons about, pandemic preparedness right now. I think that there are characteristics of SARS-CoV-2, of COVID-19, that are different and made it harder for the world to contain it than SARS-CoV-1. And a lot of that has to do with what we were talking about before of how transmissible it is. That said, there are countries that have done a really, really good job of containing it. And in containing it, they not only prevented infections and hospitalizations and deaths in their country, they gave the virus a little bit less room to develop these variants before we could get vaccines out. So I think it's a hard bug, and it would have been hard under any circumstances. I also think that I hope that the world, as a global community, we've learned some lessons about the importance of early containment.
Do you want to go out on a limb and sort of guess when we can predict when we can get back to normal, or is that an impossibility?
I think if a dose or two of vaccine or an infection or two prevents severe disease, even if it allows for transmission like we were just talking about, if it prevents severe disease for a long time, then 6 months to a year from now, once almost everyone has had either a vaccination or a first infection, I think that we could likely get back to something resembling normal life, whatever that is.
Whatever that means. Well, that sounds like a little light at the end of the tunnel, and thank you very much for joining me.
Yeah, absolutely. My pleasure. Thank you so much for having me.
Several weeks before the pandemic was declared on March 11, 2020, COVID-19 spread from China to the Middle East. It was deadliest in Iran, and the virus's spread only made the region's existing crises worse. VOA's Henry Ridgwell has the story of the pandemic year in the Middle East.
Iran recorded its first coronavirus infections in February 2020, one of the first outbreaks outside China. Within days, it had become a global epicenter. Government figures suggest 60,000 people have died since the outbreak began, but the true number is likely far higher. Critics say early mistakes by the government cost lives.
You saw them first deny it, then downplay it. The challenge is that the health and welfare of its own people is not priority number one. And when you're facing a global pandemic, that means your citizens are going to bear the brunt of it.
By the time the World Health Organization declared a global pandemic on March 11th, the outbreak had spread across the Middle East. In Yemen and Syria, countries racked by deep-rooted conflicts, the pandemic compounded the pressure on fragile health systems. In May, the United Nations warned that the Yemeni health system had collapsed.
When there was a spike in deaths because of the coronavirus and other diseases, the workers were not able to keep up with the digging, the burial and finishing of the graves.
The festival of Eid al-Fitr in May, the end of Ramadan, was marked with somber, socially distanced worship across the Muslim world. In Lebanon, economic and political crises compounded by the pandemic and exacerbated by the August explosion in Beirut port pushed the country to the brink. By September, there were worsening outbreaks in several refugee camps in Yemen, Syria, Iraq and Lebanon. As third waves of the pandemic gripped Europe, the United States and Latin America at the end of 2020, the Middle East fared better than many feared. But the World Health Organization warns the situation remains precarious.
In our region, where people and healthcare institutions suffer constantly with war, natural disasters and disease,
over half the population has received a first dose.
Number one, they did some things right in terms of purchasing agreements and getting early access to the vaccines. But really, this is all about operations and organization.
Vaccination rates vary sharply across the Middle East. In the occupied West Bank and Gaza, vaccination rates lag far behind those in Israel. The United Nations says Israel should provide vaccines. The Israeli government says healthcare is the responsibility of the Palestinian Authority. Many countries in the region are using Chinese and Russian-made vaccines. and are hoping to benefit from the global COVAX facility, which provides vaccines to poorer nations. The danger is not over. The World Health Organization says new strains of the virus are circulating in the region, which could be more infectious and resistant to vaccines. Henry Ridgewell for VOA News.
Scientists and doctors have been describing COVID-19 as a novel coronavirus. Novel meaning that it's new and attacking people in ways never seen before from a coronavirus. VOA Health correspondent Carol Pearson explains what medical experts have discovered and are still mystified about in the pandemic year.
COVID-19 is a respiratory disease caused by a virus, officially known as SARS-CoV-2, short for Severe Acute Respiratory Syndrome Coronavirus 2. It's the second time a coronavirus has sickened people and caused death. SARS first appeared in China in November 2002. The current version of the virus emerged from China in 2019, which is why it's called COVID-19. The virus invades the lungs. It multiplies and neutralizes the molecules that help us fight infection. Most people recover, but the virus can damage the lungs and leave patients gasping for air. Thomas Steele needed a double lung transplant because of COVID.
It's nothing like sitting in your hospital room gasping for every breath of air you take. And I did that for 58 days.
The lungs pass oxygen into the bloodstream, and the virus can damage the lungs and make the oxygen levels fall. Patients may need to be put on a ventilator to help them breathe. COVID-19 can also cause dangerous clotting in the bloodstream. People who already have damaged blood vessels from high blood pressure or stroke, and those with heart disease have a higher risk of serious disease. These clots can form throughout the body, including in the lungs and the heart. The clotting can cause heart attack or stroke. Dr. Alan Anderson is one of many cardiologists who saw people with healthy hearts suffer heart damage.
They had elevations of blood.
Damage the heart tissue, and some of the damage can be reversed, but some cannot. Doctors have also learned that the virus can damage another vital organ, the kidneys. A large New York medical system looked at more than 5,000 COVID patients last year. Their findings?
Of the 5,449 patients, 36.6% of them developed acute renal failure or kidney injury. Of the ones that got kidney injury, 14% required dialysis.
Scientists are still studying the impact of COVID-19 on the body, but the most severe effects start with the lungs. Damaged lungs have a harder time getting oxygen to the bloodstream, and organs need oxygen to function. If there is none, they can fail. The lungs, the heart, the kidneys, and the liver. And then there are the long-term consequences of the disease. Some are not life-threatening, but can affect the quality of life. Symptoms may include persistent fatigue, headache, shortness of breath, or chest pain. Others may experience brain fog or memory issues, and still others have lingering feelings of anxiety and depression. Anyone, not just those who are hospitalized, can have long-term symptoms, and there's no way to tell who will be affected.
We don't really know right now how many patients will develop these long COVID symptoms after they have had this infection. Studies look at anywhere between 10% and 80%. So there could be a large number of people who are experiencing symptoms well after, again, that 4-week time period when we expect people to normally recover.
Some medical centers have started special clinics to treat the long haulers, people whose symptoms persist even after they have recovered from COVID. Others may not be long haulers, but their lives have changed drastically because of COVID-19.
I'll never be the same person for the rest of my life.
He is one of many who will never be the same because of COVID-19. Carol Pearson, VOA News.
Lockdown orders and social distancing created a sudden shift in the world's work habits. While many essential workers had to report to workplaces, many others were able to work from home. With the freedom to choose where to live and work, Keith Kosinski reports from New York City.
Ancrum, New York, is a small farming town of about 1,500 people, 2 hours north of New York City. It may not be the first place one would expect to find international supermodel Saskia de Brouw, Dutch photographer and filmmaker Vincent van den Wegaard, and their 4-year-old daughter Luna, but
life is pretty good here. I mean, there's space, you get great produce, so the quality of life is quite amazing.
It's not where they expect it to be, and it's a stark contrast from their apartment in Brooklyn, New York.
It was a great life. We had everything well organized. My daughter went to school not too far away, and there were friends to see, and just a lovely neighborhood.
However, the coronavirus pandemic changed that.
We thought it would be all quickly a thing of the past, the pandemic, and it wasn't.
As the infection spread through New York and the family was confined to their apartment, they looked beyond the city and bought this small home in this rural part of the state before they had even seen it in person.
We did notice a large body of New Yorkers take this opportunity to find solitude in another area where they had space, where they weren't on top of other people, so that they could at least protect themselves and their families.
At the same time, home prices in New York City dropped by 15 to 20% because of the pandemic, allowing people with lower income levels to move into some of the most affluent Manhattan neighborhoods.
Rents have come down in a way that actually has eased some of the affordability crisis.
The average salary in those high-end neighborhoods has dropped from $140,000 to $82,000 a year, and economists say the income of the new arrivals is around 40% less than those who are leaving the city. Yet, many expect residents will return to New York and other cities as the pandemic wanes, lured by the lower prices.
While the balance has shifted somewhat, to describe it as an urban exodus is clearly an exaggeration.
Real estate agents say the availability of COVID vaccines is already having an impact on the housing market.
I'm noticing people are ready to come back to New York. They are seeing this as an opportunity, those that are in the position, in the buyer's position, to find and grab a really good deal right now.
While Vincent and Saskia are not ready to give up living in the country, they are also feeling the pull of Brooklyn.
We also feel like the city has something really special to offer. And I think after 6 months being upstate, we kind of started missing it.
Keith Kosinski for VOA News, New York.
That's all the time we have for now. Thank you to my guest, infectious disease expert Jenny Levine. And stay up to date on the COVID pandemic and the latest news at voanews.com. And please follow me on Twitter @Greta. Thank you for being plugged in.
Lecturers abandoning universities leave VCs, lecturers, others worried. Federal government unveils plans to unbundle TCN into 2 entities. There'll also be Off the Press, where we'll be looking at the headlines that made it to the front pages of some of our national dailies. A very good morning to you, and thanks for joining us on The Breakfast this morning. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Today is the 13th of December 2023. Okay, yesterday was 12/12. Today is 13/12. So we're hoping that it's going to be a wonderful day for you and all of us here on Plus TV Africa. It's a wonderful day. It's about 12 days to Christmas. So if you've been singing the song, the 12th day of Christmas and all that, you start singing it today. And let's see what happens from now till then. We hope that this season brings you good luck. This season brings you fulfillment. This season brings you love, especially because that's the reason for the season. And we're wishing you all that and more. Okay, so we're taking the top trending immediately, and the top trending are always issues that caught our fancy, caught our attention in the course of the last 24 hours. So the first one here is Tinubu writes Senate seeks confirmation of 19 NPC commissioners. The Senate on Tuesday announced President Bola Tinubu's request seeking the confirmation of the nomination of 19 commissioners of the National Population Commission, NPC. The appointees are Emmanuel Eke from Abia State, Clifford Zira, Adamawa, Chidi Ezoke, Anambra, Issa Buratai, Borno, Alex Ukam, Cross River State, Blessing Brume Ataguba, Delta, Jeremiah Nwakwegu, Ebonyi, Tony Ayejeni, Edo, Ejike Eze, Enugu, Abubakar Damburam, Gombe, Uba Nabwe, Imo, Dogon Garba, Kaduna, Aminu Sayawa, Kanu, Yori Afolabi, Kogi, Olakunle Zobokola, Ogun, Temitayo Oluwatuyi, Ondo, Mary Afan, Plateau, Ogiri Henry, Rivers, and Sani Saleh, Taraba. The president also asked the Red Chamber to confirm the nomination of Bashir Indabawa, Northwest, Enorese Amadasu, South-South, and Babajide Fashino, Southwest, as NPC commissioners. The Senate, led by Senator Godswill Akpabio, referred the nomination to the National Identity Management Commission, NIMC, to report back in 2 weeks. Meanwhile, the Senate approved the nomination of Ambassador Desmond Akawo as Commissioner representing Rivers State in the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission, RMAFC. The appointment followed the recent passing of the immediate past RMAFC Federal Commissioner from Rivers State, Asondu Temple. We wish them luck, and we hope that the National Population Commission will live up to its billing and ensure that we get a head count at least every 10 years, as the case may be, so that we can have good data to plan with. Because we know that without good data, knowing the population of wherever in Nigeria, we may not be able to plan to meet the needs of these people. For instance, if Lagos has 25 million or 20 million, we know what should come to Lagos and what should go to another state that has less than that. So planning is important and data is critical. We wish them well and hope that they will bring the difference, the much needed difference in the NPC. Osun government begins probe after 18 pupils were hospitalized from eating free meal. The Osun State government has begun an investigation into the reported case of about 18 pupils of James Primary School B, Oshogbo, who reportedly landed in the hospital after eating a midday meal served to them under the free school feeding program of the state government. The government also directed the stoppage of further food cooking at the affected school pending the outcome of the investigation. A statement by the State Commissioner for Information and Public Enlightenment, Kolakbo Alimi, obtained in Oshogbo on Tuesday, said the Governor Ademola Adeleke directed immediate action when the matter was reported to him. According to the statement, the victims have been treated and discharged from the hospital. The statement read, and I quote, Osun State government has ordered full investigation into the reported cases of food poisoning at St. James Primary School B, Owookwe Oshogbo. The state governor, Senator Ademola Adeleke, subsequent to being informed of the situation by the special advisor on oatmeal, Mrs. Grace Ayodele, directed the stoppage of further food cooking at the affected school pending the outcome of the investigations. Meanwhile, the affected cooks in the said schools, alongside the planning officer for the oatmeal program, were summoned to a meeting on Tuesday morning. Additionally, the governor has directed enforcement of food standards and control, as well as the auditing of the oatmeal structure to forestall further or future occurrences. The government is also settling the medical bills of the affected students, according to the chairman of the Local Government Education Authority, Mr. Nathaniel Ojetola. The incident, which happened on Monday, caused panic, especially among parents of the affected pupils who shared videos of them on hospital beds on social media. Now, narrating how they became ill, one of the victims said they were served rice with egg, after which they started running stool. Also in the video, mothers of the victims said they observed foul smell of the egg their children were served when they returned home from school on Monday. We thank God that it didn't end in a very fatal way. Nothing, no death was recorded. We've heard cases of this nature happening in other places, and some people died, more than the 19 that we even heard in Osun State. We do hope that whatever was the problem will be arrested, and further occurrences will not happen in that state or anywhere else. The problem may not really be the people who cooked. It may also be the people who cooked, who neglected the expiry dates on some things, or some, there could be a fault from somewhere, and the sooner it is found out, the better for everybody. So if it is the fault of the cooks, well, let the needful be done. If it is the fault of the people who sold in the market or somewhere along the line, then we do hope that they will find out and it never happens again. The kids must be protected at all times. Now, Edo State Police has arrested 81 suspects for cultism and others. That was done on Tuesday. They arrested the 81 suspects allegedly involved in various crimes across the state. While parading the suspects, the State Commissioner of Police, Mohammed Dankwara, said the suspects were arrested in the ongoing clampdown on criminals, which began on December 11. He said the suspects were arrested for cultism, car snatching, unlawful possession of firearms, and kidnapping, among others. He said most of the suspects were arrested for cultism, adding that they had intelligence that highly placed individuals were behind the cult group. He warned anyone either in government or outside supporting cult groups tactically or financially to desist from it, because anybody, no matter how highly placed, would be prosecuted. He called on cult groups to desist from their criminal act as the clampdown would continue, noting that there is no benefit to being a cult member. He added that they have intelligence that highly placed people in the state were supporting and were behind these cult groups, and once they verified this, they would go after them because they can't make the state ungovernable. He promised to arrest any known cult groups, no matter where they may be. Well, for a lot of us, this is not really news, because for a very long time, a lot of people who are in power have been fingered to be members of these cult groups. In fact, that is how some of them win elections. Well, that's conspiracy theory, because we may not have names to name. We also know anyway that in some of the states, there are governors even who fly, according to cult jargon, fly the colors of some cult members and openly declare that they belong. So I don't know, what if in a case where you find cultists and their financier is a governor or a commissioner or a minister somewhere, or somebody in the presidency and all that? What would you do? People who are part of the people that nominated you for the position that you are having right now, or who can, at a snap of the finger in the Nigerian way, just have you sacked. I do hope that people, officers and men of the Nigeria Police and all other agencies will stand up for what is right in spite of anything that might be against them and do the needful. This verification they're talking about, we don't know what kind of verification they will need to get before the needful is done. If these people are arrested, I'm sure some of them will sing. And when they sing, we will know what the tune will be saying. We do hope that they will not sweep this under the carpet. If they have intelligence that a lot of people highly placed are also financing this, I'm sure there are a few names that have been dropped already. We also had a case where one of the people in the presidency is saying highly placed individuals are sponsoring so many things that are making Nigeria a very fearful place to live in. And again, I say it is not news to a lot of people. What we want now is, if you have this intelligence, go after these people. Let us see that even the highly placed are coming under the hand of the law and they're being prosecuted. If that is done, every other person will stay in line. Well, we wish you luck, whoever is going to be in charge. Whatever cultism is doing to Nigeria, it is more negative than positive. I don't know which positive part it has. Right now, I don't know because I'm not a beneficiary. But I do know when cultism entered Nigeria, it was to fight indiscrimination. It was to fight colonial rule, more or less. It was to fight against the oppression of the black students or the Nigerian indigenous students. At least that was the excuse we were given by people of no less standing than Wole Soyinka, who is said to be the father of cultism in Nigeria. So it was like a pressure group. It was like a group that was fighting for the rights of the people who were downtrodden and oppressed. But is that the reason cultism thrives these days? I doubt that, and a lot of people will doubt that. But again, if these people are known, let them be fished out and let them face the music and keep our country safe. Now, that will be that. We'll just take a break now, possibly look at what the weather is. In so many other places, the Harmattan is very, very high. In Lagos, we're just seeing the signs now. But even with the signs, we're still finding it difficult to say for a fact that the rainy season has gone, because every now and then there is rain. In fact, last night there was rain in some parts of Lagos, and this morning is also threatening. But let's see generally what the weather is and see if we can plan our day around that.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
You're welcome back. We're glad to announce to you that we're going to bring you the Off the Press, the headlines that made it to the front pages of the national dailies. Today we're being joined by Mr. Tunde Kolawole, who is a legal luminary, and we're glad to have you. Good morning and welcome to the program, sir.
Good morning, my brother. Thanks for having me.
Okay.
I missed you last week.
Sorry? Sorry?
I said I missed you last week.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And we also missed all our viewers.
Yes. A man has to do what he has to do. So we understand.
Absolutely.
Yes. Okay, we're starting today with Nature News, which is littered with stories from COP28. We have the first story here saying Nigeria gains at COP28 with over $300 million in commitments and partnerships. Your comments, please.
Well, I hope so. We hear these good tidings all the time that our leaders travel abroad for one conference, seminars, or functions or the other. I suspect most times, or when you look at our history, all those things have not always come to fruition. It would appear to me that the dish out this news just to justify the jumbo expenditure that things have featured at every such conferences. If these things are true, and as we have been hearing, since the Obasanjo as a 2011, then Nigeria will not be where it is today. And we should not forget that when you read the paper, a whole lot of foreign companies are fleeing Nigeria. Total and Gamble is gone, GlaxoSmith is gone, and so many other ones. And you and I do know there is a network of investors all over the world. Once these other companies hear that companies are fleeing Nigeria, once they get to know that Nigeria is facing a lot of hardship in terms of foreign exchange earnings, so that when you are in Nigeria, you find it difficult to repatriate your profit, bring in more raw materials, and also buy spare parts and what have you. So as the GCO, as excited as the news is, I would still want to exercise caution. I would rather wait and see until those investments begin to come in.
But in the meantime, while they are applauding, we are rejoicing that we had over 300 million in commitments, there are some other people who are disappointed at the final draft of the COP28. Environmental activists expressed disappointment at the final draft of COP28. So, which means beyond just getting the money to do what they are supposed to do, there are some other things which we may not have at our disposal right now that are not agreeable to people who are really at the fore of environmental protection.
Yeah. You look all over the world now, especially the developed countries, they are looking at alternative energy, very clean energy. So for these countries, and for the activists who are campaigning for a cleaner environment, the commitment that came out of this climate conference wasn't too pleasing to them. They would rather want to see a situation in which all the attendees will make very firm commitment to cut down the carbon discharges by as much as 30%, and also make a very firm projection as when they will stop using fossil fuels as means of energy generation. To also compound the problem, the man who was made the chairman of the conference is also the president and chairman of a huge oil company in UAE. Such a person is presiding over an oil conglomerate. And which has also said they cannot do away with petroleum as of today. And the same person has also said at the conference that there is no scientific data or backing to show that fossil fuel or use of petroleum products is responsible for the lifting up of the atmosphere or the generation of the carbon that we see all over the world. In other words, the man is not different from the former US President, Donald Trump, who has been saying that all this clean energy campaign, it's all rubbish that are still standing before scientific proof. So a whole lot of these may have been responsible for the disappointment that many people who are attending those conferences, or many of the activists associated with the conference. No firm commitment as to when the whole world would switch to clean energy. The man who presided over the conference is the big president of an oil producing company. Furthermore, without courtesy, he said there is no scientific backing for the campaigns that are being done for switch to alternative energy. So it's a whole lot of confusion over there. But if we look around ourselves, we would have noticed that climate change is a reality, and that if humanity is not going to burn itself out, we had better started providing for, switching to alternative energy, so that we'll have some legacy to leave for our children, not just in terms of clean energy, but the whole world or the world and the environment that will be able to sustain them. That's my take on that.
Okay. Let's move to the next newspaper, and this is the Punch newspaper. From Nature News, we're going to the Punch newspaper. And the first story here is Deputy takes over, Ondo crisis. Deputy takes over as Akeredolu returns to Germany for treatment. The riders are ailing governor to transmit letter to lawmakers. Tinubu meets Ondo leaders again. Assembly holds closed door meeting or session. Akeredolu promises full recovery before returning.
Sympathize with Governor Akeredolu. He is a human being. Nobody wants to be sick. And he has always meant well, not just for the people of Ondo State, but for the whole Nigeria. He has served the MDA as president. He has distinguished himself as a senior advocate of Nigeria. And since he became the headman in Ondo State, I think he has been able to decide the responsibility of that office very credibly. For these reasons, honestly, we have our sympathy, and we will continue to pray for a speedy recovery. But again, one is not so happy with its continuous clinging to power. Because we will remember, when Yar'Adua had his own health challenges, people like Akeredolu were in the forefront of putting pressure on Yar'Adua to resign. He was also in the forefront of trying to get the National Assembly to impeach Yar'Adua or force him to transmit power to his deputy if they are not willing to impeach him. Then they have had similar challenges now, and they have not behaved better than Mr. Yar'Adua. His own case is even more complex. Being a lawyer, and a senior lawyer for that matter, he is expected to show a good example with regards to adherence to the rule of law.
But Mr. Kolawole, Mr. Kolawole, there's a concern. To be fair to Governor Akeredolu, we now hear of situations where his own signature is being forged by some other people, which means he is not the person, he may not be the person who is preventing the transition of power or any other thing. So while I do not have the evidences and all that, but I'd like to blame these people who are ruling Ondo instead of him and instead of the deputy governor. So can we just leave Akeredolu out of this and, until he gets better and tells us that he's the one who was pulling all the strings? Because now it doesn't look like he's the one doing it.
Well, absolutely, you are correct. When you also read the story in that paper, They are saying you won't be transmitting the letters and finding the transmission letter through electronic means. And there have also been some reports in the paper that the man is not even in Nigeria now, that he may be in a German hospital. And that all the last matters that we are seeing, and some of the stories that have been told, are actually to shield the governor from impeachment, and then not to, to avoid a situation in which the people of Ondo State will continue to panic over the whereabouts of their governor. Honestly speaking, the body of signatures that we hear about, and then the insinuation that he might be transmitting his letter to the Ondo State Assembly electronically. They tell us that the governor formally no longer has the mental capacity and the energy to appreciate his environment and also to transmit power to his deputy. If this is the case, the appropriate thing for the National Assembly to do is to invoke the doctrine of necessity and confer power on the deputy governor to be able to manage the affairs of Ondo State.
Do you think the Assembly? Do you think the Assembly will do this, Mr. Kolawole? Do you think the Assembly will do this? Because my fear is there was this story that I just mentioned earlier that a signature of the first citizen of Ondo State was forged. And it's the same assembly that said that there was not going to be any probe, which points accusing fingers at them that, okay, that means you are in the know. Or why would you say something as grievous, as serious as forging the signature of the governor of the state will not be probed? Until one commissioner came out and said, okay, these people are going to face the music and all that. We don't know how far that has gone anyway. But if the House of Assembly will say that this serious thing will not be probed, do you believe in them to do the needful, except the people rise up among themselves?
Ordinarily, the Ondo Assembly should do the needful. The Ondo State Cabinet also to do the needful. But you know, the truth of the matter is that in our crime, we don't have a tradition of doing the needful. Most of our actions, especially in governance, is based on expediency and a very selfish interest. From what is happening in those states now, it is obvious that it is not a few cabal from Christian cabinet of the early governors that are managing the affairs of those states and doing whatever they like in that area. Well, except the education from outside, I doubt it. Whether the Ondo State Cabinet, whether the Ondo State Assembly will have the political will to really push this investigation into a logical conclusion. And don't forget, apart from the people that will be affected, it will also include members of the Ondo State Cabinet and also some members of the Ondo State House of Assembly. Why do I say this? You know, a very strenuous move has been made to impeach the deputy governor, which didn't go through. Why were they doing this? The family were doing this, or certain parties were doing this, to get the deputy governor out of the way, and then to put themselves into reckoning of getting to the shoes of the deputy governor, and then from there, becoming a substantive governor. Let's hope that if they don't do it anyway, that pressure will come from outside to compel the Ondo State Assembly and the Ondo State Cabinet to do the needful. And don't forget, and I seriously suspect, that the reason why they are transmitting power to the deputies, now, is because there is a court injunction. This has been granted for, I think, the CJ to constitute a medical permit to probe into the health issues of the governor. And if they analyze and find out that the governor is no longer, the couple is no longer healthy to run on those states, of course that would lead to impeachment. And I am sure, or I think, that's what they don't want. That's why they are now trying to transfer power to the deputy. But I think President Bola Tinubu has also done a very notable thing in that area in order to down tension. He has held meetings with the different factions in the place about 2 times now. And I think some of the things we are seeing now, especially the Bishop Akeredolu to go back to Germany for treatment, the transition of power to the deputy, there be a fallout of some of the meetings that President Bola Tinubu has held with the different factions in Ondo State. Let's pray that the men will quickly recover and that the people of Ondo State will get on with their lives.
Well, let's hope for the best for Ondo State. We heard also that the deputy governor was made to sign, or was told to sign a letter, undated letter of resignation and all that. We hope that that is just rumors and it never happened, because if it did happen, then it could be invoked anywhere. Anyway, so this one, President Tinubu begs Nigerian doctors abroad to return. Let me just hear your brief comments on that.
So that is never going to work. Yesterday, I spoke with a Nigerian doctor who is in America, and he says that if they increase his salary, like he was when he was there in Nigeria, 300%, he will never come back to Nigeria. And why was the person saying this? He said it is not just about salaries and allowances, but the kind of facilities, the equipment that are exposed to abroad. Nigeria is never likely to have something in the next 20-25 years. That will just be a waste of time to come back to Nigeria and begin to work again as a medical doctor. And the man also opened my eyes to certain things that had happened even before he left Nigeria. He said even as a medical doctor, he stayed at home for 3 years before he was able to get a job. And that he even got that job in the civil service through an in-law of ours. And that the crisis in the health sector didn't begin today, that it has always been there and will continue to be there for a long time to come, simply because we don't do things the way they should be done. People are not given equal opportunity in terms of when recruitment has to be done. It is a man, no man. No matter how brilliant you may be, if you don't have connection in the high places, the possibility that you get in the job, whether as a doctor or a non-doctor, is very, very remote. So these are the challenges.
Oh, well, so begging is not enough. Some things will have to be put in place before that thing. Okay. Maybe not to comment. Senate condemns Trade Ministry over 1 billion naira Geneva trip. Over 5,000 Nigerians killed since May, according to report. But let's go to federal government plans sale of 40% stake in discos and others. What's your comment?
That's very shocking to me. So many units of the power industry have been sold. And what have we got to show for it? Non-performance. They are all not doing well. Rather, Nigerians have been clamoring for the federal government to go back into that sector, recover what has been sold, and then put the energy sector back on stream as a government agency. So if the sector or a lot of the sector has been privatized in the past, or if 50% of the operations in the sector have been privatized, and Nigerians are not having value for their money, why would you now say you want to sell the remaining 40%? I think that will further compound the problem, and we shouldn't encourage that howsoever. And then cast your mind back to all the public infrastructure companies and industries that have been sold. Which one of them is doing well today? Ajaokuta was sold. Nikon Insurance was sold. National Shipping Line and what have you. All of them were sold. Which one of them is doing well today? To the best of my knowledge, none. Furthermore, look at the economy of China, which is run by government, and compare to the economy of the West, which is run by private individuals. The worst I would say that those economies that are run by private individuals is better than what is done in China. China is doing far better than most of the so-called capitalist countries in the world today. The implication of this is that commercialization, privatization, and also adoption of capitalism will not be a solution to all economies all over the world. Different societies and different people have their own peculiarities and different stages of development. If you are copying what is happening in the developed countries of the world, where the society is organized, where the society is able to regulate itself, where market forces is effective, and then you now want to import the wholesale and sinker in your own economy and begin to practice it, you may not get the same results that those developed economies have been able to get. So, the sale of the 40% remaining equity in the power sector, selling it might not be a solution to the challenges that we're having in the power sector. In fact, chances are that it may worsen the situation. The challenge we have in that area are so many. One is that area is capital intensive, and the private sector may not be able to muster the resources to do the needful in the area. Look at the Dangote refinery. The man started well and all that, but it got a stage that even the CBN or the federal government had to come to aid because it was a capital intensive. It's not true that everything in all society must be privatized. Subsidy is not a sin. Abuse of subsidy is what should, it's what we should call, or what usually leads to a series of infractions that are not healthy for the society.
Okay. There is this, will I call it damning, or this revealing statement by Mr. Alake, Dele Alake, who said, influential Nigerians behind illegal mining. He said that. We have another story, or we had another story this morning where the police were saying that the people who are behind cultism are influential people in government. And we have reports that have been saying that those who finance Boko Haram are people in government and highly placed and all that. There's always a link to people in government or people highly placed. And we have never seen any arrest, or I have never seen any arrest or sufficient arrest to show that the relevant agencies are working. So this one now, inflation, Nigerians behind illegal mining. Do you see this as an excuse for to not do what was promised us in the mining sector? Because Dele Alake was talking tough earlier on, saying that there will be sanitization of the sector, there will be reform in the sector, and a lot of things will be put in place and all that. And now he's saying influential people are behind this illegal mining. Do you think he's trying to get a leeway out, or do you think he can still go ahead?
It would appear to me that that is a capitulation. It's like the respected Mr. Dele Alake is giving up in that sector. And I won't be surprised if he gives up. When the government comes out and says, a certain powerful individual that are doing certain things, you will begin to ask them, what happened to the coercive apparatus of the state? Are they saying that individuals are stronger than the state, so that they have overwhelmed the state, and the state is unable to do the needful in that area? That kind of argument that Mr. Dele Alake is making is similar to what we used to hear with regard to fuel subsidy, in which the nation will be told it is certain people that are benefiting from subsidy. And in order to stop them from benefiting, they remove the subsidy. That doesn't make sense to me. If certain people are abusing the subsidy in the petroleum sector, and if certain powerful individuals are the one messing up the solid mineral sector, the government should have the wherewithal to really deal with such persons. They may not be able to deal with such persons if they also partakers and beneficiaries of the unwanted activity that is happening in that area. So, but I am not surprised. Look at what is happening in the petroleum sector. All manners of strategies, all manners of security, layers on layers of security have been put in the petroleum sector. Yet on a daily basis, we still continue to hear that people go to the petroleum sector or to the Niger Delta to steal fuel. Just last week, a ship was said to have been arrested, laden with crude oil, laden with crude oil. And there was a dispute between the private security firm and then the army as regards the arrest of that ship. So honestly speaking, the challenges in the solid mineral sector is not new. It's been there. I happen to have had an opportunity to work with one of the federal government ministries in charge of solid minerals at the time. And as far back as that time, some 25 years ago, this unwholesome activity, illegal mining, have been going on in those places, with Nigeria standing up, or with Nigeria watching helplessly and being unable to do anything about it. Furthermore, we must educate our peers that this is not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Most times all over the world, where there are guerrilla activities, where there are banditry, the bandits always they do something in the environment to finance the activities. In Afghanistan, for example, in Yemen, for example, they were planting coca leaf that is used to make cocaine. And when they produce the cocaine, they sell and use it to buy weapons. You may not believe it, that even the Islamic fundamentalists in Afghanistan participated or were selling drugs to be able to finance their war efforts. Similar things going on in Yemen today. So if we are being told that the bandits are exploiting the solid minerals and using it to finance their banditry, it shouldn't surprise us. What will surprise us is the government raising up his hand in surrender to ransack bandits, that it's unable to curb the activities. This one's imagination. I should think, if we're able to exclude corruption, if we're able to take corruption from some of these places, that the government, at both the local level, state level, federal level, has enough quasi power to deal with those who are messing up the program of the government in the areas of such minerals.
Okay, let's move to Daily Independence, let's move to The Guardian. There's a small headline on The Guardian there, bottom right. Army sacks brigade commander over Adamawa police headquarters invasion. You remember the story where the police and the army had a confrontation and some people actually died. Now the brigade commander has been sacked. And I'm just trying to tie this also to the army mistakenly, in quote, bombing a village and killing over 100 people also in, I think, in Kaduna. So, and nobody has been sacked. Nobody has undergone any trial that I know. And I don't know how it is. But first of all, what do you think about this sacking of the brigade commander over an issue that happened in the police headquarters, leading to the loss of lives, about 2 or 3 people that died?
Well, the truth of the matter is that there has always been rivalry and nego between the different security forces that we have in this country. Recollect that when the Emefiele was appearing in court and he was granted bail, the correctional service official wanted to take him to his facilities. For the state security service, that is the DSS, we don't want that to happen. And there was a clash between the court services as regards which state custody for Mr. Emefiele. All these things happen all the time. I would want to attribute it to indiscipline among the security forces. All of them are aiming at the same goals. And so if the goal is the same, it shouldn't be seen this kind of a thing within the different security forces. Recollect too that not too long ago, some men of the Nigerian army were said to have gone to certain places in Lagos to beat up LASTMA officials, injuring many of them, so that LASTMA officials had to be pulled out of their places of work for a few days in order to pacify the army. That kind of a thing should not be happening. So with that as it may, let us say that, or let us commend the army, the Nigerian army, for the effort they have taken. They have made. I am sure they would have done some investigation and probably found that the brigade commander shared his responsibility. And for that purposes, they decided to remove them. If this kind of discipline or sanctions take place from time to time across board, I am sure the certain clashes between the different security forces will be minimized. There is nothing to it other than ego. One arm of security wanting to prove superior to the other. When what one of them are doing is to maintain security in the society, guarantee peace and stability. So, I would also want to see a situation in which inter-security dialogue, meetings, conferences, and interaction will be encouraged at the different levels of governance, local government, state level, federal level, so as to create more rapport and understanding between all these different security forces.
All right.
The dichotomy, this strict compartmentalization of the different security forces is not too helpful. Now you talked about the bombing in Beniguari. Why I commend the Nigerian Army, the Nigerian Navy, and all the different security forces who risk their lives on a daily basis to ensure that peace returns to that area. I would still want to admonish them to look at their modus operandi and also their training with the view to minimize the kind of incident that happened too recently. Because it has happened too many times. Remember, IDP camps have been bombed, villages have been bombed in Niger State with so many casualties. This is not too good for us as a people. And let me say this, it's a very, very serious crime under international law for any security force to begin to use very lethal weapons against his own people. Part of the reason Saddam Hussein was overthrown and killed was because it was alleged he was bombing his own people. Also remember that the president in Syria today is wanted by the International Criminal Court because it was said that he was dropping barrel bombs on his own people. It's a serious crime for you to use a bomb against your own people. Let me even go a little further, that it is not right for the Nigerian Army to be dropping bombs on the IPOB people in the southeast. Dropping a bomb on IPOB is not a proportional use of force when you look at it strictly. But more importantly too, the people you are dropping the bomb on are your citizens who have grievances. And rather than attend to those grievances, you decide to use very lethal weapons against them. So, I want to appeal to the different security forces, the Nigerian Army, the Air Force, and the Navy, to also look at the training of their own men, with due to reducing or minimizing or even taking out this kind of mistakes. Let me tell you a little story. General Abdul Karim at the time was alive. He once published in the paper that they flew to Sokoto to attend the wedding ceremony in an Air Force plane. And when they got to Sokoto, the Air Force pilot couldn't land the plane. He started hovering all over Sokoto for so many minutes that the people inside the plane had begun to panic that when the fuel in the plane finishes, the plane will crash. And that the luck they had at that period in time, or during that flight, was that there was a civilian pilot among the people in the plane. When he saw what was happening, the man pulled off his Babanriga and went into the cockpit to talk to the pilot, to ask him why was he finding it difficult to land the plane. And it was said that the man said he couldn't find the airport. And the civilian pilot had to say, look, the angle in which you are flying, there's no way you will be able to find the airport or the airfield or the tarmac where you land the plane. And then he now told this Air Force pilot what to do. And immediately he did it, he was able to land the plane. Also remember that the chief of Army Staff during General Buhari's era died in a plane crash that was flown, I think, by the Army or by the Air Force. Up to today, we have not been told what led to that plane crash. It is our hope, but it is not human error So what I'm pointing out is that we need to gear up, improve the training of all those who fly aircraft and drones for the Army, for the Air Force, for the Navy.
Okay.
I've also seen some things written in a paper in which some people were saying, why are you allowing the Army to start using drones and flying planes? The answer is very clear. All over the world today, there is no difference, there is no dichotomy between the Air Force, the Navy, and the infantry. All of them have do similar things.
Yeah, Tunde, we really have to wrap up at this time.
So the same training.
Yeah. Yes, thank you very much. We really need to wrap up at this time. We've already eaten deep into another segment, and would like to thank you for coming on the program today. It gets heated up even more as the program goes along, so I understand that. But thank you for your time today, for coming on the show.
For having me.
Okay, we've been talking with Tunde Kolawole, a legal practitioner, and we're going to take a very short break. And when we return, our first hot topic will come up. Stay with us.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Well, the Japa syndrome is not leaving us anytime soon. Now lecturers abandoning universities is leaving VCs and lecturers and others, every stakeholder in the education sector, worried. We have our guest this morning to talk about this, Dr. Peter Ogudoro, education researcher and PhD in education. Good morning and welcome to the program, sir.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to join you. Good morning.
Yeah. Okay, whenever we are on this program, we always talk about solutions and all that, and you give a lot of solutions which seem not to get to the ears, or even if they get to the ears of the relevant people, these solutions are never implemented. Now, it's a worrisome thing that lecturers are leaving, even in an education system that we are already complaining is not up to par with other climes. Now the lecturers are leaving, everybody's leaving. Where do we go from here?
Well, where do you want to go from here? It's a country run by, political leaders who don't care about the ordinary people in the streets. And the simple reason is the fact that their own children are not here. They train them in America, Canada, and the US, and obviously do not wear the shoes, and so don't seem to understand where the shoe pinches, and definitely have no incentive to make sure that the education system in Nigeria works. But they are making a mistake, because if we continue like this, a time will come when the system will become so terrible that one way or the other, they will have to also bear the brunt. So let them get the warning now and begin to work hard to make sure that the ordinary person in the street is able to breathe.
Okay, I don't even want to think about what education has in the 2024 budget, because I don't think it still makes the cut for what is recommended by the United Nations. But what are these key factors that are making the lecturers leave? You know, we've been saying this like a broken record, but for purpose of emphasis, what are the salient issues that need to be addressed if we want to retain these people, lecturers here. Because one of the headlines today, we just saw that the president was begging, that was what the headline was, begging doctors that are abroad now to return. And I'm sure it will be the same thing, begging lecturers to return. But if these things are not put in place, maybe that will just be a tall order that might never be realized. So what are these very, very critical issues that need to be addressed?
Well, the Nigerian university lecturer is poorly remunerated. I'm not aware of any professor lecturers in other climes are people who studied in the same classrooms with us. What most people tend to forget is the fact that many university lecturers in Nigeria studied in England, in America, in Canada, in Germany. And so some of us chose to return to Nigeria because we realize that Nigeria remains our roots and we have a certain obligation to help make things work here. But as we discharge that obligation, we must not forget that we also have families to cater for. And so where you pay a PhD holder less than $500 per month, when we know that if we had chosen to remain abroad, we'll be earning a minimum of $4,000, $5,000 per month. You can understand why it doesn't make sense for people to stay here. So all you need to do is to, pick up your bag and return to where you're coming from. And of course, intellectual property is internationally denominated. It's a currency that you can take to anywhere in the world and be able to purchase whatever you want. And we are in high demand. South Africa needs us, America needs us, Canada needs us, Germany needs us. Every country in the world is looking for people who have invested time and effort to acquire the kind of intellectual capacity it takes to move society forward. And so, unfortunately for us, after we have gathered all this and made the effort and sacrifice to be able to stand in classrooms and train the next generation of leaders, people here don't seem to understand that education remains the bedrock of development. And so if you continue to ignore your teachers and not appreciate the fact that you don't produce a PhD holder in 10 years. It takes a lot of time and sacrifice for you to be able to mint a PhD holder who can stand in your classrooms and help the young people to learn what they need to know to be able to make a difference in their society. If you continue to ignore all of this, then you will continue to encourage people to leave their country and go to other places to work. That's a major factor. We also are aware that the governance system in Nigerian universities is very poor. In the universities here, especially the public service universities, do not have what we call autonomy. So if, for example, a vice chancellor recognizes that there are no chemistry professors in his university, and he wants to employ from wherever he can find such people to fill the gap. If that university is a federal university or a state university, it might take you a whole year to process the papers to be able to fill the gap. So that lack of autonomy makes it difficult for people here to enjoy their job, because you know the solution, but you cannot apply the solution without having to follow a very difficult bureaucracy to make things happen. Even when there is money in the coffers of the university, for you to spend it, you still need the approval of the National Universities Commission. You need the Federal Ministry of Education to intervene to give you the authority you need to be able to do simple things. And that's not the way to run universities. Universities are not like other institutions. We're intellectuals. We also have a high sense of responsibility given the kind of training we have gone through. And so once you find people you can trust to run the system, you should give them the autonomy to make things happen. That autonomy is not available here, to the best of my knowledge. And of course, our laboratories are decrepit. So if you teach the sciences, you will know that you lack the tools you need to be able to produce good engineers, produce the right medical doctors, produce the other scientists you need to run a modern society. So, so you produce young people who go into industry, and you are very afraid that these young people are not going to be able to deliver because you didn't have the equipment to give them the skills, the tools they need to be able to make the difference that society demands of them. So that, again, is something that is worrisome. And you don't want to continue to deceive yourself into believing that you have produced people for society when you know they cannot deliver. So, so many factors. It's a multi-dimensional, challenge that we have in our country. And it doesn't look like anybody in position of authority is thinking seriously about how to resolve these challenges.
Okay, well, I wish we had time to talk more about this because we cannot take each of this one individually and maybe still meet up with time, but let's see how it goes. You raised 3 critical issues. The first one is remuneration, the second one is autonomy to the institutions, and then the third one is infrastructure not being available in these institutions of higher learning especially. Now, let's take the issue of autonomy. How much autonomy does the institution have, or the university, for instance, need to function well? Because we need to know whether it is the autonomy that you can take decisions, but when it comes to funding, you still run to the government, or you want them to stand alone, fund themselves, pay their staff, do whatever they need to do, and just be answerable and giving reports to the government. What level of autonomy is needed for the university system to function appropriately in Nigeria?
Well, we need to give universities autonomy to run those institutions in terms of teaching and learning. They are the experts in these areas. Politicians cannot teach the vice chancellor what should be the appropriate curriculum to produce an engineer, because the politician does not know what it takes to produce an engineer. So you should trust that the vice chancellor and his lieutenants can work with other stakeholders who know what they're doing to give you a curriculum which will enable you to produce the right engineer, the right medical doctor, the right teacher. They are the ones who went to school to learn those things. Trust them once you have employed them to do that job. But it's not a good idea to think about the possibility that universities in Nigeria at this point in time can fully fund themselves. It's not a realistic idea because we live in a poor country. Per capita income in Nigeria is less than $3,000. Per capita income in Norway is over $80,000. The money in Norwegian earns in 2 years, the average a Norwegian earns in 2 years. We take a Nigerian an entire lifetime to earn, really, and that's something that is very problematic. So parents here cannot be asked to bear the full burden of giving their children the type of education that will enable Nigeria to develop, because parents here haven't got the money it takes to pay school fees at the level that will make it possible for universities to self-fund themselves. So government must recognize that it has a duty to fund higher education, and is when we're able to do this, that we'll be able to produce the intellectual capacity Nigeria needs as a matter of urgency to produce the kind of solutions we need to fast-track national development. And so it's a bit tricky. You may be wondering, why do people want autonomy when they cannot self-fund themselves? The reason why that is the case is the fact that education is a social good. And so government must fund it. Even societies where per capita income is very high, where parents can pay school fees, parents are still not given that responsibility. Take the example of the Scandinavian countries. The per capita income in Finland, for example, is above $40,000. I told you that of Nigeria is less than $3,000. In Finland, parents don't pay school fees, right from kindergarten up to PhD. Government takes responsibility because government recognizes that education is an investment, not a cost. And that once you get it right, every other problem gets sorted out. Nigerian politicians don't seem to have started, getting this idea. And even those of them who have had don't believe it. And so they think that education is something that you put money into it, and then by tomorrow you must get returns. That's not how it works. We are not This is not a matter of going to Dubai to buy an air conditioner, then you come and sell it in 2 days and you get back your full returns. Education takes time to bring in returns. But when the returns come in ways that make everybody joyful. So we have to create this awareness among the people who run our country and get them to exercise the patience it takes to get the returns from education. So that responsibility, we must not run any campaign that would discourage the government from shouldering it. It's government's responsibility to fund education so that we can get the quality manpower we need to make all other sectors functional.
Okay, talking about remuneration now, if the government were to raise the remuneration to something, at what percent do you think it should go?
Well, I won't be talking about percent because that may be a problematic thing for the average person listening to us to understand. But the way to look at it is recognize that you have made a mess of your currency, called the Naira. And so we live in a globalized world. The lecturer who is teaching in UI in Ahmadu Bello has access to the internet on a 24/7 basis. And so he knows what his counterparts in other parts of the world are earning. So when you pay him money in Naira, he converts it to dollars. And he knows that when you give him, for example, 500,000 Naira, that money means only $500. And he knows that if he chooses to go and teach in South Africa, in America, for example, where he has the capacity to also teach. Many Nigerians teach in those places because we are not inferior. We studied in the same classrooms with these people who teach in this place. The reason why we are here is because we think we have a duty to help our society to move forward. But we must not make that sacrifice at the expense of our family's welfare, okay? So always try and do that conversion. Yeah, we may not be able to pay as much as America is paying, but if America is paying $5,000 to a professor, you should pay at least half of that to keep us here so that we can meet our minimum needs. We are not seeing that happen at the moment. So paying, for example, an associate professor less than 500,000 Naira in a month is scandalous because that is not up to $500. And I know that my children who are even undergraduate studying in America are earning more than that in a month, and they haven't even one of them hasn't even graduated. And so if he's able to earn up to that, why are you paying an associate professor less than that in Nigeria? It doesn't make sense. It's not. And then we see how much money we are spending on politicians. We're aware, from all that we read from what and see from what people like you are putting out there, that senators took over 100 million Naira to buy just one Jeep for each of the people who are in parliament. And then, for Christmas, they got some money for that, and these things run into, millions of Naira. So why are we having difficulty recognizing that the people who are producing everyone who functions in the Nigerian economy deserves to be adequately remunerated for the job that he does that is very critical for national development. So Nigeria is a very difficult place to think about at the moment because politicians are truly not getting it right. They are messing up. They are wasting so much. They go abroad, to go and receive training we can give them here. They go abroad to go and do jamboree, going for seminars and conferences that they don't even understand. They don't even stay in the conference rooms to listen to what people from around the world have gathered to talk about. So they just go and collect extra code. So why can't you devote just 5% of what politicians are wasting to improve our university system, which holds a better promise compared to what you can get from politicians who gather, to talk things that don't matter in parliament. So, my friend, tell your friends who are running the country that the time for them to repent and give education its pride of place in the scheme of things has come.
Well, they are not my friends, they are my employees. Unfortunately, they don't know that I employed them because I'm a citizen of Nigeria who said, go and do what I'm sending you, but they're not doing what I'm sending them. So one day I might just need to sack them. So they're not my friends, they should take note of that. Well,
if they permit you.
Yeah, well, that's another thing. Dr. Ogudoro, thank you so much for coming on the show. It's always a pleasure having you around.
It's my pleasure. Enjoy the rest of the day.
You too. So that was Dr. Peter Udoro, an education researcher. He holds a PhD in education, always proffering good solutions, but we hope that it gets to the ears of the people who really matter so that some of these things can be implemented and we move forward. Well, we'll take a short break and we'll return with our second hot topic. Stay with us.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Okay, you've been watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. We do hope that you've arrived at your destination. If you have not and you're about to set out, well, we're lucky that today it's predicted that it's going to be mostly sunny. Lagos weather sometimes you cannot predict, but we've been told that it's going to be sunny by the experts, and we hope that that is going to be the case. But sometimes when it is sunny, you even are afraid of going outside because it's really, really hot these days. I use this medium also to ask or beg the people the relevant authorities that need to clear the road between Kara. Kara is just at the outskirts of Lagos, and Arekpo going towards Ibadan. There was an accident this morning and the road was littered with a lot of goods, and it was just obstructing the free flow of traffic. So I do hope that the relevant people will go there with the vehicles and everything that they need to clear the road for people to be able to pass. I'm sure so many people may be late for work this morning because of just that. So whoever needs to do or needs to act should act. If the Ogun State government will be very slow about that, I hope that Lagos can help, because the bulk of the people who come from there just come to work in Lagos, put the money in the coffers of Lagos State government and go back to Ogun State and sleep. So whoever is responsible, please do the needful and clear the road. We'd like to thank you for being a part of this program this morning. We do hope that we are going to, by God's grace, meet again tomorrow to deliberate or to talk on some other issues as well. It's been a wonderful time out with you. On behalf of the entire Breakfast family on Plus TV Africa, my name is Nyamgul Agaji. Thanks for being there.
It's been an unusual year for us all. We've been forced to learn to adapt to the changes that COVID-19 has brought upon us. However the cards may have been dealt to us this year, we have remained resilient. The Afrima Fashion Show stems from the Afrima Award Show, which is the biggest African award show in the diaspora. Every year, we have showcased designers and we bring together people from all over the world. This year, the AFRIMA runway is graced by the top 3 African designers who have welcomed the challenge of doing a virtual runway show without any physical audience. Don Murphy, Ese Ezanabo, and lastly, Sai Sanko. Let the show begin.
Hi guys, my name is Sai Sankar and I am a luxury resort wear designer, and I make the most amazing and fabulous kaftans and everything that you desire for traveling. I just really love the way women carried themselves back then, you know, the Marilyn Monroes, you know. It was sexy, but there was still glamour to it, you know, and elegance and sophistication. And I feel that's what my designs are about, you know. I've also been inspired just by my continent, the continent of Africa. Growing up in Sierra Leone, it's just this beautiful, bustling colors, you know, it's so vibrant, the marketplaces, you know, Christmas, it's just, everything about it is just so energetic and it's so powerful and colorful, and it just makes me really happy. And so no matter what collection I do, it always goes back to that. And so that's why you see all this colorful prints and all these bold colors, you know. I feel women wearing it, it just makes them so extremely happy, you know, and they look absolutely gorgeous in it too. My name is Ese Grambowski, and I am the designer and owner for Ese Azinabor Atelier. My source of inspiration for my designs, number one, to be honest, comes from God, because I go to sleep literally and dream about my designs, and that only has to be from God. So I always give credit to Him for that. And of course, my culture is very influenced in my design. I've been designing since I was 8 years old. Even before that, my mom would tell me wild stories of me taking her fabrics and cutting them into pieces and making a dress or a skirt or pants out of her expensive African materials that she had in our home back in Nigeria when I was growing up. And I draw a lot of inspirations from where I've been, and I just try to tie them into modern design mixed with vintage designs, mixed with traditional looks, and just tie it all together in a bowl to create a true Ese Azinabor couture piece.
Hello, my name is Daniel Mofo. I'm the founder and designer of Don Morphy, a men's luxury custom suit clothing in Dallas, Texas. Fashion is color. In the past, men were all very scared of, the colors. They were used to the blacks, the grays. But now, if you look at fashion, men wear almost bolder colors than women, You see men in red suits, men in yellow suits, men in pink suits. So for me, fashion is color.
is expressive. So when I just wake up and have an idea and I create something out of that idea, it's God showing off. So that's what it is for me.
I've always been a little bit shy, but when it comes to fashion, I will wear anything and I will wear it with confidence. And so for me, that is a way of expressing myself, you know? And I feel it also is the same thing for a lot of women.
African for me means community. It means living together. If you look at Africans, they're all talking about the different countries in Africa. You know, it's all about our community. So for me, Africa means community. It means living together.
My name is Abarifat Udo. I'm from Nigeria, born in Lagos, grew up in Oroshoki since when I've been little, and I discovered what I can do right now from a particular movie I watched, that's Twin Mission. And from that movie, I blend myself to the people I saw, the actors I saw from that movie, which were very rare. I've not seen that kind of people before. So from there, I started, it was like, they were doing some kind of move. And at that moment, while they were doing it, I said I should try this. I've never seen something like this before. And at that very moment, as I tried it, I did it.
Contortion, sometimes referred to as contortionism, is an art that's not very popular in Nigeria. Sam and Blessing are contortionists in Lagos who hone their skills from constant practice and watching videos on YouTube.
So from there, I started pushing. Then I pushed into dance from there till I grew up. I still didn't know what I was doing all this while until 6-7 years back. Then I had to start doing research on it. From there, I then know what I am doing. Then I started working on it professionally, taking it very serious, taking it to a very high stage till from what I've been doing from time come to now, I've been watching videos on YouTube and other ways I can actually learn from. So that way I've been learning. Then some of my friends, which I work with right now, they came to me that I should teach them. So for me teaching them, I have to go work more on myself. I have to go watch more videos to improve so I can teach them. So that way I've been learning by myself until when 2019, that was when I went for a yoga class, a yoga school, and I got satisfied from being a yoga teacher, yoga instructor. So aside from that school, there has been no other school. Once I come up on stage, I connect with the whole space entirely. I connect with everything around me, even the sun, the water, more or less a human being. I make sure I connect down to the hearts of anybody watching me. Nigeria as a whole, I also, it's me, number one. Like I'm best. So from there, I've made income from it. Then I build up a group. whereby if I have a job, I don't even want to go for the job. If the pay is not okay to me, then I bring up the new generations, which are just starting, and I send them out to go for the job. Most times if I fall sick, I fall very sick, typhoid, malaria, or I fall sick, I still make sure if nobody is at home, I put on my sound and I do movements in the room. With that way, I sweat everything out. I get better a bit and I probably go out, go laugh with some people. Then with that, I can beat off my sickness. Or if I have a job, I'm falling sick and I just hear about the job, I'll make sure, if they are paying me or not, I just make sure I go for the job, eat up the stage, connect with people. So that way, me connecting with people, I'm dragging more energy. So that one builds me up again. And if I'm sick at that moment, I don't get sick again. Or if I should have a particular injury, like presently I'm having an injury, which I'm not supposed to do anything at all. But when it comes to me performing, because I don't see myself as an entertainer, I don't entertain. I perform, I do act with my homework. But most contortionists, they want to entertain, they just want to make sure you say wow to what they are doing. But me, once I come up on stage, I don't even want to hear any noise. I just want a quiet space. I do my thing. Then at the end, you can give me whatever comments you want to give me. Actually, I've not broken any bone before. Just not even, normally I dislocate my joints. So all I've been doing is dislocation. So the injury I can just get is from muscles. When I strain a muscle, like I go extremely out of the act. So I've only had just two. The first one was my shoulder, and the second one is the knee, which I'm having now. Because that's why I say when I'm on stage, the space I'm in, it can put so much energy in me, and I even want to take off my hand or take my head off my body. So if I'm performing and the stage where I'm at, the energy I'm picking from that stage is building me up. I want to do something very, very, very crazy, which I've not even practiced before. So it's more like I'm going into the spirit realm, into somewhere else that is just blank. And I just do things extremely out of that. The most extreme I've done was twisting my neck to the back. Then I do this triple fold. That's the back bend. You have to triple fold. You fold like twice with your back bend. But I have to stop doing that because I've seen too many people doing it, and I want to create my own style. I don't want to come up on stage and I do something and they'll be like, this one can do it. This one can do it. Because it's still the same transition you use and going into it. So I want to do something that the transition, you barely see it around. If you watch multiple videos, you hardly see it. It's very rare to see. So that's why I have to cut off some moves from what I do. Like I do a whole lot of moves before to make sure I entertain people like then way back. Then when I had to now start noticing myself, what I can do, how more I can reach out with my skills, then I have to just cut out some moves and start working on my own moves, creating my own things for myself. More like the racket move. In Nigeria now, presently, I'm the only one. Though there are many people, there are others now coming up as well, trying to get their own racket and start doing. And some of them will still come up to me and like teach me this particular move, and I'll still teach them. So there'll still be a time whereby if I see that okay, they have gotten it up to that level, I know, I'll drop that and move into another one. So because they've gotten the neck twist to the level I know, hey, I can't go again, I can't go any further than that. I had to leave it for them. So it's only when I have this kind of audience, like if I have a performance for a particular program and they'll ask me to perform like 5 different times for one event, and I can't come up with another move for the next performance. I can't come up with another move for the third one, the fourth one. So that's how I just break down my moves. Then probably the last performance, that's where I can come up with the neck twist. And I have to work out for it. I can't just go up on stage and just twist my neck. So I have to do a 1 week neck stretch to stretch the muscle on neck for 1 week straight. Then when I appear on stage, I'm ready to just twist it out.
The goal for me is
to build more like a circus in Nigeria. Bring that to Nigeria. There are people doing it, but it's not really like circus. It's just more like a show. They just do it and they call it a circus show. And circus show is not supposed to be something you just do once in a year. It's supposed to be something you do like every weekend in the year. So what I'm looking at from 5 to 10 years from now is that I bring circus into Nigeria. When it comes to contortion, most people they mistake contortion for dance. And most times they just be like, "What do you do?" I'll say I'm a contortionist. They'll be like, "Oh, dancer." I will say, "No, I'm a contortionist." And they'll still want to be like, explain what is different from contortion and you being a dancer. So I have to now start breaking it down to them that this is contortion, this is dance. Though it still looks more alike. Like when I come up on stage, I move to music. Some contortionists, they don't have that musicality. They just do. Make sure people shout. But me, I just make sure I come up on stage, I have that musicality. So that's why when some people see me perform mine, they call it dance. It's not dance, it's contortion. So me, I call mine contortion act. So it's an act I'm just portraying to people, not. Before I met Blessing, I've just known 6-7 contortionists. Before I met Blessing, I've known just 6-7 contortionists, which I've worked with. And I didn't work with all of them. I met a few of them in a competition, whereby if they see me, they just see that somewhere I've come, they will even want to leave the competition for me. But I'll be like, "Oh, what is it? Is it not the same thing we're doing?" But they see me and they will still want to run away from me. Same thing to Blessing. We met at one show. Then from that show, I saw her. She was the first female contortionist I've seen. Like, I've traveled Nigeria, I've seen contortionists, but she was the first one I've seen that was different from other females.
Hi, my name is Miss Okute Blessing Uche. I'm 21 years old. I was born January 7th, the year 2000. I'm a student of Lagos State University, Ojo campus, 200 levels. I'm actually studying physical and health education. I started about 6 years ago when I was seeing this movie, Art Strength. It's about this teacher, a dance teacher actually. She was teaching her students how to split and then carry their legs up. I was very, very amazed at what these girls can do with their bodies. So I decided to start on my own too and to start stretching. I would always stretch in my parlor. It got to a point whereby my parlor wasn't spacious enough for me, so I had to go to this place opposite my compound. It was spacious, so I took this my dad's mirror because he used to be a barber. He has a salon, so I took his mirror there, and then I would always practice alone in that place. Will I say it's profitable? Okay, it has been profitable because I was able to use this money I get from the shows I do and the concert I go for for my school bills and other bills I have to pay. It's actually helping me to take care of some other things too. But I'm not where I want to be right now. I'm not getting what I want right now because I want more. So every lady that wants to be a gymnast or a contortionist should know that it is painful. And whatever you put your mind into, you're going to achieve it. One thing that helped me to get this far is my consistency and my persistency. I was always training. Sometimes I go as hard training for like 3 to 4 hours every day. Most times I train in the night, stretching in the night before I go to bed. My mom always be like, blessing, blessing, blessing. You're not a boy, you're not a boy. You're always acting like a boy. I'd be like, mommy, just stop that, come out of it. This is what I like to do most. One of my biggest challenges in what I do is that whenever I go to the bar to perform or any concerts, men are always my challenges. Like they just keep coming at me because they feel because I stretch so well, because my hip flexors are very, very flexible, and because my backs are very flexible and I bend into some other shapes and some different kind of shape, they think because I'm very flexible like that on the stage, I'm going to be that flexible on the bed too with them. They even go as far as touching me, asking me stuff like how much for a night, how much for a short time. I'd be like, sorry, I'm not a sex worker. Sometimes I fight them, sometimes I insult them, sometimes I talk to them anyhow, but I can't keep doing all that too. I just find a way to maneuver them. Where I see myself 5 years from now. Actually, in 3 years' time, I should be done with my school, my BSc certificate there in LASU. So I intend traveling after that. I intend going to the US, New Orleans, precisely. Actually, I'm actually mailing a mail to them to know if I can further more there and then to be a professional gymnast, competing and representing my country, Nigeria.
Peptic ulcer disease is the disease of, not exactly disease, a condition, a clinical condition where there is an ulceration, meaning a wound in the stomach. Peptic, coined from the name peptic acid. Peptic acid is found in the gastric. So sometimes you hear gastric ulcer, you hear peptic ulcer. They're not physically different. They are just relating to the stomach. The only other different type of ulcer is duodenal ulcer, which is just the next organ after the stomach, all right? The stomach, which is the sac that contains food, also contains gastric acid or peptic acid that helps to break down protein. The word peptic there is directly related to protein, okay? So it helps to break down protein. But over time, there could be hypersecretion of this acid that could now cause a breakdown in the walls of the stomach. Now, the stomach walls originally contains mucous membranes or mucosa that prevents this acid from eating up the stomach lining. For some reasons, again, this mucous membrane could also be reduced or absent and further allowing this acid to eat up the stomach. And when this happens, you come down with what you call the peptic ulcer disease. Peptic ulcer disease can be caused by a couple of things. One of them is stress. During stressful moments, there is a hypersecretion of acid, right? Just to break down the food in it. It's natural. In the whole body, when you're stressed, the body metabolic rate is increased and intensified, and you have many activities going on. Carbohydrates is broken down, more proteins are broken down, fatty acids are broken down to provide one major thing, which is glucose, to allow you to think, send glucose to vital organs. One of them is the brain, the other is the eye, the other is the heart. All these organs, want to function optimally. Now, the gastric juice is also enhanced to break down any food in your body. So that's why if you just ate and you get into very major activity, not long after you'll be looking for the food. Or if you're chewing gum, because those are signs of stress. Now, so stress is one of them. But then when you try stress in an empty stomach recurrently, you are giving room for this acid to act on the walls of your intestine. The second major cause of peptic ulcer disease is a bacteria called Helicobacter pylori. Helicobacter pylori is a very dangerous bacteria because, I mean, a bacteria that dwells in acid, I really don't know what you want to do to that bacteria, but basically, it stays there and it eats up the lining of the intestine, all right? So this is one of the implicative factors for those who are positive for ulcers. One of the third causes is the use of drugs, certain drugs, or certain chemical substances that are erosive, okay, caustic soda. One of that one is some of all these drugs you buy on the road, you just ingest them, you swallow them anyhow, especially pain relievers. That's why you don't just go out to take pain relievers just anyhow. They affect the stomach, and of course they potentiate, because what they do is they inhibit that mucous membrane I talked about that prevents the acid from getting on the stomach, and then they remove it. And you see, you have the acid, the direct contact, and then you have some ulceration, wounds in your stomach, and it can get so bad that by the time those wounds get then straight to a vessel, it ruptures the vessel, and then you have bleeding. So you have people bleeding sometimes, all right? And then one other cause is a genetic factor. So sometimes ulcers can be genetic, all right? It's called the Zollinger-Ellison syndrome, where the vagus nerve that supplies the intestine is hyperstimulated, and so you have excessive secretion of acid. And listen, this is specific for certain people, okay? Just the way some people sweat more than other people, just the way some people, you know, eat more than the other people. Some people produce saliva more than other people. You can also produce gastric acid more than other people. Well, the word is try to eat recurrently. Don't fast every time. If you're fasting, let it be clear that you're fasting, okay? And you want to fast guidedly, okay? Maybe with your doctor. You like to see your doctor first and be sure that you're good to go, okay? If not, you don't do it recurrently, okay? What other things can you do to prevent it? Yeah, irrational use of drugs. Don't just take drugs because you see them. Don't drink chemicals easily. The use of alcohol potentiates it. Regular intake of alcohol exposes you to possibilities of coming down with peptic ulcer disease. Now, one other thing is ingestion of diet. What kind of food should you do? High levels of acid containing diet should be minimized. All right. Sometimes you see people taking all kinds of concussions, herbal concussions. You are exposing yourself to great dangers. Okay. When you do all kinds of acid containing meals or diet, lime, you're trying to mix lime and ginger, and you're trying to lose weight, but you are potentiating something else. So it's important that you are careful what you are mixing, prevent it. You don't have to take excessive protein diet. Some people like to take roasted meat, for example, what we call suya locally. You do a lot of suya and you do a lot of alcohol. That can potentiate peptic ulcer disease for people. So prevent it by reducing this type of foods. Try not to take a lot of carbonated drinks. Alcohol dropped drastically. Water is very important. And before you do some of these things, please eat right. All right, eat your balanced diet. Don't skip meals. For basic treatments, you just get to meet your doctor who would prescribe the drugs for you. But you're not supposed to eat heavy foods, but just eat in bits. All right. So you wake up in the morning, you want to sometimes do alkalinized water and then a slight breakfast. Not anything acidic. A balanced diet is fine. If you must go for a fast, then tell your doctor. Major symptoms, remarkable symptoms of peptic ulcer disease is that you have painful sensation here on your upper stomach. Many times that gets you to the back. Many people have diagnoses of peptic ulcer disease, which are really not peptic ulcer disease. So they come up to the hospital and they say I have ulcer. And I say, who said? And they say, well, my auntie said, or my uncle said. No, you have to have a diagnosis of peptic ulcer disease. And one of them, like I said, is a test of H. pylori. The other test is, which is usually the gold standard. There's URABRETH test, one of the tests, but the gold standard is an endoscopy, where you get to see the internal organ and be sure that there's a wound there. And this usually happens when there's bleeding, from the mouth or from the anus. All right. Other symptoms, like I said, is bleeding. You have bleeding. So you don't just have pain, a pain that spans from this upper stomach down to the back. So it feels like a dagger piercing through you, down to the back. It's characteristic of that. Okay. Especially worsened when you've not eaten or when you just ate. The moment you take in food, you feel that sharp pain that, wanes for a while. So food affects the pain. Okay. Of course, bleeding is one of the side effects, one of the symptoms of peptic ulcer disease, bleeding, either from the mouth, just see slight trace of blood, or from the anus. One more thing is the heartburn. You feel that constricting pain, heartburn. Then lastly, there are few other symptoms, but one of the remarkable symptoms is a headache. You have a persistent headache that can be called a migraine. Not necessarily a migraine, but many people just say, oh, it's a migraine, but it's not. You notice that headache coincides with when you have the stomach pain, or it precedes the stomach pain. Now, that is a kind of symptom of a peptic ulcer disease. Usually, it's said that some of the brain cells, have some mimicking cells that look like the ulcer cells. So whenever the ulcer is firing, or whenever the gastric acid is firing, you have the same firing occurring in the brain, and you have that headache. Whenever you have it, you need to treat properly for peptic ulcer disease.
After a bruising fight over its leadership, a new Congress takes over Capitol Hill. How will divided government impact America's direction? From immigration to defending Ukraine, now the inside story, new Congress, new challenges.
Hi, I'm Katherine Gibson, VOA's congressional correspondent here on Capitol Hill, where the new 118th Congress is trying to make its mark. Democrats managed to hold on to control of the U.S. Senate in November's elections, while Republicans took control of the House of Representatives, giving President Joe Biden a divided Congress to work with for the next 2 years. And the lengthy battle among House Republicans to choose their leader suggests any agreements with the White House will be few and far between.
So help you God.
Republican leader Kevin McCarthy emerged from a rare 4-day battle to become Speaker of the House.
The House will be in order.
Touting Republicans' accomplishments in their first full week of work.
Government should be here to help you, not to go after you. Be able to protect the unborn. We just protected the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, where the president can no longer deplete it and sell our oil to China. And we opened the House back up for the public.
But analysts say the conservative caucus that objected to McCarthy as Speaker will continue to be a problem.
He is in a weakened position, but his biggest problem is that his margin is so small. So he has only, a 5-seat margin.
Many Republicans object to resetting the nation's debt ceiling, a stance that could have global consequences if America's credit rating suffers as a result.
The American people elected Republicans to get our fiscal house in order, and get our fiscal house in order we will.
With inflation still high in the United States, Democrats have warned against government spending cuts.
These spending cuts harm families, communities throughout the U.S. that are already struggling with inflation and the cost of living.
Republicans have also launched multiple investigative committees.
Today, we will counter the Chinese Communist Party with our Select Committee on China. We will vote to protect every American's constitutional rights with the new Select Subcommittee on the Weaponization of the federal government.
And President Joe Biden and his family are expected to be a subject of Republican investigations, including concerning their financial transactions, despite Democrats' objections.
But instead of trying to find ways to work together, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle continue to lean into an extreme MAGA Republican agenda, which seems to be focused on trying to investigate the president's family, not make a difference in the lives of everyday Americans.
The Biden administration's immigration policy will also come under scrutiny.
If you look at the operational goals, securing the border, securing our cyber border,
as well as billions of dollars in U.S. aid to Ukraine.
The House Republicans are split also, but Speaker McCarthy has indicated he might side with the elements who want to push back on funding.
But any legislation passed in the House will have to be agreed to in the Democratic majority U.S. Senate. One flashpoint that may emerge soon is the cost of supporting Ukraine in its defense against Russia's attacks. The U.S. has spent tens of billions of dollars in military, economic, and humanitarian assistance for Ukraine since Russia invaded in February 2022. But several Republicans in Congress are questioning the amount of money being spent. VOA politics and policy reporter Veronica Balderas Iglesias explains.
As Ukraine mourns the victims of the Russian missile strike in the city of Dnipro, U.S. President Joe Biden and Dutch Prime Minister Mark Rutte decried Moscow's aggressions during a bilateral meeting in Washington.
Russia is just continuing to act in ways that are almost unbelievable. The brutality with which they're acting.
Rutte announced more support for Kyiv.
We have decided to spend another $2.5 billion on helping the Ukraine war effort. We have the intention to join what you are doing with Germany on the Patriot project, so the air defense system. I think that is important.
Also on Tuesday, circulating on Russian social networks, what looked like images of a makeshift memorial in Moscow for the Dnipro victims. At the government level, however, more promises of military might by Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu.
Strengthen the combat component of the Navy, the aerospace forces, and the strategic missile forces.
Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov left the door open, however, for high-level talks between Russian officials and the director of the Central Intelligence Agency, William J. Burns.
It could be excluded, of course. This dialogue is useful. I don't know the exact dates.
Near Romania, meanwhile, NATO expanded the surveillance of Russia's military activities with the deployment of 3 new planes. And on the ground in Ukraine, the International Atomic Energy Agency set a permanent presence to help safeguard key nuclear facilities. Veronica Balderas Iglesias, VOA News, Washington.
We arrived back here in Ukraine yesterday, and we're now in Lviv, in the western part of the country. Lviv is far from the war, but it is still the frequent site of attacks on infrastructure and is a main destination for internally displaced people and war wounded. This hospital specifically treats soldiers and civilians who have lost limbs, mostly from bombings and landmines, and there are hundreds of people on their waiting list. We're reporting today from Dnipro in Ukraine, and right behind me is a makeshift memorial for the more than 40 people that died in the bombing of this building on Saturday. Today we met some people who survived the bombing. One man told us that he only heard silence when the blast hit, and then he realized he was bleeding. He could then hear the screams of women and children and realized he had to go outside. Once he got outside, the situation was even more horrifying. He could see cars and his building on fire. Then, about 20 minutes after the initial blast, his building collapsed. Now he and about 300 other people are homeless. Reporting from Dnipro in Ukraine, this is Heather Murdoch, VOA News.
Republicans in the House of Representatives also have their sights set on investigating President Biden's immigration policy. Controlling the flow of migrants crossing into the U.S. from Mexico has been a challenge for decades and topped the agenda for Biden's meeting with the leaders of neighbors Mexico and Canada. VOA White House correspondent Anita Powell was in Mexico City for the summit.
Amistad, bonhomie, friendship. In all three languages, the leaders of Mexico, Canada, and the U.S. made a show of unity as they met Tuesday in Mexico City.
We're true partners, the three of us, working together with mutual respect and a genuine like for one another to advance a safer and more prosperous future for all of our people.
But the issues on the table are not as easy. Irregular migration, illegal drugs, climate change, and trade disputes are front and center, as the Mexican president pointed out as he openly challenged Biden to expand economic cooperation.
This
is the moment for us to determine, to do away with this abandonment, this disdain, and this forgetfulness for Latin America and the Caribbean, which is opposed to the policy of the good neighborhood of the Titan of freedom and liberty, FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and starting with you.
Biden fired back.
The United States provides more foreign aid than every other country just about combined in the world, to not just the hemisphere, but around the world. Unfortunately, our responsibility just doesn't end in the Western Hemisphere. It's in Central Europe, it's in Asia, it's in the Middle East, it's in Africa, it's in Southwest Asia.
On Tuesday, the U.S. announced a range of outcomes, which included plans to collaborate on supply chain issues and semiconductor development, modest commitments to reduce methane emissions from the solid waste and wastewater sector, and more clean energy collaboration.
Put it simply, we are, and always will be, stronger together. The world today is facing a lot of uncertainty, with the rise in authoritarian leaders causing global instability and the high cost of living, putting stress on families at home. It's important that we come together as leaders and as friends to look at ways to make our economies more resilient.
Irregular migration is also a thorny issue, especially after Biden launched his trip Sunday with his first presidential visit to the busiest port of entry in the U.S., in El Paso. The leaders also reiterated their commitment to safe, orderly, and humane migration through the expansion of legal migration pathways, a range of collaborative measures, and better communication, both among one another and with the public. They also agreed that illegal trafficking in arms, drugs, and people is a shared threat, and committed to work together on the challenge. So, was this summit a success? Mexico watchers say that's a tough question.
Trilateral summits rarely yield major announcements or resolution of issues, and given that the issues that the three leaders talked about are complex and long-standing, I think it's not surprising that there was not some explosive announcement in their communique or in their press conference. But I think, having said that, the fact that they meet on a regular basis and that they identify priorities for their administrations to pursue for the coming year, I think that is important.
But as the leaders highlighted, this is a continent with great potential and great challenges. Will this summit move the needle? Time will tell. Anita Powell, VOA News, Mexico City.
More than 100 radio stations shut down last year in Venezuela under the weight of stiff government regulations and random threats of violence. Now, proposed laws to regulate social media adds to the pressure on journalists there. From Caracas, VOA's Alvaro Algara has our press freedom spotlight.
Media censorship has risen to new heights in Venezuela, with a record number of radio stations closed, even as the Venezuelan Journalists Association, CNP, documented marginally fewer physical attacks in the past 12 months.
There is a policy of censorship.
prosecution of the media. Although it is true that physical aggression against journalists decreased, we saw an increase in radio station closures from 4 in 2021 to 104 in 2022.
The state communications regulator cited licensing breaches for many of the closures, and lawmakers in 2022 denied the action was related to the broadcaster's content. But Carlos Correa, director of the free expression nonprofit Espacio Público, says the moves appear to be part of a policy to limit independent media.
This year, we have documented the highest number of closures since 2001. This situation indicates that the government seems to be trying to reconfigure the ownership structure of these stations.
Adding to worries for journalists are new efforts by President Nicolás Maduro's government to reform media laws. The National Assembly is discussing proposals on regulating social media, including requiring platforms to have an in-country office to handle complaints.
We're going to regulate and control, because in recent years, Venezuela has been a victim of psychological warfare through messages on social networks.
But reporters working in an already restrictive environment are wary of the plans. And Carlos Julio Rojas, an independent journalist and member of the National Press Workers Union, says pro-government supporters sometimes use social networks to generate smear campaigns against those in media.
We've seen how the Nicolas Maduro regime's dominance over communications continues to get stronger. What's their end goal? To close that last space that exists for freedom of expression?
If passed, the bill could add to Venezuela's already poor ranking on the Global Press Freedom Index, which measures the ability of journalists to work freely. The watchdog Reporters Without Borders says media there work in a restrictive environment with policies that threaten the full exercise of independent journalism. For Álvaro Algarra in Caracas, Venezuela, Veronica Villafañe, VOA News.
Threats of violence and government intimidation has many journalists fleeing Nicaragua, finding safety in neighboring Costa Rica. From its capital, San Jose, our Donaldo Hernandez shows us how a media nonprofit organization is helping those exiled journalists.
In search of protection, this group of Nicaraguan journalists arrived in Costa Rica halfway through 2022. Like many of their colleagues back home, they risked arrest or harassment by Daniel Ortega's government as it cracks down on the media and opposition voices. In the past 2 years, authorities have seized the headquarters of the historic La Prensa newspaper, prompting the entire staff to flee. Officials have also revoked the licenses of several television and radio stations. Helping the exiled journalist adjust is the Institute of Press and Freedom of Expression, or IPLEX, a Costa Rican nonprofit organization dedicated to protecting Central American journalists. Marco Barquero is project manager at IPLEX.
Our goal is to help them in their legalization process and to promote a more orderly migration for Nicaraguan journalists.
More than 150 journalists have been forced to leave Nicaragua in the past 4 years, according to the Independent Journalists and Communicators of Nicaragua collective. Marco Barquero is in close contact with many of those who recently arrived in Costa Rica.
Through all IPLEX programs, we have helped 62 Nicaraguan journalists and 1 Salvadoran journalist.
The nonprofit offers aid and temporary protection as journalists integrate into Costa Rican society. Raúl Sileski Jiménez is president of IPLEX.
The Home Refuge program covers airfare, transportation, insurance, food, shelter, internet, per diem for food and basic necessities to sustain them for a while.
For journalist Alberto Miranda, the support made a big difference. Miranda says he has been assaulted by police and threatened with arrest. He also received death threats. In 2021, he decided to leave for Costa Rica, but for the first 6 months, he could not find work.
I can tell you that this program represents an important support for Nicaraguan journalists when we arrive in Costa Rica, often in a situation of economic vulnerability.
Miranda now works for the news website Nicaragua Investiga. IPLEX wants journalists to continue their work. Media watchdog Reporters Without Borders says Nicaragua's media endure a nightmare of censorship, intimidation, and threats. But even from exile, the country's journalists work to keep news flowing. For Donaldo Hernández in Costa Rica, Verónica Villafañe, VOA News.
For those who overcome the hurdles to enter the U.S. legally, settling into American life and finding a welcoming community can be a challenge unto itself. VOA's senior Washington correspondent Carolyn Persutti found one in an unlikely place, Colorado Springs, Colorado.
Karthik Raghunath Palanimalai is a software consultant. After he arrived in the U.S. on an L1 tech visa, he says he got no help from Colorado Springs to get settled. Instead, he relied on the city's Indian American community.
They helped me to get to the apartments and, to the work nearest to the place, and then the grocery shops or whatever things. So they really helped me for the first 3 months.
Jackie Jaramillo of Centro de la Familia says newcomers like Palanimalai are often invisible and isolated.
It's very difficult. There are a lot of institutional barriers, and there are cultural barriers. There's definitely racism. A lot of the immigrants that we serve are victims of crime.
That's why some found it surprising when the George W. Bush Institute ranked the city 21st out of the top 100 metro areas in the U.S. where immigrants are thriving. Colorado Springs is best known for the U.S. Air Force Academy and for Pikes Peak at 4,300 meters. The city government is largely conservative, and most Republicans are outspoken about stopping illegal border crossings.
I don't think we have a sign up that says, Colorado Springs, great place for migrants.
John Suthers is a staunch Republican and two-term mayor of Colorado Springs. In 2022, the Milken Institute ranked the city 9th in economic performance among large U.S. cities, an enticement for highly skilled authorized immigrants.
Military defense is about 40% of our economy. There's an awful lot of jobs in the related high-tech space, cybersecurity, and things like that. And those are areas where I think a lot of our people who are migrating legally have the expertise in, and so they're looking around, why wouldn't you come to Colorado Springs?
Cullum Clark wrote the George W. Bush Institute's report, Immigrants and Opportunity in America's Cities. He says several factors were considered in the rankings list.
Is it a good place to do business, to start a company? Is it a good place to kind of get ahead career-wise? Is it a good place to afford a home?
To that, Palanimalai says yes. His new wife, who also landed a tech job, joined him in Colorado Springs, where they're enjoying the Rocky Mountain life, along with a little bit of home, like playing on the local cricket team. Carolyn Persutti, VOA News, Colorado Springs, Colorado.
Since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, an outcry for the protection of human rights has echoed throughout the global community. In its annual report, Human Rights Watch highlights a crisis that extends beyond the war in Ukraine and exists in China, Afghanistan, and Africa. Details from our Henry Ridgewell in London.
The Human Rights Watch organization says that following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the global community deserves credit for unleashing what it calls the full arsenal of the human rights system, including an investigation by the International Criminal Court.
We saw immediate responses from the international community to mobilize around key human rights supports, including establishing international justice mechanisms, evidence gathering for war crimes.
In towns like Bucha and Izium, there is widespread evidence that occupying Russian soldiers tortured, raped and executed civilians. The United Nations Human Rights Council has documented several hundred civilian killings, thought to be a fraction of the total.
In some cases, Russian soldiers executed civilians in makeshift places of detention. Others were summarily executed on the spot, following security checks in their houses, yards, and doorways.
Human Rights Watch's annual report also highlights ongoing abuses in China, including the mass detention, torture, and forced labor of as many as 1 million Muslims in the Xinjiang region. Beijing denies the accusations. The report says the UN Human Rights Council's increased scrutiny of Beijing's actions is encouraging.
What we have seen for the first time in a very long time is cracks in the authoritarian armour.
In Iran, protests triggered by the death of Mahsa Amini after she was detained by morality police have grown into nationwide anti-government demonstrations. Human Rights Watch says the execution of at least 4 protesters must trigger a stronger global response.
We need to move beyond international solidarity for protesters and need to make sure that governments all over the world are holding Iranian officials to account.
The report cites increasing human rights abuses in Myanmar, where the authors say the regime is launching assaults on communities across the country that oppose the military coup. In Ethiopia, Human Rights Watch says the recent African Union-led peace process has resulted in a fragile truce.
Ensuring that there is accountability for the egregious crimes that took place in the Tigray region, for example, is going to be critical for this ceasefire and this truce to actually hold.
The report says climate change is having an increasing impact on basic rights worldwide. It says governments have a legal and moral obligation to regulate industries such as fossil fuel extraction that are incompatible with protecting basic rights. Henry Ridgwell for VOA News, London.
That's all we have for now. Stay up to date at voanews.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook at VOA News. Follow me on Twitter at KGYP and catch up on past episodes at our free streaming service, VOA Plus. I'm Katherine Gibson. We'll see you next week for The Inside Story.
The Nigerian political space is an interesting and evolving scene, especially as Nigeria continues to practice democracy. Over the years, many celebrities in the country have been appointed by their state governments as commissioners, special assistants, and advisors, while some have intentionally delved into politics with the plan of serving the people and pursuing a career in politics. Today, we will be highlighting 5 female Nigerian entertainers who have been in politics or are in politics. At the top of this list is Funke Akindele. In July 2022, popular Nollywood actress Olufunke Akindele was announced as the deputy governor candidate for the People's Democratic Party (PDP) for Lagos State in the coming 2023 elections. The Nollywood star, best known for her Jennifer character, will be running alongside Olajide Adediran, a journalist, entrepreneur, and philanthropist popularly known as Jandor. Next, we have Tonto Dike. Ahead of the 2023 Rivers State gubernatorial elections, Nollywood actress Tonto Dike has revealed her intentions to run for deputy governor of the state. She had earlier in 2020, during an interview with the Ovation magazine publisher Dele Momodu, announced her intention to go into politics in 2023. Governorship candidate of the African Democratic Congress ADC Rivers State, Tonte Ibraye, on 24th of June, announced Tonto Dike as his running mate for the 2023 governorship elections in the state.
As a matter of fact, your presence irritates me. And let me make it clear to you that I have the documents to which you look for.
Moving on, we have Ini Edo. Ini Edo is an accomplished Nollywood actress, film producer, and director.
And you're not supposed to be here. I'm out there. You're not even giving me this drug that gets you depressed. And I'm not depressed. Leave me alone. Don't.
She is one of the actresses who has previously held political positions. In 2016, she served as the special assistant to Governor Gabriel Udom Emmanuel, the governor of Akwa Ibom State, on culture and tourism. Her appointment was renewed in 2020 when the state's current governor, Udom Gabriel Emmanuel, was re-elected. Still on this list, we have Kate Henshaw. Veteran Nollywood actress Kate Henshaw, on July 19, 2014, officially launched her campaign website as she sought to represent the Calabar Municipal Odukmani Federal Constituency on the People's Democratic Party platform. Henshaw, however, lost the primary election to retired Honorable Essien Ayi, but was appointed by Cross River State Governor Ben Ayade as Special Advisor Liaison, Lagos, in December 2015. Recently, she recounted how she spent 35 million naira to pursue her ambition to become a member of the House of Representatives and her regrets. And finally, we have Mercy Johnson Okoje.
Ichi, this is the money my father borrowed from your hand. Please, do not go near my father's Iroko tree. Do not go near my Iroko tree. Biko,
Popular Nollywood actress Mercy Johnson was appointed as the Senior Special Assistant on Entertainment, Arts and Culture to Governor of Kogi State, Yahaya Bello, in 2017. The actress has stated that she will not enter partisan politics because she believes she has enough influence as a filmmaker and appointee. Interestingly, her husband, Prince Odianosen Okoje, won the APC 2022 House of Representatives Esan Northeast Southeast Federal Constituency primary election. A popular quote from Charles de Gaulle states that politics is too serious a matter to be left to the politicians. And in Nigeria, with more Nigerian entertainment celebrities in the political space, this quote is true.
Hello, this is Plus Reports. It's where we bring you some of the stories and events which made the news recently. In case you missed out on some of the stories, don't worry, we've got you covered on this edition. Welcome, I am Uime Elijah. We start this week's edition with good governance. Lagos residents have been charged to take ownership of projects undertaken by government in their areas, as it would go a long way in tackling the issue of abandoned projects. This charge was given by the Inspired Youth Network during their citizens' engagement town hall meeting with stakeholders on addressing public requests from the 2024 budget of Lagos State. Details in this report.
Community members, youth champions, as well as government representatives have gathered in this hall.
How can we have a very effective implementation of the elders say,
to ensure that young persons, especially young women, have access to democratic and public responsive service delivery.
Over time, the stakeholders have monitored the implementation of budgets and are here to discuss the findings from their trackings on abandoned government project in Oshodi Solo local government area. The idea is for the community to take actions towards the completion of the project.
Create budget for all of this. Let budget that you have created be used for the completion of this project. And we have one in Ikorodu currently. The one we had in Ikorodu is a vocational center. As big as Ikorodu is, we only have 1 or 2 vocational centers being managed by the Lagos State Ministry of Women Affairs and Poverty Alleviation. Now, this is another vocational center that can complement the effort of the one Lagos State government is currently running. If we have large number of people going to one vocational center, we will not have good, effective training and learning or effective learning in all these vocational centers?
The idea was to go monitor the projects that was going on in Idowu Rufai Street in Agor Palace Way, and we found out that constructions were not really ongoing the way it should be, and this was causing some issues leading to drainage problems, and of course all of this can also result in diseases and displacement of people. So we tried to bring up these issues to the limelight to let people know that there's actually a budget allocated for this particular construction, and the need to demand for accountability so that the right things are being done.
The town hall meeting also aims at educating relevant stakeholders to be involved in the budgeting process and ensure good governance, as government is advised to meet with the people halfway in this discourse.
From all of our engagement so far, from inception, you could see that the major challenge there is that a majority of the persons in Lagos do not really have a better and deep understanding about projects and budget processes and the rest. So that's why we're doing all of this, to see how we can educate the citizens, to make them be a part of the process to actually drive a change in their society.
It's good that organizations like this are coming up with such engagement and wanting to know what their resources are used for. And if we do not accommodate such programs like this, going forward we may not be able to achieve anything. This is more like helping government to lessen their work and all of their burden.
In all, they urge the government to look into the abandoned project and ensure their completion, as it would not cost anything more since they have been budgeted for in the first instance.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Development scholars have pointed out that good governance is a prerequisite for successful development, which every country craves for. And now it is time to talk about leadership and the future of Africa. Over the years, Africa has been reputed by the mainstream media as the West as a dark continent. Despite its huge potentials, as such, there is the need to change the narrative and celebrate Africa and its people. These were the words of Mark Idiahi, the convener of the Future Leadership Conference at this year's Award for Public Sector and Entrepreneurship, tagged Renaissance Repositioning Africa for Global Relevance. Details in this report.
The venue is filled to capacity, and the main focus is to celebrate Africa and Africans, and indeed excellence in leadership and entrepreneurship. The convener, Mark Idiahi, takes to the stage and shares on the unparalleled dynamism of the African spirit.
There is a deliberate attempt by the West, facilitated by the mainstream media, to underestimate the potential of Africa.
The conversation continues in earnest on the way forward for the continent. No doubt the choice of the speakers is informed on their passion in telling the African story. So as questions are raised on why Africans do not celebrate themselves, the issue of leadership also takes center stage.
While we celebrate our GDP as Africa, one of those top 50 companies, their revenue and their capitalization is more than our continental GDP. So that's something to think about. Then you now add the fact that 80% of the world's resources are under our feet in Africa.
So we've come of age. We will no longer allow people to give us a name just so they can appease whatever desire or innuendos they have about Africa. We believe as a people we have to begin to beam lights on our potential and appreciate and celebrate what we have. I would tell you that we no longer need politicians in leadership. Over the years, we have had politicians in leadership, and look at where that brought us. It is almost as if we clamor for new regime, new set of leaders, then eventually when they are voted into power, it's almost as if we find ourselves in a war situation. And the solution to that, like John Maxwell would say, everything rises and falls on leadership. We have to become very pragmatic.
What is the panacea for the leadership challenge in the continent? And just how can Nigeria and Africa take over the helms of affairs in the productive sector and even the creatives?
We have leaders who seek to, their yardsticks and their standards of leadership
is foreign. So when they encounter African problems, it tends to be strange for them and makes them either weak, disconnected from the problem on ground. You know, African problem is different from Chinese problem.
Nigeria's gross GDP has been enriched by 156 billion naira this year alone with Nollywood and Nigerian music. But that's very little compared to what we could actually do if the government and the banks, etc., would support us more.
So as the evening swings on, exceptional people are awarded and celebrated for their passion and drive to bring out the extra in women empowerment, entrepreneurship, creativity, and lots more.
Thank you so much for the good work you are doing.
Justin Akadonye, Plus TV News, Lagos.
You will agree with me that African states, individually or as a collective, should be more assertive in defending their interests and demanding fairer representation in global fora and multilateral institutions. We move to public speaking and the need to catch them young. Young people have been urged to shun drug abuse and channel their energies into productive ventures that will improve their lives. This is just as the government and parents have been urged to do more to safeguard children from falling prey. This advice was given on the sidelines of a public speaking competition organized by School of Eloquence Lagos on the theme Drug Abuse and its Effects on the Youth. Details in this report.
At a very young age, she folded her hands to places like nightclubs, and as being an outgoing girl, she started mingling with people. This is the wrong crowd.
This public speaking competition is meant to serve as a testimonial to the importance and power of effective oral communication and commitment to elevating the art of public speaking to mainstream levels in the Nigerian society. 9 government-owned schools are locking horns on the topical issue, drug abuse, a trend which is eaten deeply into the fabrics of the society. The competitors have indeed done their homework and research on the menace. Unsurprisingly, they speak passionately and eloquently.
And whosoever a child learns from home is most likely to remain with him for the rest of his life.
Yes, it's not the first day that I take this that I am going to end up at Ziabanet. You end up in the hospital. But these things, it's over time.
Cigarettes and alcohol are commonly abused by Nigerians. Not only affects our physical self, they also affect us mentally.
Through their speeches, they share stories of young people who have been affected by the scourge, with an appeal for all hands to be on deck in fighting the harrowing trend.
From a very young age, she folded her hands to places like nightclubs, and as being an outgoing girl, she started mingling with people. This is the wrong crowd.
Over the years, drug abuse has been a pressing issue that every one of us here knows.
Parents who brought us into this world, what happens when they are perpetrating this crime?
When you talk about mental health consequences, we talk about depression, anxiety, neurological impairments.
The dean of the school shares insight on the theme of discussion and why it is important to catch them young. Other speakers have words of advice for parents, the society, and even what the government should be doing to save the young people from going astray.
So for us, we noticed that a lot of the people that we teach public speaking to could probably have done better if they had learned public speaking much earlier in life, rather than learning public speaking as adults. Apart from politics, apart from the state of the economy, the issue of drug abuse is a prevalent subject matter. It's there, it's present, and we're talking about it.
We have a lot to do. You've all come here to say it today. Charity begins at home. We need to ensure that we inculcate the right discipline. In life, the choice that you make will determine your future.
At the end of it all, Dairy Farm Senior Secondary School carried the day as one of their representatives emerged winner in the individual category. CMS Grammar School and King's College followed in runners-up position. Then again, Dairy Farm School walks away with a School of Eloquence Cup 2023.
People in position must be able to speak well. It should be mandatory for policymakers and office holders, business owners and thought leaders, and what better way to achieve this than to start with school children. Away from education matters, as part of efforts to show benevolence to orphans and the less privileged children in society, the Naval Officers' Wife Association has supported 4 children with scholarship and also donated food items and other consumables to an orphanage home. The Zonal Director of NOAA Lagos Island, Ms. Olufunke Bankole, alongside other members while on a visit to Rako Child Initiative Orphanage, urged spirited Nigerians to support those in need. Plus TV News defense correspondent Destiny Momo has more.
This orphanage has been enjoying the goodwill of the naval officers' wives for close to 10 years. Today's visit saw 4 children receiving scholarship and other valuables. The zonal director disclosed that the donation was an initiative of NOAA as supported mainly by their husbands.
NOAA is a non-governmental organization and we are majorly being sponsored by our husbands with little or no assistance from corporate organizations, though when it comes, who are we not to embrace it. So having said that, for years, it's been our focus to ensure that we touch lives. In fact, that is our anchor drive, to ensure that we touch lives positively. We also believe that we should try as much as possible to see how best we can sponsor some students through secondary school, and how it's been said that a child trained through the secondary school or given education is a nation that is being trained.
She enjoined the head of the orphanage to be steadfast in bringing up the children who have been brought to the home due to unfavorable circumstances. The founder, Rako Child Initiative Orphanage and Widows Home, Pastor Daniel Nwaka, was filled with excitement and gratitude as he thanked NOAA for the continuous support to the home.
Their coming has been a great blessing to us over the years, but it has been a journey of grace, God's grace. It has been not easy. These children, some of them came when they were 2 years old, 3 years old. Today we have 19 in university. One is serving now in Port Harcourt, and the others too are doing well. We have almost 200 in different secondary schools, the same thing in different primary schools all over. So we see them grow. We see them when they came in, like some of them, I can see that picture here, they look somehow. Like this one talking now, you see her picture, she came in primary school. Now come here. Now she's now in Kogi State University, 400 level. She came hopelessly then, but now full of assurance.
NOAA says its love for charity will be extended to the widows next. The gesture was born out of the humanitarian side of the NOAA National President, Mrs. Ijoma Blessing Ogala, who believes orphans and widows should not be left out in this Yuletide celebration. Destiny Momo, Plus TV News.
It's time for a short break now. We will be right back with more stories. Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. The Diocese of Lagos Anglican Communion has inducted Venerable Babatunde Adeleke as the Vicar and Archdeacon of the Church of the Resurrection, Victoria Island. The induction ceremony, which took place in Lagos, had the Senior Special Assistant to President Bola Tinubu on Sustainable Development Goals, Adejoke Orelope Adefolure, family members and well-wishers in attendance. Our correspondent Paul George reports.
Melodious rendition of hymns filters the church hall as the congregation, led by the choir, was in a joyous mood. Venerable Babatunde Adeleke Oduwole, clad in white robe, is ushered in to take his declaration of assent as the vicar and archdeacon of Church of Resurrection. The anointed clergyman was excited to be in the presence of God while performing the induction rituals. Venerable Oduwole said he is ready to hit the ground running as he explains the vicar's role in the church.
Well, I must say that I'm very excited. I'm enthused, getting ready to hit the ground immediately. It's a day we had looked forward to. Institution, induction, and installation. It is a customary and ancient custom of thanking God for choosing those such personalities. They serve as the eye of the bishop. And so we call them Oculus Episcopus, meaning the eye of the bishop.
He thanks God and says his vicarship is all the Lord's doing. Meanwhile, the former Deputy Governor of Lagos State and Senior Special Assistant to President Bola Tinubu on Sustainable Development Goals, Adejoke Orelope Adefudire, commended the man of God's selflessness. She describes him as one who is reliable.
In addition to that, I'm also being instituted as the vicar of the Church of the Resurrection 1004 Estate here in Victoria Land. To God be the glory. I'm excited. I'm really happy. I know that God has done it, and He who has called us will back us up. He will enshrine His word in our heart and grant us miraculous feats within the time we are going to spend here in Jesus' name.
I've known him for 12 years as a vicar and as a priest in the Diocese of Lagos, Lagos Diocese. He's a man of God that that we can rely on in terms of prayer, in terms of counseling and motivation. Wishing him all the best. God will bless his ministry. God will give him more strength, more grace, and on a daily basis, God will minister to him.
Some church members showered encomiums on him.
In Jesus' mighty name we pray.
In the period of time that we have interacted, he's been a very pleasant personality. He's been an exciting person to be with. It's just God's gift to us as a church. I pray for him every day, and I ask that the Lord will continue to equip him with grace, with his spirit, with more of his wisdom, so that he's able to carry the Church of Jesus Christ.
Everything is working perfectly the way God wanted it. He was a curate in this place before, and he rose to be a venerable, and he was brought back. So I say it is to the glory of God. I am happy for him, and I congratulate him. It shall continuously be well with him and his family in Jesus' name.
The ceremony was brought to a close as the guests were treated to a cocktail party.
From all of us here at Plus TV Africa, we wish Venerable Babatunde Oduwole the best in his new position. We take you next to Ondo State, where the home of Mother Earth Foundation has charged the federal government to take responsibility for the 3-year-old Ifeno at its Ororo Iwell at OML 95 and must extinguish the fire as soon as possible. These were the outcomes of a media briefing and documentary screening at the Ororo oil well fire held in Lagos. Details in this report.
An ecosystem's unraveling that demands to be heard.
The Ororo 1 oil gas well blowout at OML 95, which happened in April 2020, has been on fire for over 3 years. Inhabitants of Awoye community in Ondo State, where the inferno occurred, have had their livelihood severely affected. Their primary means of survival, fishing, has been harmed due to the contamination of the marine ecosystem by the raging fire and accompanying oil spill.
It's a grim reality painted in barrels of spilled oil and hectares of ruined land.
After several visits, the Home of Motherers Foundation, HOMEF, put this documentary titled Ororo Inferno, a tragic odyssey of injustice and environmental destruction, together. Executive Director HOMEF, Nemo Bassi, alongside others, say these inferno represent a huge discounting of the lives of the people, their culture and their ecosystem.
Now that accident happened, and the government officials said it could be stopped within 6 weeks if they hired the right contractors to stop it. But 3.5 years down the road, the fire is still burning. And I believe government would wish that we just ignore it. But you can't ignore that kind of disaster happening in plain sight. It's happening day and night. It's not anything that is hidden. And it's just unfortunate that Nigeria goes on as if nothing is going on. And this is really horrible.
So we don't need to search for who caused it. We know it's caused by the oil corporation. Who bears the brunt? The local communities are the ones bearing the brunt of this spill. The biggest question is, why punish me for a sin that I didn't commit?
Members of the Awoye community at the screening also speak about the devastation they have faced since the oil well fire began.
Since that last year, waiting me at the experience to say, fish no dey again. Nothing. If we go river, before we dey fishing 3-4 fathoms, now we take the fishing. But now if you no enter 20 fathoms, you no fit see fish for eye. I don't see anything. Now so everybody begin to suffer. No blame you, all the communities.
Mo bá bẹ̀ ìjọba torí kò bẹ̀ kàrán. Mo bá bẹ̀ ìjọba pé jàrá ayọ̀wọ́ bá máa ayọ̀wọ́ ó ra kàn mí. Òmò tẹ̀pẹ́ fi wà yìí. Tó ti bẹ́ẹ̀ gan, irun mo sọ ni pé jà ìjọba mi. Ọkùnrin obìnrin àjọ ò bá wa dédé ìjọba mo bẹ̀ gan. Tó obìnrin tó ọkùnrin jàjọ jàrá àwòyọwọ́. Àwòyẹ pẹ̀lú dédé gbẹ̀kùn ẹ̀nà wọ́n dédé pátápátá ti bàjẹ́.
HOMEF also urged the government to ensure that remediation activities in the affected community are carried out immediately.
There is no word to describe this horrid debacle. Ororo 1 well is a crime scene that needs international attention and action since the Nigerian government is asleep on it. As we go on the show, Market Women at Tijosho has been urged to make the most of simple technological tools to scale up their businesses and accelerate growth. This advice was given during a She Enables sensitization program organized by the Enterprise Growth and Opportunities Foundation at Tijosho Market in Lagos. Details in this report.
Nigeria is experiencing inflation, and most women are depressed and struggling with their businesses. They are helpless, and most of them are victims of mismanagement due to lack of proper financial management. So it is apt that these young people from the Ego Foundation take time to distribute multilingual pamphlets on the importance of maintaining and reading or computerized records of their sales and stock.
And this is what I know I'm able to make. These are the things that we want to teach you.
Then that I sell this thing.
Back here at this hall, women listen with rapt attention on how they can be financially included with the help of their mobile phones. The session is interactive.
I think they will charge about 800 and something, let's say 1,000 naira.
Then how do you reach out to those kind of group members?
Roland Ajetomobi is a serial entrepreneur. He is here to share knowledge and insights with the market women and entrepreneurs on the best way to go.
At the moment you are able to have a mobile device and you can subscribe to that device with internet and data, and you also have a bank account, you can use that device to make money.
Toluwaṣe Olaniyan is a convener. He shares the idea behind desensitization and also speaks on plans to extend the program to other markets.
And for us, it is instructive at this time, right, and very, very important, helping women, supporting women through becoming better at their businesses. Of course, around where we have large markets and on the South communities. So we've been to Alimosho, been to Mushin. So the next stop, we're going to Ikorodu. We're going to, Fai, Egbeda, Badagry. Places where we can harness a large number of businesses. It's almost natural for women to be excluded, financially. A few people feel it's expensive. Few people feel it's for the high class. So what we're trying to now do is to take it to the inner roots and help them understand the essence of this and how this can become a lot better.
This petty trader is overjoyed about the knowledge learned. She, like other women, are speaking with one voice on how their horizon have been expanded.
I'm happy because I know that the various women that comes here will be benefited.
You need to mix to have people they can afford what you are selling on your status. In your group or your WhatsApp, your Facebook.
I'm not limited to these shop things of a thing. I can easily broadcast it online and how to also reach out to other group members.
Felicia and Olajumoke are just few out of many who have benefited from the She Enabled program, which aims to help women improve their trade, showcase their businesses on digital platforms, upgrade their bookkeeping skill, and at the same time get connected to advisors and global funding opportunities.
Women in Nigeria are highly interested in becoming entrepreneurs, but face unique challenges to do so, such as barriers to access finance and business development services that are critical to formalizing and growing their business. And that's all on this edition of Plus Reports. But before we go, let's remind you to please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Instagram, and X. Also, do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa, Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Uime Elijah. Thanks for watching.
Hello people, mo kí yín lọ́kùnrin, lóbìnrin, lọ́mọdé àti ní àgbà, ẹ ṣé gan ni, mo dúpẹ́. That was me saying thank you to you in my native dialect of Yoruba. Orúkọ mi ni Adiola Sulaiman, and you are welcome to your favorite primetime television show, Ways. It is our season break special, and as we round off the year and mark our 4 years anniversary, I want to highlight why I love Ways and the impact it has had on me personally and on my journey into television by answering 10 personal questions about Ways and how it fits into my life. For me, I think the Ways show brings to the fore topical and societal issues, provides information and sparks dialogues that seeks to educate and empower people to make informed decisions and stay current on issues around the country and the world at large. My personal mission is to live an intentional life that is steeped in my abilities to learn, unlearn, and relearn. I am motivated and inspired to advocate for same. And one of the platforms that allows me to do this is via the Ways show. We're able to have intentional conversations that are designed to spark action in people and help them make informed decisions that are fact-based and also to promote our individual and collective lives. My favorite moment on Ways has got to be the episode where we had how can we get more women into seats of power in Nigeria? Now, if I have to talk about what my daily job looks like and what I love about it, I work as the program's lead at ProShare Foundation. Now, ProShare Foundation operates within the financial literacy and innovation space, and I am excited about the work we do, which is advocating and promoting financial literacy around the country using innovative ways to tell the financial literacy story. I am very passionate about financial inclusion projects, and we are involved with our stakeholders in bringing about opportunities to initiate conversations around financial exclusion and how we can move as a country forward. Every day, I see the impact we create, and I am proud to say that in helping people become more financially literate, we are aligned with the federal government and the UN Sustainable Development Goals to eradicate poverty, achieve zero hunger, promote gender equality, and so much more. I consider this a unique and privileged opportunity. What am I most proud about? Oh, certainly that would be myself. I mean, I think about the journey, my journey, and it is hard for me not to applaud myself if I look back to how far I have come. I am very proud of the fact that I seek daily to walk the path of transformation, giving myself the liberty to make mistakes and learn from it. But also, I take each moment to celebrate the wins and stay in the course even when I have doubts creeping in. That's not easy, but I mean. I'm very afraid of losing faith, not making heaven, as cliche as that sounds, not having enough time to spend with the people I love, and also not extending enough grace to those I meet in proportion to how much grace I have enjoyed from the Almighty and the people around me. This year has been a really tough one for me. I mean, so many things happened, but I will say this, that at the end of it all, hope spoke so much louder than despair for me, and I am truly very grateful for that. If I were to be elected as a president for one day, my priority would be, I mean, Nigeria is a very complex nation, and it's very hard to just say that I would do one thing. However, I think that I will seek to address the financial trajectory of this country. At the heart of financial wellness are the principles of make, manage, multiply, and protect. And I think it's the same thing at national level. How do we make money as a nation? What do we need to do to ensure consistent inflow of money? Now, I think we would need to focus on building local capacities and industries to the point where we're a production nation as against just a consuming one. Second thing is, how do we manage money? First, the cost of governance must be drastically reduced. Government expenditure must be evaluated to reflect economic situation, focus and promote maintenance strategies instead of wastage. How do we multiply money? It would be my job to foster economic growth by incentivizing entrepreneurship and ensuring an enabling environment for startups and small businesses. Facilitating access to capital for businesses to expand, innovate, and create more opportunities will be a definite way to increase local economies. I will also definitely promote financial literacy and investment education, to empower individuals to make informed financial decisions, implement tax policies that incentivize long-term investments and wealth-building activities, which fosters a culture of responsible and sustainable financial growth. The last will be, how do we protect our assets as a nation? I will diversify the economy to reduce dependency on a single sector, providing stability and protection against economic vulnerabilities. Now, I think that the media act as a catalyst for national transformation by informing, educating, influencing, advocating, and facilitating communication. It is very integral in shaping the narrative, fostering public engagement, and contributing to the overall success of transformational initiatives. I love to read, I like to travel, I like listening to music, and definitely being around loved ones. My favorite show this year has got to be the episode with Tari Taylor, where we discussed how more women can get into the seats of power. We explored some of the prevailing issues women often faced going into the political space and vying for a position, the impact of culture, the inequality that arises from gender bias, and other mitigating factors. We also discussed what strategies to employ moving forward to ensure more female representation in politics and governance. Now, in case you can't remember, watch this.
Thanks for staying with us. Now, according to a news source, despite clamors for improvement in women participation in public life across the world, Nigeria appears to be moving in the wrong direction. Now, from 1999 till date, only 157 women have been elected into the 469-member National Assembly, 38 senators and 119 members of the House of Representatives, compared to 2,657 men, with about 616 senators and 2,041 reps during the same period. Now, the results of the 25th February presidential and National Assembly elections have further exposed Nigeria's failure to implement several treaties and statutes it signed, which are aimed to ensuring women's involvement in politics. Now, of course, the 92 women who contested for the Senate in the February elections, only 3 women won, while out of the 286 who contested for the seats of the House of Representatives, only 15 have been declared winners. It is our responsibility as citizens to learn from our mistakes and make decisions that will be for the benefits of the larger good. And today we're asking, how can we get more women into seats of power? Now, please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. You can also tweet at us at WayShow Africa1 with the hashtag WayShow. In 1 or 2 minutes, quickly, how do you think we can help women get into power more?
Advocacy. We need to, get more women involved in politics, and a lot of times that involves financing. We need to understand that there are roles to this thing. So if you discover what your strength is, you must be able to say that I'm giving this to you, I'm lending you my strength. I can campaign with you, but I can donate resources. This one can't do this. I can, come with my intellectual capacity, So again, and then we need to be forgiving to other women.
Okay. I think that's just what I was even going to say, actually. So I think we women need to support each other. And then, we're just discussing how the standard is always, the bar is always raised when you see a woman coming into a place of leadership, You don't now say, oh, when it's a man, it's like, okay, it's normal, whatever he does. But then when it's a woman, everybody says, I hope she will be able to do this. I hope she will be able to do that. Why? A woman she's a human being just as a man is, right? So I think we need to recognize the untapped capacity of women in leadership, actually.
And do you know how interesting these elections went? Do you know that the people that actually did, not only did they vote, that stood to protect their votes, they were mostly women.
I mean, honestly.
So imagine if women had just come together and say, I don't want to care which party you belong. As long as you're a woman,
I am here for you.
You are on this ballot, I am here to. All the women would have entered the, I mean, they would have won their elections. I think so. Because the real people that voted in these particular elections were women.
No, but women are usually the powerhouse of electoral in elections. So you see them, that's why Iyaloja, Market Women Association, they hold such strong political force. Because you can't go and meet a man, or I mean, in that large number and say come out and vote. No, it is the women that will mobilize other women and say, listen,
this is where we do direction.
Yes, so we just need to channel that properly.
So let me bring in our guest. Tari Taylor is a media professional and a TV producer with vast experience serving clients in both the public and private sector. She is the vice chairman environment of Lekki Zone and is the environment secretary of Lekki Estate Residents Association. Tari Taylor is the duly nominated candidate of the Youth Party to represent Etiosa 1 at the State House of Assembly in the just concluded 2023 elections that happened on Saturday. She's also campaigning she campaigned rather on a clear strategy to transform the environment and create jobs for many unemployed youths in the constituency. All these political terminologies. But she's joined us live in studio. Thank you so much, Tari Taylor.
Thank you.
First of all, let me ask you, for the just concluded elections, how was Saturday for you?
Saturday was quite an interesting day for me. I was ready, to participate in the elections. My team and I had my agents in all the polling units across, and we were basically good to go. But then we were watching out, for when the materials come out, and and then at that point we realized that my party had been excluded from the ballot for House of Assembly in Etiosa 1. Yes, so that was my experience. But still, I mean, it was a very busy day because, like I said, we already had all of our logistics in place, so we had to still manage people, manage all of our agents all around, take care of welfare, just still keep things going. So that kept me busy all of Saturday. I still went to vote.
How did that How did that
it had
play
been an ongoing legal issue with INEC, but on the 2nd of December 2022, we had a judgment from the Supreme Court in our favor as a party, saying INEC should allow us participate as we are a duly registered, political party. Meanwhile, this is not my first time contesting. In 2021, at the local government elections, I was on the ballot on Youth Party. I ran for councillor of my ward. So I've been on the ballot before on this same platform, okay? And so when this happened, we got the judgment on the 2nd of December. So it was like, okay, you know what? You don't really expect INEC to just completely ignore and disobey Supreme Court judgments. But turns out that's exactly what they did. And
so are you planning to take any legal action, or what's the plan?
Going forward, you mean?
Yes.
Since I've been running this campaign since May last year, I declared in May, we did the primaries, we did the screening, so it's been a long stretch. I think I have done all that I know to do as a candidate. In spite of all that uncertainty and all of that, I did the campaigning, I took it all upon myself, I expended everything that I did, and this was the outcome, which is fine. I mean, this is on INEC, they did this, However, I think if the party wants to follow it up, they should, but I wouldn't lead on that. I think I've done my part in the whole process.
Why do I feel so disappointed that you are not pursuing it? Yeah.
Well, I hope it's pursued, because yes, why should they ignore a Supreme Court judgment, but I won't lead on it. You know, I'm a candidate. I have run a strong campaign. I've done everything. I've done my groundwork. I've, you know, connected with my electoral base. I had people come out. So I had to spend all of Saturday doing damage control. Everybody who was supporting me, I had to send messages to them saying, this is what has happened, but please, you still need to go out and vote. And I made sure that I went out to vote. So imagine I took that House of Assembly, you know, paper. And I saw myself excluded, but I voted because I wanted to let other people know that, look, let's move on. This has to happen, you know. So that was it, and yeah.
So let's still just stay small on that subject of the Saturday election.
Yeah.
Well, I saw you put up a post on the what's it called, the tribal or religious bigotry that went on Saturday. You know, do you want to just, you know, probably say more about that?
I mean, when I found out that I had been excluded, it was terrible. I was disappointed and all of that, but like I said, I was busy, so it was easy to manage that and just carry on doing. But what really broke my heart was this tribal bigotry, you know, to just see that I mean, I have never experienced that before. You know what I mean? Like, I've heard about
tribal profiling,
you know that it exists, but for the first time, I actually saw the face of it. You know what? And I'm like, this is ugly. This is terrible. I don't ever want, this is not the Nigeria that I know or that I want to be, you know, I want for us, for all of us. So I felt the need to, you know, reach out, because I just imagine that if I was on the receiving end of all that hate, you know, you've lived somewhere all of your life, you have a sense of kinship with everybody there. I mean, we don't see, I don't see tribe. I've lived in Lagos all my life, really. I don't see people on the basis of where they're from. I just see everybody. We're all Nigerians. But to see that division and to see people who you know, who you respect, who are everyday people like you know, propagate that hate, to me, it was shocking. And I thought, you know what, no. We need to reach out to the people, you know, who have been directly affected by this. We need to, you know, sort of all just find a way to sort of heal from this, because it really is bad. And the thing about it that even scared me the most was, people talk about, you know, separating, leaving Nigeria. They talk about Biafra. They talk about all of that. And I've always been a very strong advocate for one Nigeria. I believe that, you know, one Nigeria is a non-negotiable. We should always find a way to hold together. But for the first time, I sort of understood where the argument was coming from. Yes, I totally understood it, because I'm like, you know what, if I was on the receiving end of that, I would say,
there's no point. Yes, keep your yes, and let me go back. Yeah.
Let me go. But I don't want us to all get there. We can't afford to get there, because we are better off together. So the healing needs to start. It needs to be, you know, it needs to be urgent. It needs to be strategic. And it's all hands on deck. Like, we all have a responsibility to reach out.
And I think the person I would pin this on is the CNC. What do they call the person? You know, you're the CNC in charge of the state. You know, a lot happened. Again, these people thought they were fighting your battle. So that's why they were calling out, you know, and, you know, calling a particular tribe. So if you truly want to heal from this, because again, you cannot ignore what this particular tribe have brought to your IGR.
Exactly. Yes.
You can't ignore it. I'm sorry, you cannot. They actually are, anywhere they go to, they drive the economy. They are that industrious. So you can't just wake up and, because of politics, ignore the kind of financial return that these people bring for you as a people. So, but I mean, we will take a very short break. Then we'll now focus on women's seats, because we have short our time. Stay with us. We'll just go out and we'll be right back. Stay with us. All right, thanks for staying with us. Now, if you just tuned in, we're having a conversation and we're asking, how can we get more women in the seats of power? And we have a woman. She's been in the political scene for a while, and she's been contesting. You know, she's here with us, you know, to discuss more about this, right? And please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-4663. You can also tweet at us at Wayshow Africa, one with the hashtag Wayshow. All right, so Terry, let's now move to the conversation around women. I mean, when the Adamawa State elections, it was going, everybody was so excited. Oh, what a Mother's Day gift, you know, and all of that. You know, even me, I took the picture that I'd seen online, I put it on my status. I felt very proud. I felt very like, okay, yes, you know, I can see somebody like me, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, being a governor is a big deal, right? And she ran a very tight race, right? But when, of course, they broke my heart. First of all, people were saying that why were we congratulating her? We made it, you know, we jinxed it. Yeah, it was too early.
INEC did, so yes,
you know, it was too early that, and we were overhyping, we were over celebrating her. People didn't understand what it was. Yes, that was a win for all women. But this issue around women in leadership, right? It's a big deal. I mean, Diola mentioned finance. Chinelo was talking about standards, how we put a lot of expectations when it's a woman that is running, but when it's a man, nobody's asking those kinds of questions. How do we truly get women, you know, more women to occupy seats of power? There's a law that says we must fill 35%. We're not even following that, and nobody's even questioning it. So how do we even start? Where do we start from if we really want to follow through? And I like what you said about strategy, because me, I'm not about emotions anymore. After this election, they have opened my eye to see that it's not about emotions.
Yeah.
We just need to be very strategic. So how do we strategically get more women seated at high levels of power?
So first of all, more women have to desire it. More women have to want that power and to be in those and to occupy those offices. So when you have more women wanting it, and not just wanting it to be handed over to them, but willing to put in the work, you know, and go into political parties. You can't just sit here and wish yourself into office. You have to go into a political party. You have to be part of the political party system, because our Electoral Act doesn't allow for independent candidates. So you have to be part of a political party for them to present you as a candidate. And that is a race on its own. You know, you're not just going to get up during elections and say, I want to join a political party. If you want to be elected in 2027, you have to start the work.
Join the party now.
You know, join the party, find yourself a role, start to add value, start to volunteer, you know, let people know you, let people even within the party start to know you, start to trust you, so that when you now come out and say, oh, I want to, you know, buy the form for one position or the other, there will be people who will back you up. There will be delegates who are willing to vote for you. But if you just come out of nowhere and just expect that there will be some sort of, because you're a
handouts,
woman, you know, it will just be handed over to you, that is completely wrong. And that is why a lot of people in the parties will not even respect a woman who will come up, because they're like, why should we all just hand it over to you because they are doing 35%? No, you have to fight for it as well. So I think that it's a joint understanding. If the political parties are more willing to put forward more women, so they can now put in within their processes things that will allow for that, you know, to happen. For example, maybe they would, in my party, when I was running for House of Assembly now, so the form for the House of Assembly was ₦1 million, but because I'm a woman, I got it for 500,000. So that's a little incentive, you know, you can do with the forms. And I know that different parties do it.
Some even give for free.
But I think you should pay for the form. I think you should pay for the form. It's your own first investment into your own. So pay for the form. I would advise anyone to.
I actually think so too.
Yeah. It's your way of committing and saying, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to take the money, and I'm going to invest in this. So it's you committing to it, and it shows your seriousness, to be honest.
Absolutely.
You know, you would appreciate a form better when you have
bought it.
Now when they took it and give it to you, you know.
Yeah.
So more of those sort of incentives, you know, will allow women feel that, okay, if a campaign is not going to be too expensive, I don't have to go and sell my house. If I'm going to get the funding to do it, like you said, you know, it would encourage more people. But first of all, you have to come in and be willing to do the work. Be willing to come in and, you know, do the groundwork, the back-end work, not the glorious work that everybody will see, but go and be the one that is arranging chairs during meetings. Do you understand? Be the one to provide food, to provide welfare when people need. Let people know you and be able to vouch for you and say, you know what, this, because a lot of times, you know, people are actually, there's sometimes a bit of fear even towards women vying for these positions. That may, because of our society, that may be an instinctive, you know, reaction. People are afraid. But when you show people that there's nothing for you to be afraid of, I'm somebody you can trust, I'm somebody that you even want to be in power because you know that it will benefit you. You know what I mean? So once you can make yourself that way to people, it reduces those barriers, and you'll be surprised that it's even the men that will be pushing you forward and saying, no, let her be the one. That has been my experience, even in, you know, the in Lera, in Lekki, you know, where I occupy some positions. I've always been recommended by, you know, men who have pushed me forward and said, you know, she will do the work, she will get it done. And it has encouraged me through my political career too to step out, you know. Before you can be a candidate, people have to nominate you. And, you know, a lot of times, a lot of guys would be the one to say, Tari, you do it. You are the one to go forward. But that's because I've paid my dues in that sense. I've always been available, always been accessible. They know that if they want something done, she will get it done, you know. So it builds that trust over time.
Okay, so I wanted to add something to where you say, I often find that women think that being soft and, you know, all that vulnerability is a weakness for them. So a lot of times we tend to think, no, I have to come across like, you know, very tough, very aggressive. And I don't think that's the way to go. I honestly think that we can weaponize that softness. It can become a strategy because people naturally gravitate towards empathy. And we have that in abundance. I mean, well, most women, you know. And we can use that. We are the ones that can easily relate to the grassroots women. You understand what it means for her to go through all the trouble to feed her kids. You understand what it means for her to put 2 naira, 3 naira together to say, okay, I want to feed my family. And I honestly, like, because a lot of women I speak to, they go like, oh, I need to, you know, once I'm in that position, I need to be very tough so that all these people won't be looking at me like I'm too soft or somebody wants to take advantage. No, just be your natural self and just let it play out. People that would, everybody would, and again, I think for women, we want everybody to like us. Everybody will not like us. Everybody will not accept us.
You know, I totally agree with you. I do. It's even false when you try to be something you're not. You know, there are some women who by their personality type are aggressive and come across strongly. That's fine if that's your personality. But there are other people who are maybe a bit reserved, a bit soft-spoken, and people would imagine that would mean you won't get the respect of people out there. But I think it's even this Madam Binani in Adamawa, when I first of all heard or saw her that she was running, I now said, let me go and look for a video of her because I wanted to like experience what she was like. And I was so shocked at how soft-spoken and like very gentle, you know, mannered she is. And I was like, okay, that's interesting. She's not the stereotype, you know, that you described as brash, aggressive and all that. And it was welcoming and refreshing to me to see that because I was like, I'm happy that she's just an easygoing woman, like she appears to be an easygoing woman, like every other person you know. And I think for me, that's a winner. Just be yourself. Be your authentic self. The people that will gravitate to you if you're aggressive will gravitate to you. The people that will gravitate to you if you're gentle will gravitate to you. So just be yourself.
Okay, yeah. So I like what you said about putting in the work, right? But then it's been said, because I remember there was a particular candidate with the party who was a woman. Then she was also young, so it wasn't even just because she was a woman. Now it was also because she was young. She didn't get the presidential ticket she was trying to get at the time. Okay. So what would you have to say about that?
Well, I don't know the exact, you know.
No, I'm talking generally now.
You're referring to. But I would say, you know, I'm not of the school of thought. You were saying it earlier. I slightly have a different way of looking at it. I'm not of the school of thought of saying I would just support someone because she's a woman. No, I'm sorry. It's not that easy. No, you have to earn my respect. You have to earn my vote. You have to earn my, you know, like every other person. I don't see things like that. I won't. Yes, I may be a little bit more biased in terms of giving you more of my attention or being more sympathetic in the way I view but I will not automatically just vote for someone because she's a woman. I'm sorry. you have to tick the boxes. There has to be competence. I have to see your character and feel like you're somebody I can trust with leadership. You know, I'm not just going to do that. So, and I don't really, I know, I understand the urgent need for more women to be in politics and in government, but it should be the right woman.
I want to ask
it
a
should
question.
be the right woman.
These same standards that you have just said now, do you put it for men?
Which same standards?
Because you see, people, I've heard these arguments.
Competence and all of that.
I've heard this argument about competence, character, and all of that.
I do.
The crop of leaders that we have today, can you categorically say that there is competence, there is character?
Some. It's not an abundance of them.
It's not.
There is some.
It's very minimal.
But you see, the bar has raised.
So the way I'm driving with the conversation is, the point I'm trying to make is that in terms of all that criteria of competence and character and all of that, if you put all the crops of everybody together, so let them all be incompetent together, as far as I'm concerned. Because again, we know it's true, because we've tried out men for so long. Imagine if we had women in the seats of power, right? Like policy makers, especially.
Had some women in very high offices.
No, I'm talking about a good number for policy makers, especially, not really the executives.
So like the critical mass.
Yes, the critical mass of women, especially where some policies are being crafted. There is a way a woman will craft. There's a way you would craft a policy that will be completely different from how a man will craft that policy. Yeah. Right. So, but let me just step aside, because that competence matter. After this election, I don't want to know what you are.
The fact that we were disappointed by is like those jokes, those memes you always see on Instagram. What I ordered versus what I got. You know?
So let us just be ordering the wrong thing. It's true.
The fact that we are disappointed doesn't mean you should give up.
I would not.
How would we ever get what we want if we don't persist?
So let me just quickly divert a bit. I want to digress a bit. I want to focus on you a little bit. Okay. Now, you ran under a party. Now, look at Binani. She ran under a very strong political party.
The ruling party.
It's a ruling party. Now, I want to understand the role of the party for women, because again, I see that a lot of the smaller parties are very quick to give tickets and all of that, you know, to women, you know, and all of that. They are very quick to do all of those things. But when it comes to the bigger parties, like the big political parties, the big political players, it's very difficult. So for her to have gotten that ticket, you would know that the kind of work she must have put in, you know, she would have matched maybe 10 men, you know, because she would have done 10 times what the men would have done for her to have gotten that seat. So the question I'm trying to ask is it wisdom anymore for women that are trying to put themselves, if we want to, start to increase our seats of power, is it wisdom for us to continue to run under smaller parties, or we should start considering, you know, the bigger players?
Well, that's a question for every politician, you know, but speaking specifically to women, you know, as a politician generally, I don't even like to just genderize it, or how do I call it? You want to be standing on a firm foundation. Look at what happened to me. You know, yes, I've run on this party before and I have been on the ballot, but you know, the way it went because of INEC just decided to do what they did. But it will be, there have been candidates from even the more established parties who have been excluded. You know, we all know the presidential elections is not every party that was on the ballot for that, you know. So sometimes because of legal issues or whatever, it could happen. But I think that going forward, it is very important. But it's a two-way thing. Yes, I agree with you, and I think that we should be in those more established parties because it provides a stronger platform to run on. They have more structure, this word. They have more, but it's a reality. There is more structure, there is more, of course, with INEC, it's harder for INEC to mess with their, you know, them and all of that like that. But there's also the idea of the culture that has formed within that party. And would it allow us to get the best woman out at the end of the day? If there is a culture of impunity or lack of internal
Or wait your
democracy? Or what if the woman, they just even, what if she bought the ticket? We should still support her because she's a woman. What if she has a godfather or godmother, somebody that just put her there? We should still support her just because she's a woman. So those double standards kind of exist. If Madam Binani had won, and I mean, I was rooting for her, I would have liked her too, because I thought, okay, this woman looks. But if there's a flaw with the system, should we say, oh, let them just give her a job because she's a woman? Shouldn't the right thing be done? Shouldn't there be fair and credible elections? So I don't think we should just wish away those standards because we want to see.
I have one for
Okay, what are your thoughts on this special seats being designated for women? You know, especially when the current assembly is saying, "Oh, maybe we don't have seats to give," and then women are saying, "Okay, you know,
why don't just create new seats?"
What are your thoughts on that?
So special seats and so are you asking me about creating more seats?
More seats so that we can, and that those seats will be specific for women.
I think government is already too expensive
to do more
seats. So the cost of governance in Nigeria is too high. So when you add more seats, that's more constituency offices, more staff for the people, more allowances. So it's just going to bloat government more. But can we start with the 35%?
That doesn't even do that.
Can we even do 30%?
That's
I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel. We have said 35%. That's a form of affirmative action. Let's even try with that one first. There's no need to have the assembly too bulky with too many seats. Now, let's work with what we have.
So you said something about free and credible election. So a lot of people have accused. They say that it is impossible for political parties not to rig election. Do you believe that? That even the party that, you know, that everybody is saying, oh, this, that that all of them from top to bottom, they rig elections. Do you agree with that school of thought?
Well, who is in political parties? It's people like you and me, people who make decisions, who take decisions. So it's not as if the party is just one abstract institution that will just rig. No, they have soldiers that they send out to snatch ballot boxes. They have agents that go out to pay people, you know, for their votes. They have masterminds who sit down and strategize the whole thing. So this is people like you and me. So until we reach the individual people and all somehow have a change of orientation, it will not be different. The party systems will still be this, you know, intrinsically corrupt until the people change their minds. And people will never change their minds if there's no consequences. So the law has to be enforced. People that are caught for electoral fraud and rigging and all that, they need to be persecuted. We need to see the full wrath of the law come upon them. That's how you would dissuade other people. But if we just say it and pay lip service to it, nothing is going to change. You know, people are still going to keep on doing what they're doing.
Okay. Good evening, my dear beautiful sisters of What I Say in #Ways. How can we get more women into seats of power? Firstly, they have to make themselves available to contest for positions in office. Then they can be voted for. Secondly, they need encouragement. Also, me personally, I have mentioned it so many times in my previous comments that women can deliver if given the chance to. Women generally are passionate for a change. The previous government promised us change for 8 years and failed to deliver. If a woman was there, I'm sure there will be a change. Also, men can rig themselves into power, but I don't think women will. I will personally vote a woman for the post of president. You ladies abandoned me last week. I was tired of watching repeat programs. My name is Daniel.
Daniel.
Don't be angry. We are back. Go ahead.
Okay, how can we get more women into seats of power? I believe women who want to be the seat of power should be very intentional about it. Just like freedom is not given but taken, the same way women who want power should learn to wrestle for power. They should not come with the attitude of being pitied. They should come with confidence, boldness, every seat of power requires. Women who seek for the seat of power should do so with respect, honor, and integrity. They should learn to join any political party of their choice and work themselves up from there. We have women in different places of the world, and those women did not have two heads, but one, like all the other women in the world.
See that to me, you see, respect, honor, and
integrity.
The men when they have it. You know what? This matter, nobody can win this argument. I say after what has happened in this general election, nobody should tell me anything.
Seriously, we really need to marshal our strength.
Yeah, we have to be strategic. But I mean, Terry, if you had one final thing to say, because now there's a lot of disappointment in the air. And like you rightly said, it's not really about the political party. It was more of INEC.
Yes.
So INEC has done a lot more damage than, they can even evaluate. They don't know the extent of the damage yet until, let's say, maybe 2027. They will know how far this went, right? So if you had anything to say to anybody, and I love what you said about starting now. How do we start being strategic? I mean, as a woman that is out there, or anybody that wants to go, that is really serious about, getting into a seat of power. How do we start now?
Join a political party first. And if you're already a member of a political party, I think every great venture starts with you first. You have to decide what it is you want. What is the value you're trying to offer? Don't just come out and say, I want to run for office because I'm a woman. Okay. What value are you bringing to the table? What will you be recognized for? When people are having a conversation about how they want to allocate power, where will your name come out? So you have to build that value, which is why you go into the party, or even if it's not everybody can be a politician. Some people may want to give value in their community just as a private citizen, like I was doing in Lera or whatever. What is the area that you want to make a contribution? If you frame it that way, it will be easier for you to gravitate towards, that platform or where it is that you can find value. So I think we should first of all start with our thinking. Let us start thinking in terms of what can I give, what contribution can I make, and what sort of opportunity should I engage with that would take me, to the platforms that I need to get to.
So now that they say we should go to our places, I should go and do it in
Nobody
Edo
said
State.
you should go. Don't listen to those minorities. Nobody is asking you to go to
I should go and give value to Edo State, because I'm an Edo girl, But thank you so much. I think we had a fantastic conversation. Honestly, I just want to have a breath of fresh air going forward because I'm really tired. But thank you so much, ladies. Thank you, Terry Taylor. Fantastic conversation. Thank you, Chinelo and Adiola. Now, before we go, ensure you follow us across all our social media handles. That way, Show Africa, you can interact with us further, drop a comment, and more importantly, follow all our engagements online, share, like, and share with your families and friends. Now, if you missed our quote for the day, here it is again. For me, a better democracy is a democracy where women do not only have the right to vote and to elect, but to be elected. We have to have that right to be elected. Don't remove Terry Taylor's name from ballot paper next time. I will go and fight on her behalf.
Thank you so much for staying with us. I hope you enjoyed watching and getting up close and personal with me as much as I have enjoyed sharing with you. Media is a powerful tool with the ability to shift the minds of the youth in a progressive trajectory, and I will continue to do my part through Ways. Thank you for watching and supporting the Ways brand. And as we wind down for the year, please let's remember that all we need is love. Love for self, love for family, love for neighbor, for country, and for humanity. Ẹ ṣé gan ni, ẹ kú àdúró tì wá láti January títí di ìsinsìnyí. See you tomorrow at 8 p.m. and have a very happy holidays. Bye.
Sights like these have become commonplace around Lagos, Nigeria's commercial hub. Street beggars looking pitiful, others stretching their hands, calling for alms or scuttling for limited meals or gifts handed them by gracious passers-by. However, Lagos does not seem alone in this. Ibadan, an ancient city in Oyo, southwest Nigeria, isn't left out. The pace-setter state also has a teeming number of beggars, many of them immigrants from Niger and Chad. Halima is a 37-year-old mother of this kid. Daily, she heads for the streets to make a living off street begging.
Some people they give me 10, some people they give me 20 now, 15 now. So the bar is for Yoruba where they sell us.
She tells us that her street begging business, Nigerians, is where we find Fatima, a 15-year-old who migrated from Bauchi and was introduced to a life of street begging by her auntie.
My mommy don't have money. The money where she don't have, where she give us to eat. She don't have money for put us for school. Why should we come there begging?
She is not alone. Her 54-year-old mom had also taken to street begging for survival. She recounts how tales of green pastures had made her migrate from her home state of Bauchi. She tells us her experience.
Kuma ba da kuɗi shine masababin na taho Lagos. Har ne wannan shekaru ina nan Lagos.
Well, for this mother and daughter, an intervention made all the difference.
Ba ni da jari ne. Ba jari. Shine yasa nake yi kuma wannan oga shine yazo shi yace in daina yin bara in kama sana'a in bayar yara na biyu makaranta na bashi yara na wa'annan guda biyu makaranta. Yawa.
Currently, the begging system in Nigeria is structured, in a way that these beggars are most times being imported from the north, to beg, and there are those who they remit to.
A 2013 survey posted by Science Direct indicated that the total population of beggars in Nigeria stood at 12.4 million persons as of 2013. The Northwest hosted 41.1%, the Northeast hosted 28.2%, the North Central hosted 12.9%, leaving Southern Nigeria, including the Southwest, the South-South, and the Southeast, with 17.8%. Today, Fatima is enrolled in a school, while her mum runs a petty trade.
Shekara ta 25 a nan Lagos. Ina zanne wannan ya ce shi wannan oga ya je ce bara ba kyau. Na ce bara ba kyau oga ya ce yi. Sai na ce ni na barbara na kama sana'a. Sai ya ce ki ban yaranki makaranta. Shine yara na guda biyu na bashi makaranta suke zuwa makaranta. Yawwa. To kin ji mu garinmu muna Bauchi a ƙasar Bauchi muke kuma garinmu jama'are local. Jama'are local garinmu shekara ta 55. Yawwa to yanzu dai muna nan muna maleji a nan kuma a cikin hakan nan ba mu samu jari ba jari ba mu da jari amma muna nan muna maleji.
They are thankful, but together they feel that street begging is wrong.
Make them find another work. That beg is no good.
Well, unfortunately, their gospel doesn't seem popular for these crop of beggars found on the other end of Lagos Island, Ajah precisely. For these ones, life seems to be about waking up each morning, hoping to get alms from sympathetic passers-by.
Gwamnati ta ce za ta iya mana, kuma gwamnati ba ta iya mana ba. Mun zo muna fama ga wahala, ga rana, ga yunwa ta ishi.
A cikin yaranmu da babanmu ya yi fani ne babba, duk wanda suke bayana duk ƙanana ne ba su san komai ba. No, I know the bed. I know go bed. I know go bed. I will give my daddy. May put me for school.
Jigawa,
wahala ce ta kawo mu, mijina ne ya mutu. Mijina ne ya mutu. Shi ne ya sa na zo ni, ba kwan ne ya sa na zo ni ba, nema na zo ni ci da bakina. Na sa na diba fa kaina. Ba ta iya Ingilishi ba. Wa diba kaina. Ba mu ni yunwa. Karata guda.
Some of these passers-by think that street begging constitutes a nuisance.
We Nigerians are the ones that are still making these guys be on the road.
Okay.
Normally, we should not give them money. We should stop giving them money. You understand? When we are giving them money, then we are supporting it.
Okay.
So when we stop giving them money, they will move.
Since they beg for, let's say, quite some time, and I think they should try and raise up something and delve into one business or the other rather than begging it.
Why do people take to street begging? We spoke to a psychologist.
Begging starts from an environment where there's deprivation from basic amenities and where there's poverty. However, once the habit starts, it becomes a disease of the neural system where it becomes self-replicating. Once a person goes on the roadside and asks for alms, and that person's behavior finds expression, the normal way the brain works is that that habit or that behavior now becomes habitual. It's a self-replicating habit, you know. And so several people who tried the first time and they were able to get a few naira from that begging habit, they will be chasing that feeling. There's a feeling that comes from begging and getting someone to give you alms.
In Lagos, the number of child beggars and adult beggars, experts say, runs into over 1,000, as it would be recalled that earlier in 2020, some beggars numbering over 1,000 blocked the entrance to the Lagos State House of Assembly and the governor's office to protest against what they termed undue harassment and arrest by officials of the state government. With three northern states of Kano, Niger and Nasarawa recently banning street begging, the Lagos state government may not have officially banned street begging, but has constantly wasted no time to reiterate its position on the zero tolerance for street begging.
It's illegal. In Lagos, the law does not tolerate it. There is a law that is against street begging, and we are trying to enforce the law. We are actually enforcing the law because anybody who is caught doing street begging in Lagos is going to face prosecution. And if they are kids, they can be taken up the streets and taken to centers. If you are brought before a magistrate for begging, you can be fined up to 30,000 naira, or you can be sent to 1 year imprisonment.
Some schools of thought believe that if people were not given to street begging, there wouldn't be beggars on the streets.
We should give to beggars, but not those who have the capacity to work. If you want to look at it, you need to find what is the definition of a beggar. Is it somebody who is incapacitated, or is it somebody who has just chosen begging as a lifestyle? If it's somebody who has chosen begging as a lifestyle, no. But if it's someone who is incapacitated, you know, if you go to other climes, they have people who are incapacitated, but there's a way they are taken care of. If Nick was in Nigeria, he would have been a street beggar. But today, Nick is far richer than some industrialists in this nation. Why? Because there are nations that have provided some sort of support.
So what does religion say about street begging?
According to the Quran and the Hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, you know, we are told that we should earn a living in the most legitimate way. So Islam does not encourage street begging, it doesn't encourage begging at all. You know, yes, Islam encourages zakah and sadaqah, which is given to those people in need, but not to people that are able-bodied, that can actually work and earn a living. You know, so we don't just, Islam does not encourage begging. Like training is a good place to start. Education, educating them to make them understand that even the Islamic religion, because you see that a lot of these people, they've been brainwashed thinking that it's okay. And even in Nigeria, because Because even now, we look at the people that are begging on the streets. People literally beg everywhere now, even on social media. We see people going on social media to beg in a way that maybe you call it a sophisticated kind of begging. So I think the first thing is education, to educate those people that it is not acceptable. Even the religion that they practice does not accept it. It's totally unacceptable.
Some people have made a life out of begging. No, that is not scriptural. The Bible said, he that does not walk should not eat. But let him, then secondly, let him that steals steal no more, so that he can walk, so he can have to give. So we are permitted to give to beggars, provided that, or let me put it this way, we should give to beggars who are incapacitated, not those who have the capacity to walk. If you've got the capacity to walk, go and walk.
The state government considers street begging as unlawful, but what is being done to contain it?
There are centers that they are being taken to any time they are caught doing that, and they are taken to those centers, and they are being fed there, they are being clothed there, and the government is totally responsible for their upkeep, so that nobody is encouraging a street begging. But anybody who is found taking off the streets 1 or 2, 3 times and is still doing it, the person may go to jail.
Can street beggars be rehabilitated?
I've worked with a particular person who had access to get a job years after begging, but because that has become habitual and that feeling is always, drives home that fulfillment, the person declined the job at the expense of a paying job, because the brain had been wired to get a reward for not doing anything. Yeah, they can be rehabilitated into the society by therapy and coaching. Therapy to help them alter that way of thinking, coaching to help them so that they can charge after the goals in an unstoppable manner. They certainly can be rehabilitated, but it takes work, and it takes the desire of that person to want to stop that habit. No matter how professional the therapist or the coach they're working with is, if they're not determined to leave, it will be difficult for us to ride on that energy and make them break free from that particular habit.
With governments at all levels working towards the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 1, which is ending poverty, we do hope that the number of street beggars in Lagos reduces remarkably.
To conclude the career development series, we'll be discussing how to navigate office politics, because this is a very important, not always addressed element of thriving at work. And with me to discuss this is Enitan Ibirunke, founder and executive director of the Legend Life Skills Foundation. Enitan is a seasoned soft skills trainer, certified etiquette coach, and trained journalist. With a law degree from LASU and a master's in international law and diplomacy from the University of Lagos. She's an active member of the Humanistic Management Network at the Christopher Collades Center for Leadership and Ethics at the Lagos Business School, Pan-Atlantic University. Welcome, Enitan.
Thank you.
I'm really quite excited to have you here with me today.
I am excited.
Yeah, and I was saying in the dressing room that office politics isn't something I hear people talking about professionally or even in this type of forum. You talk about it, in bits and pieces, but yeah.
True, that's very true. And it was interesting when you said it. I had to cast my mind and say, okay, have I really heard it being discussed properly in formal settings? And you were right. It's something that you generally hear about when you're having your mentor-mentee discussions or smaller, close group discussions. Exactly. So it's interesting that you're doing this.
As a result of somebody venting.
And that venting always happens. Yeah. Because when we're talking about this, I remember I slightly started venting and I went, catch yourself. You are venting.
Yeah. So to that point, what is office politics in your opinion?
Well, in my opinion, truly, office politics can be both positive and negative.
Okay.
Office politics refers to the dynamics of what goes on in an organization. And you find that whatever level it is or whichever way it is, it's about personalities, about interactions, about engagement. And office politics sometimes, in the positive sense of it, is actually what leads to the culture of an organization.
Oh,
so
really?
Yes. So that's where you find that. So for the longest time, we've all tagged the term office politics in a negative sense. But you know, this particular conversation made me delve deeper. And I said to myself that, you know what? Now, don't go with what you just assume you've known or what you've done. You know how it is for you that whenever you have to deal with a topic, either from training or in media, you always delve deeper. And I was like, wow, okay, you know what? I never saw it in that light as well. I generally used to see it as, you know, whenever they tell you, oh, learn how to navigate office politics. But then the truth is that, that's when I found that, you know, you have positive, you have negative, you have formal, you have informal. Because already, even from the hierarchy of organizations, where you have your CEO, you have managers, you have supervisors, you have line managers, that already shows you that there's a level of engagement and hierarchy. And that begins to define how we all relate. Then you now bring in the personality traits of people. You bring in their upbringing. You bring in how they view life. You bring in their motivation for even coming into the organization. And there's all the dynamics that come out there that play into whether the politics of the office is going to eventually lead into good results for the organization, where you have team cohesion, or it's going to lead to where people are going to be backbiting or backstabbing, or becomes a toxic workplace.
Wow, you know, it's interesting you just described it like that, because just like you said, I never actually thought about it from a positive viewpoint.
I must tell you that even I really was like, that is true. And I started thinking about it again and looking at my career journey. This career has been on for, my working life has been for over 20 years. And I then realized that, you know what, that is true. The dynamics that play out at different times. And it's not always been negative, but why have we always taken the connotation of office politics to be negative?
Wow, wow. And there's something you just said now, there's personalities at play. So do you think men and women navigate office politics differently?
Oh, most definitely. The answer to that is a big yes. Now we know, we assume, because nowadays I'm beginning to be disproved, that we assume that men are logical and women are emotional. And naturally, by our predisposition, because when we were already naturalized into, as a girl, you're allowed to cry. As a man, you're allowed to cry. So we have that notion of logical and emotional. Now, that said, one of the reasons why I would say a big yes to men and women dealing with office politics differently is that men go into the workplace from the start of their career with there's a lot of drive, ginger, there's a purpose, there are goals to which they're going. The men already know that I'm going to work and I'm earning. I'm earning to provide for whatever reason, my own personal needs, whether my family that I'm creating or my parents. And you're already thinking, my first salary, I'm giving this to my parents, or I'm using it to get a car, or I'm renting an apartment. Now, for women, when they go into the workplace, initially, it's that sense of, yes, I finally achieved something. And it's that emotional joy attached to it. I have money to meet my needs, or my wants, as the case may be. And so when you start to get into the office, and you see different reactions play out in terms of how people are behaving or how they are being treated, women and men would relate differently. And that's for me, so our general makeup already predisposes us to being different and how we relate to it. Now, for men who go into a situation where the office politics is positive or is going to be beneficial, they party up with their bosses. They become better, they become like, you first of all, you go, why does it seem like this person seems to know how to just get the bosses on the boss's good side? Why does this person seem to know how to be able to do this? Now, for women, most times, you find that women are ready to, I go in there, I'm good at my job, I do what I need to do, and I leave. I am not going to come in here and start trying to curry your favor. Why should I curry your favor? So that does generally. It's now in recent times, truly, when you're seeing women breaking the glass ceiling, they are seeing that women, whatever reasons they are, which, like you rightly said, have never been discussed, at least that we know of, this formally and in such a setting, then begin to find out what are the reasons and the dynamics behind why people are breaking the glass ceiling. What's happening that they're actually achieving things? Because you have a population, there are 10 people who are qualified, 10 people who are competent. There's no real exclusive preserve of qualifications or competence anymore. So you find that what then starts to make the difference. And that's why you have tools like emotional intelligence. I say tools because we just think that it's just a given that people are going to be emotionally intelligent. No, it's not a given. It's not a given at all. And even though we say we can learn it, it's still not just a learning. It's a practice. Yes. It's situational. It's circumstantial. And so, really, truly, in my opinion, and from my experience, men and women navigate office politics very, very, very differently. Either it's positive or it's negative.
Is there a place for a combination of logical and emotional? Because I hear you, I was smiling because as you were explaining this, I'm like, that is so true, that is so true. But is there a place for logic and emotion to live side by side?
Yes, there is. And I would say that the first thing, there's definitely a place for that. And the first thing is that I believe strongly that logic should come into play when you start. So every year we have our resolutions, or every at some point in our careers or our lives, or we get to sit down and say, this is what I'm going to do. That's where logic starts to play a role. Okay. Why am I doing what I'm doing? Why am I in this organization? What is my career about? What are the decisions I'm going to make? Who are my team members? It's not a new job or an existing job already. Those things is when logic starts to play out, understanding the different personalities that are there and saying, okay, you know what, my eyes on the ball this year. On my role, I want to achieve so, and so. Or I want to be able to get this promotion. I want to get things, specific tangibles that you can quantify, you can define. At that point, logic plays. Emotions then start to play out. You say, okay, you know what, the passion, the drive. And then when you now start to interact, because it's one thing to say to myself that, oh, you know what, there's going to be 2 or 3 slots open at the end of the year. Or by the time our new calendar year in the organization is coming, and I want to go to maybe my line manager. Then what that happens is that might be the goal. But as the office goes on, maybe there's a change of staff, a change of a boss. There are different things that come out, and the emotions start to come out. Or you have a subordinate or a colleague who suddenly starts to react funny. Maybe he or she has other issues.
Yeah.
Now, your emotions and your logic, emotions at that point in time, will definitely start to play out because you are thinking, you know what, I can't take this anymore. I am definitely not doing this role anymore. But then emotions your logic at that point says, you know what, we had goals, we had things we had set out here. So I'm going to look for the emotions that are going to take me through this journey, and I'm going to get through to the other side because I know what the focus is on, or I know why or how I got into this organization, or I know why I'm here, or I need to be able to hit a certain target or hit this amount of money so I can get to the next place I'm going to. At that point in time, a fusion of your emotions and your logic starts to play out, and you sit it through. Or like most times when emotions play, so you know, I can't take it anymore. I have a toxic boss or that colleague of mine. I really feel that this person has it in for me, or my subordinates are just unruly and I'm not doing, and I'm quitting.
So it's essentially making your emotions work for you.
Yes.
And exactly. Making sure that you combine it in a healthy manner. Mm-hmm. Okay, so you had talked earlier about emotional intelligence. Again, the word emotions. What are the other tools that one needs to adopt to, I was going to say to survive office politics or to navigate, but no, to thrive in a positive office politics, to create a positive office politics environment, essentially?
Well, some of the tools would be essentially, there will be offshoots of emotional intelligence, but it would be to understand. You need to, I'm looking for one word, but then maybe I'll put it in a sentence. Understanding the personalities at play. Okay. Also learning to be a team player.
Okay.
Being a team player doesn't mean that we're all going to agree, but being a team player simply means that it's not about me or my team alone, or if you have multiple teams or just a team. It's about the common goal or the common good of the organization. So being able to know that, okay, team playing, understanding people, understanding personalities, and now taking that into interpersonal relations.
Okay.
So my opinion may not be, I may feel I'm justified or I'm right, but then I also need to learn how to be able to allow other people to have their way. Now, sometimes having their way in this, when I say have their way is, what I mean is, I need to be able to listen to your opinion and see how it plays in. Sometimes you find that some of the things that cause friction or issues in organizations is, I feel I'm not being heard. I'm saying what I'm saying, and I can see the big picture based on my viewpoint. And I really do think I'm right. I'm properly qualified. I'm trained. I've been doing this for a while. I'm good. And I feel like you're not hearing me. Not even my boss. It may be just my subordinate or my contemporary or even a boss. And I'm feeling you're not hearing me. But sometimes I've learned that it's not about me being heard. The other person may just feel like, you know what, there's some things that just rub off wrongly. So if I actually take the time to say good personal relations work, and I say, okay, I want to hear you. Let's listen to what you're saying. Can you explain this? Can you put it out this way? Can we have a strategy session? Or should we do a brainstorming session? And let's just throw all ideas out. Suddenly you find that my idea that I thought was so great still turns out to be great, and the other person comes on board with me. Or the other person says, you know what, no, how do we... The entire plan may suddenly change, and it's now a fusion of your idea, his idea, her idea, and we have a different idea altogether. And suddenly you find that power play, because when you talk about politics, it's power play, influence. Whose voice is being heard? How are things being decided? Who is the one that is on top? Who is the authority figure here? That's what it's all boiling down to at the end of the day. So if you take it away and say, you know what, I know I'm the authority figure and I am the power broker here, but I want to create a positive work culture whereby we are actually moving forward. At the end of the day, organizations are there because they want to make profit. And then, like we say in the Humanistic Management Network, you want to actually do things for the greater good. And then who are the first constituency of that greater good? The people who work there. So in managing, apart from just emotional intelligence, or maybe breaking emotional intelligence down into practical tidbits that you can actually use. So I'll say team playing, interpersonal skills, understanding the person, good communication, learning to listen, and let people feel like they're seen and they're heard.
Those are actually skills that are important in pretty much any work environment. Why are there a lot of organizations who, even they preach this interpersonal relation, emotional intelligence, excellent communication. They even do lots of training on these things. But the organization still has negative office politics that becomes toxic.
Well, I would say, and I would think that one reason for that is because at the end of the day, when you look at organizations and why it becomes toxic or not, is the power play, power and influence, whose voice is being heard, what is the leadership like? So if you have a situation where those in management, and when I say management, sometimes people think management means the final top level leaders no, but for everyone who has a supervisor or a manager leading, that's management. You find that whoever is in charge at some level wants to either, show that you're either trying to curry favor with the final boss, or you're trying to show that I know what I'm doing. And so you find that what happens is that even though these things are preached, or these things are taught, or trainings are held on them, a lot of people sometimes are not being given or given the opportunity to practicalize them. When I say that, so when we go for trainings, when we do a lot of trainings, I tell people that I've been in a number of trainings, either as a participant and as a trainer. Now, for the longest time, trainings were dissemination of knowledge. So I'll tell you all the things around, I'll tell you what communication skills are, I will tell you what it is to have interpersonal skills, I will tell you what team bonding is, just like our educational system. How many times really has it been taken into practical terms where in the teams, if you're doing communication skills training or interpersonal skills training, you're actually engaging the people. You're even bringing into the reality of what they're dealing with. How many organizations even do personality assessments for their staff to actually understand the personality of the people that they're dealing with? So if you're going to do any training on soft skills that has to do with communication skills, interpersonal skills, or being able to create a cohesive and positive workplace, you must, of a necessity, take in the personality of the team members. And they must know that. They must understand that. They must know where they're coming from. So we look at it and we usually think it's the bottom line. So we have technical skills, you're competent, and then we bring you on board and feel that that's going to fill the gap. which is why people are saying that EQ, which is emotional intelligence, is actually trumping IQ. But the truth is, so when you find that, when it starts to turn out to be toxic, it's because the leaders in the system do not think about the fact that the human beings that they're working with matter. And they're focused on bottom line, which is let's make profit, let's work you to wherever we need to work you. Or they feel that they have the best strategies and the ideas or the ways to implement things. And they just want people who are going to just carry out the instructions.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you a question that I think a lot of leaders will be thinking. I've been doing this for a long time. I have risen through the ranks. Why do I need to start trying to find out my staff's personality type? Why does that matter? Don't they just need to get the job done?
Well, alas, unfortunately, we could say maybe 5 years ago, 10 years ago, that may even have worked. But we're finding increasingly in today's world where people have the power of choice and say, I'm either going to stay working or not. It's no longer like, it's not game as usual. It's not the same way it's always been. Now, one of the reasons why it's important is because at the end of the day, your internal customers, the people who make things happen, are people that you work with. And you may have risen through the ranks. Why have you risen? What is it that you have been? You probably look at it and ask yourself that, have I had good bosses, or have I been very competent on the role, or what is it that has taken you through? And whatever took you through, there must have been something that was your personal motivation. In this situation, I'm leading a team of people who you need to take through, who you need to achieve your goals. You cannot get the goals you want as a leader by yourself. You are going to need to depend on the people around you. I know like back then, when I say back then, I mean even as recently as 5 years ago, people say, you know what, ship in, ship out. If you don't like the job, if you like the heat in the kitchen, step out. But we're now beginning to find that as good as that seemed at first, when you look at the ROI, the return, when you look at the cost of retraining a staff who leaves, when you look at the effect on the psychology and the morale of the remaining team members, when you look at how it impacts even your output overall, they find that it is actually not ship in, ship out. It is better for you to keep your good hands and keep them satisfied. Not that you're held hostage or held ransom to every whim and caprice of your staff, but to be able to create a workplace that is humanistic, that actually considers that these are human beings. We're not talking of a factory setup. We're not saying put in, it's not a factory line. It's human emotions. Now that is what makes it different from any other type of system. We're talking people. It is important that the people that are there, you find that some organizations may not be the highest paying, they may not be the best workplaces, but what makes a place when they say best place to work or a good place to work, you find people talk about the intangibles. They're not talking about just salary motivates, yes, compensation, monetary compensation motivates, but that's not just what keeps people in a system. People are staying because there's a sense of belonging. People are staying because there's a sense of purpose. People are staying because they enjoy working with other team members. People are staying because whoever their superior is either mentoring them or building them, or they're getting something from that person. And they will stay on. And even I was in an organization where I did some brief work with them. And this man would constantly say that there are so many top organizations. It was a small consulting firm, about 10 people at the most. And when I say 10, I mean just 3 top people and the rest were just analysts. I said, there is no organization, home and abroad, that has not tried to poach its 3 top guys.
Wow.
But they won't go. They would not go.
Wow.
Because when you see them together, when they sit down on their strategy sessions, he's asking questions. This is somebody, he knows his onions. He's been trained all the way through. It's in performance management. He's been trained at the highest level. He's good. But when he goes behind and says, what do you think? What do you feel? We had that session yesterday. People want to be heard. People want to be seen. So as a leader, you cannot underrate the value of actually knowing who you are working with, knowing what makes them tick. That way you're even able to quickly identify wrong fits and get them out of the system if you need to do that.
This has actually been exactly what I hoped for. Impactful.
Thank you.
And I really hope that some of the leaders who are watching are actually absorbing some of the information. And like you said, though, it's not just about the leaders at the very top. Everybody that manages somebody is a leader.
Yes, exactly.
So thank you so much for this. We've come to the end. It's always too short.
Yes, it really
But this is a conversation we can have for days. So thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, I'm really quite excited about this topic. Thank you.
You're most welcome. Thank you.
Right, so hopefully we've all learned something. Leaders, peers, subordinates, whatever level you're working at, you're a manager of people in one way or the other, even if it's just your security guy. So we all have to learn how to develop positive office politics, because like Enito said, there's office politics everywhere.
It is.
Yeah, you can't run away from it. So thank you so much for watching. John and Helen, yes, I got it right this time. John is back. John and Helen will be rounding off the show in a few minutes. So please stay with us for a few more minutes. Thank you.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Nigeria is a beautiful country filled with cultural resources and a preserved tradition. It is famously known as the Giant of Africa, whose cultural heritage is woven from the natural beauty in her land, threads of history, and the hospitality of her people. From rainforests in the south to savanna woodlands in the center and a semi-desert region in the north, Nigeria is adorned with long stretches of exotic beaches, lush mountains, magnificent waterfalls, and a unique wildlife, boasting of enchanting tourist attractions ready to be enjoyed. Here are some tourist destinations you should add to your bucket list. Coconut Beach. Coconut Beach is located in the coastal town of Badagry, west of Lagos State, Nigeria. No place tells the story of tourism fused with history like Badagry, which is situated about 20 miles close to the border of the Benin Republic. Coconut Beach has breathtaking and beautiful ocean views, a perfect place for relaxation, with the beach being set away from the noise of suburbia. It is surrounded by thousands of coconut trees, where it got its name from, beautiful holiday resorts, vacation huts, fresh air, and an open sky, portraying an ideal rural destination for lovers of fun and holiday makers. The Obudu Mountain Resorts. Above the sea level on the Oshia ridge of the famous Sankwala Mountain sits majestically the Obudu Mountain Resort. It is located in the highlands and deep tropical forests of Cross River State, with a temperate climate and just 45 miles from the border of Cameroon. The ranch boasts of numerous pleasant mountain area and countryside views, with tourist attractions like the water park, cable car, ranch cattle and horses, waterfall, and the ancient Anapi village. The Obudu Mountain Resort is a mix of adventure, beautiful scenery, and idyllic tranquility. The Yankari Game Reserve. In Bauchi State is the Yankari Game Reserve and former National Park, one of West Africa's eco-destinations. It is home to several natural warm water springs and the biggest wildlife retreat. the reserve is filled with a number of activities that would help you connect with nature. Marvel at the largest herd of elephants in the country, embark on a guided safari tour, and explore the tropical forest. You'll also find beautifully constructed huts alongside some uncaged animals such as monkeys and baboons living in their natural habitat. The Yankari Game Reserve is an area of great natural beauty that provides recreational pleasure. The Ogbunike Caves. Located in a valley blanketed by tropical rainforest in Anambra State, are a collection of caves knitted with historical and spiritual significance. The Ogbunike Caves are associated with living traditions said to be preserved by the people for many centuries. Descending into the valley where the caves are located is a walkway made up of about 317 steps, and visitors must remove their shoes before entering the caves based on tradition. The caves are beautifully surrounded by streams of water flowing out from one of the tunnels into River Nkisa. Seen as a trove for tourists, the Ogbunike Caves make an ideal destination. The Owu Waterfalls. Described as a wonder in the wilderness is the Owu Waterfalls, located in Kwara State. Cascading from a height of about 120 meters to a pool of ice-cold water, the Owu Waterfalls is one of the highest and most fascinating waterfalls to watch in West Africa. It is a beautiful scenery which can only be appreciated when explored. Experience a fine mix of awesome attractions at the Owu Waterfalls, making it a memorable haven for your next vacation. The Osun Osogbo Grove. Situated on the outskirts of Osogbo, the capital of Osun State is the Osun Osogbo Sacred Grove, a large cultural landscape of undistributed forest dedicated to Osun, the Yoruba goddess of fertility, love, water, and beauty. The grove, which spans about 75 hectares of land, is a tourist destination that has sacred shrines, sanctuaries, sculptures, and artworks. The forest contains about 400 different species of plants that are used for medicinal purposes. Classified as one of the UNESCO World Heritage Sites, this sacred forest attracts a large number of tourists, and it is definitely worth visiting. Nigeria is a beautiful land waiting to be explored, and you are encouraged to visit and enjoy these wonderful tourist destinations.
জানে নাই যে সে তারা যেটা যাচাই করে নাই। আমার নাম মাহি, আমার যখন 11 বছর বয়স ছিল নিজেও জানি না। তারপরে আমি বলছি যে আমি এখন বিয়ে করবো না, আমি পড়তে চাই। আমার মারে বললো
ini basifundisha nakwambia kuna mtu amekuja ndaombi kwa anataka kuoa huyu mlaba mzuri tu mdogo. Mimi nikafanyaje, nikamwambia pia alipishmika imermeza zake دو میداد بازم به پدر مادر هیچی نمیگفتم، به هیچ کسی چی نمیگفتم، بازم به میرا تیر میکردم.
In 2018, Voice of America posted videos on social media of girls and women describing their experiences as brides and young mothers. The videos sparked a global conversation, receiving tens of thousands of comments and arguments for and against child marriage. Spurred by the overwhelming response, VOA journalists and photographers spent a year chronicling child brides around the world, putting faces and voices to a practice the United Nations is trying to eliminate by 2030. They focused on the worth of a girl and her value to two families, the one she leaves behind and the one she joins. What they found was troubling. In much of the world, child marriage is common and acceptable, and the lives of girls aren't worth very much.
به مکتب میرفتم صنف 7 بودم 10 روز بمونده بود که امتحانا سالانه خوب بودم که برم صنف 8 من عروسی که بکردم دگه نگداشتم هرچی که من گفتم میرم به مکتب میرم امی خسور ما خوشی ما همگی گفتن که اگه تو بری به مکتب ما.
At 13, Samaya was a dutiful daughter and sister in Afghanistan, helping her family make ends meet. Her father sold her to an abusive relative for $3,300.
این مرمی زده دو میداد باز همه به پدر مادر خود چی نمیگفتم به هیچ کسی چی نمیگفتم باز هم به مو رقم تیر میکردم همین تا با مشت و لغت و هردم مرمی زدم و دو میدادم فاش میگفتم مثلا اثری نمونه به جان شلاقی چیزا نمیزدن که اثری بمونه.
Samaya represents child brides around the world, poor, powerless, barely educated, whose resistance to marriage is either ignored or overruled. Like most, she had no choice in the decisions made by the grown-ups in her life. She was a business deal.
بازم به من سراخونه سیواشه سراخونه من کارا مارکی میکنه موتور بخریدیم اون مقدارمو هم که میگفتم میرم مکتب و شومه و خوشومه و همه مرمی زدن که تو نمایی که بریم مکتب نمیدیشتم.
Unë quhem Orkita Driza, jam martuar në moshën 13 vjeç e 7 muaj. Njëra nga motrat e mia që ishte, domethënë ishte më lart pak më e madhe se te unë, vuante me një sëmundje të rëndë, domethënë nga veshka, të dyja veshkat I kishte jashtë funksionit për jetën, dhe ishte në rrezik vërtet për jetën. Dhe mamaja ime vendosi që të bënte motrën operacion, që të më martonte mua me dikë tjetër dhe të bënte motrën operacion, sepse ky njeri që më mori mua për djalin e tij kishte, domethënë, kishte muhabet shumë me doktorët e Durrësit. Ky ishte një detyrim ndaj familjes, edhe unë e bëra për hir të si me motre për të shpëtuar jetën. Më vajti vajza Bleona 11 vjeçe, edhe merdi dikush ma kërkoj po nga komuniteti, po ishte egyptian. U detyrova, thash për mua si ta ketë shkujtash Zoti jetën, thash për paktën vete di që do flej rrugëve, për paktën vetëm fëmijën ta kem të strehuar, sepse nuk njihja ndonjë këtu që ta mund ta strehoja fëmijën. Po faktikisht jam ndier shumë e penduar, por më bëri jeta, fatkeqësia e jetës.
Child marriage is not confined to girls in poor, developing countries or members of a certain religion or tribal custom. Even girls in the wealthiest countries, like the United States, are child brides.
I have 4 boys. I have a 7-year-old, an 8-year-old, a 5-year-old, and a 4-year-old.
Ashley got married under the mistaken belief that her 18-year-old boyfriend would be jailed for statutory rape of a minor in the state of Missouri. Ashley said 2 of her cousins, one a year younger than her, married soon after she did.
Good. I got married when I was 15. I just found out I was pregnant not long before I got married. My aunt got on the bus and she told me to get off the bus, that I was going to go get married that day. All I can remember is hearing all the kids gasp and was like, she's too young. We went to the courthouse and got our marriage license. And then we went to a preacher's house here in Steele, and he married us. I don't think either one of us realized how big of a commitment we were making then. No, that day I think I was happy, but I know there was definitely fear and doubt in my mind. I mean, I was happy that I was about to do what I thought was start a family, and I was excited more for the future than I think I was for the present.
عمر مې چې دی یو 20 کال کېږي چې عمر مې دی 6 میاشتې کېږي چې واده کړی مې دی. دلته راغلی مور مې ډېرې قرض وکړي په قرض کې خلک باوې وړي. ژړل مې ټول کلک ته مې مجبور ولو نو سمو کال قرضاریان داسې مو ټینګ کړی و. بیا مو ټول ول چې قرضاریان دې ټینګ کړی دي پیسې نه لرې ورکړه ول پیسې نه لرې ورکړه خپل لور ورکړه.
In much of the world where marriage is a transaction marked by cultural expectations and traditions, young brides like Samaya and Bobogai pay the biggest price for their innocence, independence and freedom.
واده مې چې وکړ ژړل مې اوس 2 میاشتې کېږي خپل د خپل د میړه کور دلته راغلی یم. داسې راباندې کار ډېر کوي کار مې هم نه دی لږ زده نه دی دغه دپاره اوس دلته خپل مور سره راغلی مور مې لږ کار راته ښیي. ژوند مې مخ ته هم دغسې و تماس سبا ووتم ماپښین د عینونه 500 روپۍ 100 روپۍ 10 روپۍ کبان مې ټولول. دا چې واده مې وکړ په دغه ورځ مې واده ولا زه ولاړم کباړ ته ولاړم. کباړ مې ټولول کاغذان مې ټولول عینان مې ټولول ځان خرڅ مې کوي نو ډوډۍ موډۍ راوړم دا کوچنی خوري چې خرڅ مې نه کوي دغسې وژنه تجه ناسته دی. تو سالنډي مرض لا لرم ساه مې چې ډېرې بندېږي دغه یخ چې کېږي داسې ساه مې بندېږي تمام ورځ په بستر یم تمام ورځ جګرخونې کوم او تمام ورځ داسې ورته زړه مې دغسې اور وایم واخیستی.
मेरी नंढी उम्र में शादी थी तो मैंने छोकरी मैंने बाबे ये सोचा हुई तो मैं तो मैंने दिला पानी तक मैंने बाबे के तो वॾी थी सी पे जब मैं बिलावण डो है ना वॾा छोकरा बिलावण असारा नंढे रवाज है ना नंढड़े उम्र पे शादी कर छोड़े दिया नंढी उम्र ते कर ॾितल पीछे मेरे बाबे मैंने ॾिठी हुई मैं जैसी तो पीछे मां शादी कर छोड़े सा.
Over and over, girls are forced to leave classrooms where they thrived and into marriages where most of them never wanted to be.
शादी खां पहिरीं माना मां स्कूल वेंदी हुअमि त सुठो लॻंदो हो मां जब मां पढ़ां पोइ शादी खां पोइ मुंहिंजी शादी थी वई त पोइ मां चवंदमि पोइ बि मुंहिंजो शौक़ु आहे उहो पर मां शादी खां पिछे बि मां माना स्कूल माना शौक़ु आहे मेरे पढ़ण दा मां जब मां पढ़ां असारे छोकिरा इवें करंदा आहिनि दिला पाणी ते चवंदा आहिनि त शादी कर छोड़ींदा. शादी खां पहिरियों माण्हू आज़ादु हो माना घर जो कमकार अपनी मर्ज़ी ते करंदी हुअमि पिछे वारा माउ पीउ वांदे करंदी हुअमि न त ठहे बैठी हूंदी हुअमि वांदी बैठी हूंदी हुअमि. शादी खां पिछे वारा सॼे घर जी ज़िम्मेवारी आ गई न सॼे घर जी ज़िम्मेवारी आ गई त सॼे घर जा कमकार माना ॿारनि खे संभालणु पीछे भी मैंने घर वाले मैंने पीछे रोक छोड़े ना घर सॼी जिम्मेवारी आ गई अपनी दीदी शादी मैंने वॾी थी सी पीछे कर वैसा
Growing up in poverty, the girls value an education.
Iya sih, takutnya gitu yang ditakutkan. Dulunya sih sempat nangis gitu, mau udah saya tuh pengen sekolah aja dulu. Tapi kata mamanya udah nggak ada biaya, jadi nggak bisa lanjut gitu. Kata orang tua udah gini aja, udah nikah aja. Baru umur anak dibikin cepet aja, anak umur 2 tahun saya udah ditinggal. Ya mungkin karena enggak terurus mungkin. Ya kayak sayanya kan belum bisa ngurus suami sama anak mungkin. Mungkin kurang diurus gitu, makannya, tidurnya gitu. Kalau saya kan pengennya bermain terus sama teman-teman.
To kamar da kika sani dai ban fara al'ada a lokacin ba, amma kuma sai ina gidan mijin na fara. To kuma dai da na zo haihuwa dai kin san yanayin da yara karancin shekaru baka yi girman ma da zaka san menene matsalolin ciki ba, amma wurin haihuwa dai an sha wahala.
Khadija, a member of the Fulani tribe, comes from a family of clerics. At 13, she was 2 years younger than the age limit that girls in her family are married off.
Amma ba a yin sama da haka. To maganar kuma da kika yi min na cewa akai haɗi ne, to zan iya cewa haɗi ne tunda a lokacin ba zan iya tantancewa me so me kiyayya ba kuma ban san ma ya so yake ba.
Throughout the world, young girls realize almost immediately the harsh realities of an early marriage.
Ai vërtet ishte I verbër, po ishte alkoolist, nuk rinte në shtëpi. Isha 13 vjeç e 7 muaj, ishte 24 vjeç në atë kohë. Martesa zgjati 15 vite, mbasi unë bëra 4 fëmijë me këtë që kisha. Dhe pastaj durova, I thash, u detyrova që ikë sepse nuk mund të rinja dot më.
আরে যখন স্কুলে যখন পড়তেছিলাম যে আজকে আমি প্রতিদিন পড়তে থাকতাম, আজকে মানুষের এত লাঞ্ছনা, এত কথা, এত কিছু শোনা লাগতো না। ভালোটা চাকরি বাকরি করতে পারতাম, ভালোটা কাজ কাম করতে পারতাম, কিন্তু অথচ এখন মূর্খ দেখা, এখন পড়া তো দূরের কথা, এখন আজ পর্যন্ত আমার স্বামী আমার লাথি মেরে ফালাইতে হয়ে গেল গা। আর যদি পড়ালেখা থাকতো তো স্বামী যেতে পারতো না এরকম আমাকে ফালাইতে। আজকে যদি লেখাপড়া করতাম, 5টা জানতাম, বুঝতাম, শুনতাম, তাহলে আজকে আমার এই দিনটা দেখা হইতো না। একমাত্র বাবা আমার ভুলের কারণে আর বিয়েটা হয়ে যাওয়ার কারণে আজকে আমি এই রাস্তায়, আজকে আমি এই পথে।
خودنا که همه بی سواتا ایران گفتم مام تو رو نمیگذاره مکتب اگه تو بری کارام که میکنه بعد از عروسی هم میشه ور معخول بدور مادر پیش میکرد پیار پیش میکرد مکتب خو همه می دوران طفولیت کنه هست من مکتب خوش دیدم که
is about more than just sitting here and talking about women's issues. It's about listening to them
and bringing their opinions to the table and making sure their voices are heard.
Because our lived experiences, our stories, and our voices will help shape the next generation.
Health, wellness, sport, beauty, medical breakthroughs. Healthy Living cares about your well-being. Every week, connect with our experts. You can ask them your questions and get their advice. Join me, Lina Humudu, in Washington on Healthy Living, your new health program, right here on Voice of America.
In a village in Tanzania, faced with the prospect of being married off to a stranger, 14-year-old Mwana Hamisi took control of her own destiny. She said no.
Siku hiyo ikatokea shughuli Nikaenda pale katika shughuli za tuseme za shule za graduation, nikaenda tukafanya sherehe, nikasikia kama mtu na umri mdogo anataka kuolewa. Fika kituoni, akataja zile namba za simu, nikachukua zile namba nikaziandika, nikaondoka zangu nyumbani. Nilia, mama akasemaje, nenda, nikaondoka zangu. Niliondoka zangu hivyo fika siku ya pili ile, yule bibi akanipa ile simu ili niwasiliane na yule bwana. Alivyonipa ile simu, mimi nikaichukua ile simu, nikaziandika zile namba, nikaanza kuwasiliana na polisi. Nikawasiliana nao, akaniambia inabidi ulipate hilo jina la baba na hizo tarehe. Ilifika siku ya pili, nikamuuliza mama, mimi naolewa tarehe ngapi? Akaniambia tarehe kuhusu ananioa nani? Akaniambia hivi vinavyo kuhusu wewe hapo kaa. Akaja mwenyekiti wa mtaa. Ulipofika usiku, akaja mwenyekiti wa mtaa, akasema wewe ndo Damwana? Nikamwambia ndio. Akaniambiaje, sisi tumepata taarifa kutoka kituoni kama wewe unataka kuolewa. Kweli wewe? Nikamwambia kweli. Kwa mwenyewe mimi sitaki kuolewa. Basi mwenyekiti tena akatumwa aende kule eneo la tukio, akaambia hii ndoa isitishe.
She now lives in a shelter with other vulnerable girls and dreams of a career in fashion. Despite a worldwide acceptance of child marriage, the young brides realize their own self-worth. Girls marry for a number of reasons. But what about old-fashioned love? As the saying goes, it's complicated. Estrella was in the 6th grade when she fell in love. She married her boyfriend over their parents' objections. In Mexico, roughly 1 in 4 girls is married or in a live-in relationship by age 18.
Me llamo Estrella Belén Estrada Rodríguez, tengo 13 años, iba de segundo grado de la secundaria, sino que lo pensaba por mi escuela, pues, pero como lo quiero mucho, sí quería estar con él. Cambió pues porque estudiaba y llegando pues ya estaba todo listo. Ya ahorita pues tengo que atender a mi esposo. Me levanto temprano a darle pues su café para ir a las 5:40, 6. Ya después empiezo a limpiar la casa, lavar trastes, lavo su ropa, todo, ¿no? Y ya le ayudo a mi suegra a hacer pues el desayuno para que aprenda yo a cocinar, pues, más que nada, porque como no muy sé, pues, ya mi suegra me enseña. Pero ya me estoy acostumbrando.
Okay, I live in Dyersburg, Tennessee. I work all the time, take care of my baby and the husband. That's about it.
At 16, Katie married a man twice her age. Her mother signed the marriage license.
I got pregnant underage, and that was kind of what had us go ahead and get married so I wouldn't send him to jail. A lot of people look down on him for it and stuff, you know, but like I told him, I don't care what anybody thinks. I love him, you know, it is what it is. I mean, we're like any other marriage couple. We've had our problems. I mean, we split up, I went and stayed with them for a little bit, but we just know we want to live with each other, we want to be with each other, you know what I mean? So we work through our problems. I couldn't live without him.
Sultan in Turkey can relate to that. Now nearing 60, hers was an arranged marriage. She has 2 sons and no regrets.
Güzel bir şeydi, bilmiyorum. Ben de çocuktum. Beraber büyüdük oğlumla. Ama eşimi hiç tanımamıştım, bilmiyordum. Zamanla biz birbirimizi tanıdık. Şimdi çok mutluyum, çok şükür. Yani iki tane aslan gibi oğlum var. Güzel bir yerdedirler. Eşimle beraber yaşıyorum.
که اونجا در خانه بودی 1 سال ادعا میکنی و در خانه بودی برخورد اینا با تو چطور؟
هیچی بمونه.
8 months after her first interview, Samaya is transformed. She is divorced and living at home, away from the beatings and violence of her in-laws. Her father was sentenced to 2 years in jail for forcing her into marriage. She's happy and healing and wants to learn to read the Quran.
اونا دارن زندگی خور میکنم، من زندگی عادی خور شروع کردم، خیاطی میکنم، مادر یک براری دارم، برار من فعلا به شرکت مایه بره کار میکنه، دیگه کسی نیاز ما که مثلا نوار خونه ما فقط مانه، اول خدا بعد از ما برار مینه کلا نمینه، پدر ما کارم نمیکرد. بله فعلا بیتر شده، حالا که پیام نیم خب کل بیتر شده، بخاطر از اینکه پیام که بود جنگ دعوا میکرد و چه میکرد، پولی که ما خیاطی کردی از ما میسون، به این واسه از اون لحاظ خیلی خوب. خونه دیگه ما خیاطی مانه که مثلا اپرانه که بیارم برای ما خیلی میارم، بیشتر خیاطی پیش مانه.
Na nikaendelea kusoma ile shule tuseme, ndoto zangu nataka niwe mwana design mzuri.
Ya alasan saya mengajukan ke MK, jangan sampai adanya pernikahan anak lagi. Udah cukup saya aja yang jadi korban, kalau dinikahin masih anak, masih kecil tuh, aduh nggak enak rasanya. Iya, memperjuangkan anak gitu, udah jangan sampai kayak saya gitu, harus diperjuangkan anak. Ya.
What about your microphone, Mama?
It just stays there.
Why?
It just does.
2 minuty am to put Giroux.
Unë e martova se mbeta në rrugë, ku mund ta çoja unë vajzën time. Pra ma tisha në një shtëpi me vajzën, kisha një shtëpi personale siç jam këtu për shkak. Me vajzën time, normalisht unë do ta arsimoja fëmijën. S'kishte nevojë vajza im për burr 11 vjeçë, 12 vjeçë, 13 vjeçë. Ta arsimohesh, të shkonte në një punë, të punonte për veten e saj në një kurs, për veten e saj, jo për mua, për veten. Unë do punoja vetë edhe për fëmijën që fëmia im të ishte dikushi.
Girls like Samaya are the exception rather than the rule. Around the globe, they remain at risk. For every girl like Mwana Hamisi who escaped an unwanted marriage, millions more are trapped in abusive, unhappy unions. For every Katie and Sultan who found love, comfort and stability, millions more are like Khadija and Orkida who don't know what love is.
Unë I bëj një mesazh të gjithë këtyre nënave, vërtet ne vetë jena martuar në një moshë të vogël, por të paktën fëmijëve tanë të japin një arsimim të mirë, dhe fëmia mund të martohet në një moshë e pakta 20 vjeç, e pakta.
তাই আমি সবার কাছে বলবো একটা কথাই কমু যে আমার মতো আমরা চাই না যে কোনো মেয়ের বাবা মা কোনো মেয়েকে অল্প বয়সে বিয়ে দিয়ে কোনো মেয়ের পড়ালেখা নষ্ট করুক বা কোনো মেয়ের জীবনটা নষ্ট করুক।
I do regret, not finishing school, growing up way too fast. That's just stuff you shouldn't do when you're a kid, honestly. I see that all now. I didn't see it then, though, and you can't change it.
Ending marriage before 18 is one of the United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals. It asks that governments, civil society organizations, religious and community leaders and families work together to re-evaluate the worth of their girls. It's a community effort, it's a country effort, it's a global effort.
So if somebody would have had a similar story to mine and would have told me, I wish that would have happened for me. I wish I had somebody to tell me that I was making the wrong choice.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Rivers State House of Assembly complex demolished as Governor Fubara presents 2024 budget to 5 Rivers lawmakers. I am Bola Oba and this is Plus Politics. The Rivers State government on Wednesday morning demolished the State House of Assembly complex. Explaining why it demolished the complex while speaking to newsmen, the Commissioner for Information of the state, Joseph Johnson, said the government took the decision because of the structural defects in the building after the fire incident that occurred in October this year. Meanwhile, the Rivers State Governor, Simelinaya Fubara, on the same day, presented the 2024 appropriation bill to 5 members of the State House of Assembly loyal to him. This came a few minutes after the demolition of the State House of Assembly complex. The 27 members of the House Loyal to the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, who recently defected from the People's Democratic Party to the All Progressive Congress, were not present at the sitting. Take a listen.
You recall that on the 30th of October, after the fire incident that took place on the 29th, arising from the visit of His Excellency, I was on that trip, and we got there to assess the extent of damage. But beyond that, His Excellency also commissioned consultants who went into the structure and came up with an advice that it was no longer habitable and not very conducive for business. On the strength of that advice, the government had decided to demolish that structure and also provide a befitting place for members of parliament to transact their business. Well, the rapidity at which we commenced today will tell you that we're prepared to do it, and within record time, I'm sure that place will be fit for legislative business.
Joining us now is the publisher of Christina Reports, Gospel Jumbo, and former APC spokesperson Darlington Nwauju. Also joining us in the publicity secretary, APC Rivers State, Chibike Ikenga. Gentlemen, welcome to Pulse Politics. Hello?
Consultants who went into...
Hello?
Thank you, Mr. Bola.
Good evening.
And welcome, Darlington and the other...
Darlington, the drama or the tragicomedy that is happening in Rivers is so disturbing now. So what would you tell our viewers about what is happening in Rivers?
Thank you very much, viewers. Unfortunately, my state again is experiencing another round of crisis. But this time, we are aware that all these actions of the government is a response to the pains of the defection of the 27 members of the House of Assembly who joined APC in the last 48 hours. You are aware that they have had intractable problems in PDP, which culminated in the defection of 27 House of Assembly members to our party, APC. The government, led by Governor Sim Fubara, being very pained and irked by that development, went for their pound of flesh by the demolition of one of the relics of the state, the Rivers State House of Assembly complex. Unfortunately, that complex had been in existence and is one of our relics, and there was no need for that demolition, taking into consideration that such huge funds, humongous funds, that will be expended in the destruction and reconstruction of this edifice could have been channeled to other sectors yearning for investments. And these investments, these funds would have been plowed into those areas that will help create the enabling environment that will create jobs, that will improve on the education sector, improve on the agriculture sector, and then look at some of the major challenges we have had in the state on that development and poverty, ravaging poverty. So that the funds that will be now expended in demolition and rebuilding of this edifice could have been channeled to those areas for the greater good of the Rivers people. So as a party, we are unhappy with it. That's why we are opposed to it. But the impunity is by the day getting more expanded. And that as a party, we condemn it in all its entirety.
It is just natural that as an APC stalwart, you would condemn it. And, you know, to any any sensible Nigerian, this is condemnable. But having said that, if the tables were to be turned, people in your party too probably wouldn't have done any better. How will you respond to that?
Well, I do not think so, because APC as a party in Rivers State, in the build-up to the 2023 elections, did prepare very well to usher in people-oriented government that will be saddled with the responsibility of ensuring the economic and social survival of its citizens. But unfortunately, we do know that PDP is known for this type of crisis where they try to continuously recycle problems within the state and enhance underdevelopment. As a party, should APC take over the reins of governance in Rivers State, APC will usher in the best government and the government that the people have yearned for over the years.
Would you not think that your remark now comes with a tinge of irony? It was the PDP characters in Rivers that helped you people win the presidential poll in Rivers. It was the executive of the APC that, if you want to claim the credit for APC, the executive council of the APC that did it for the APC was suddenly defenestrated a couple of days ago for a caretaker executive to come into place, I guess with the view that your national secretariat knows that the 27 members will be jettisoning their party. So what would be your response to that?
Well, I will speak the truth and nothing but the truth. I will recall that in the build-up to the 2023 elections, one of the heavyweights in PDP, Chief Nyesom Wike, the governor, as he then was, and today the minister of the FCT, mobilized his supporters to give the proper support to the president, Ahmed Bola Tinubu, in the election, which helped with the support of the leaders of APC in Rivers State. A couple of us who supported with Chief Nyesom Wike, we delivered the president. That is correct. But that's not to say that the entire PDP in Rivers State are people who are progressively minded. A couple of them have resorted to their old ways of trying to create more crises and retard development. So the national leadership of our party, I'm aware, did not at any point in time contemplate that 27 House of Assembly members were defecting, and that was the reason for instituting a caretaker committee. Rather, what was the issue was that APC leadership at the state, particularly the party executive, have had intractable challenges, disagreements that had gone beyond their control, wherein the party now had two leadership structures at the party, one led by one Emeka Bekei, and then another one led by Omete Efrebo, both of them commanding some troops in the executive, which was now split into two, and had created problems and made it impossible for the party to progress. It was on the basis of that that the National Executive Committee, which ceded this power to the National Working Committee on the 2nd, from the 2nd to the 3rd of August, to manage the party. And then they saw that there was reason after factions of the parties led their delegations to meet the national chairman. It was in that situation that the National Executive of the Party found out that there was an absolute need for them to rejig the party, which led to the institution of the caretaker committee that we have today.
And the timing was such that it was a couple of days just to the defection of the 27 members, and it was just a couple of days too to the very, very interesting sing-song of the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory on your mandate. Don't you think the coincidences are a bit of, and it is even alleged now by APC traditionalists in Rivers that the interim executive committee is actually made up of loyalists to former Governor Wike. How would you want to respond to all those?
Well, some of them speak from both sides of their mouth. I am a foundation member of APC. I was there from day one, and I was the leader of APC in Ikwere local government, where the former Minister of Transportation hails from. I was his leader until such a time I left. I can tell you that there's no one in APC who can say that he is more a traditionalist to APC than myself. Let me say, for purposes of respect to the Honorable former Minister of Transportation, apart from him at his own level, I do not think that there's any other person who can assume that he played more roles, better roles than myself and a few others in the party. Reason being that we fought for this party, we have stood for this party, and we are disenchanted with the divisions that have trailed this party over the years. And there's need for us all to today look for a possible way to reject the party. But I can tell you that in the most recent, our governorship candidate, Toye Cole, whom I support so strongly till tomorrow, I believe that Toye Cole is better prepared, was better prepared, and is still better prepared to do the job of governance in Rivers State. Unfortunately, politics has its own way. So I can tell you that I was part of the delegation that Toye Cole, as the governorship candidate and leader, took to the national chairman and national working committee of the party to ask the national chairman and the party to intervene to reject the party. And that as a member of this caretaker committee, my membership was drawn from the fact that I was part of Toye Cole's delegation to the place. Chief Tony Okocha also had his own faction. And then Magnus Abe and a few others also led a group of SDP members, even though they were former members of APC who went to SDP, they also went to the national chairman and national working committee to ask that everybody be brought together so we can have a new start. And that's where we are today.
So that is the politics of APC, which is not so much the issue in contention now. The issue in contention now is that the appropriation bill for 2024 in your state has been officially presented to a group of parliamentarians that is officially less than a quorum of the State House of Assembly. I guess they are working on the injunction they got yesterday that the Edison AES faction is the recognized faction of the legislature. What will be your response to that seeming aberration?
Yeah, that is what we woke up to see this morning. It is all choreographed. Like yesterday, APC as a party in the state did grant a press conference wherein we alerted Rivers people that the job by S-Party, which Justice Danagogo granted, was purposely done to prepare the way for the Edison AHL House of Assembly to receive the budget from the governor today. I know that a 4 or 5 member House of Assembly, a 4 or 5 member assembly is an aberration. It's an aberration to democracy where we have 32 members minus 1 deceased. If, assuming without considering that they wanted a few members to be there, they have their laws, they have their house rules, which guides their...
Okay. I'll come back to you. Let me talk to Darlington Waju now. Darlington Waju, are you there?
Yes, please.
What is your take on this melodrama happening in your state? Sad but funny.
Unfortunately, this is not what we desire, but I think that the government of PDP in Rivers State is orchestrating all these challenges to have an easy way out, to avert checks and balances, because now that we have the majority of House of Assembly, it is our responsibility to check the arbitrariness. like what you have seen today. Today, they have exposed themselves because this government and this party, PDP, are interested in ensuring that they do not follow due processes. And without due processes, these are anti-democratic actions that retard development. And it's an unfortunate development. And we ask that all well-meaning Nigerians should, and those who believe in democracy, transparency, and accountability should speak up. So
let me quickly get to one of our participants, Godswill Jumbo. Godswill Jumbo, are you there?
Yes, good evening. My pleasure being with you here.
Good evening, Godswill Jumbo. What is happening in your state? What is happening in a state that is ordinarily one of the iconic states of the Federation, and where, even if one were to look into the history of Nigeria, for centuries, you guys have been interacting with modernity and westernization. What is happening that has gotten to the level of this vandalism and sheer... Go ahead, please.
Not much. Like my friend and brother Chibike Kinga, he was with us in Government House and he worked with Nyesom Wike then directly. So he knows he can relate to the things I'll be saying this evening here. From the points where it was clear that our elder brother, Nyesom Wike, who is now the FCT minister, from the point it was clear that he was going to become the governor, we expected a day like this to come. His style of politics, his brand of politics, his modus operandi, his SOP, it is what is playing out. The people, the key actors in the drama that is playing out in Rivers State are people who underwent his tutelage, who were groomed by him. So we don't expect anything different from what we are seeing. The only part, and for us as spectators who are watching the whole drama from the sideline, we think the complaints from the APC hardly hold water. The APC in Rivers State is supporting the PDP. The APC in Rivers State is also criticizing the PDP. So which one are we taking? On which side are they? They have appointed the former governor as a minister in their government, and the former governor is now a minister in their government at the center. Has a son who is now the governor of the state, and a lot is happening around him. So their criticism or endorsement, it doesn't hold water much. For me, as a media person, a public affairs analyst, when I look at the things that are happening, I think it is the process of extricating Rivers State from the confusion that, the political actors have put it in the past, couple of years, 8 years and thereabouts. And like I said in the program here some time ago, Rivers State, is in a state of abeyance, especially the economy of the state, especially the way and means of the survival, of the subsistence, of the good life of the people of Rivers State has been in suspension. And at the point where the current governor decided to look at what are those indices that, if stimulated, can jumpstart, reactivate the economic life of Rivers State. That is where the crisis broke out. And there are all kinds of rumors flying out, monies that should be paid here and there, the decision on whether to pay pensioners or not to pay them, whether it's a waste of resources or not, and all of that. And then activating the Songhai farm, the banana farm, the Eche farm, the Bori, shoe factory, and several other economic stimulants that were in place. And at that point, the disagreement started. The issue of the demolition of the House of Assembly that happened today, fine, there are different sides to it. On the one side, it's an edifice that's, one of the landmarks. And then there is also the issue of the integrity status of that facility. The former governor himself said it on record that building is faulty and needs to be fixed. And then after the explosion and the fire incident that happened October 30th, there was also, indications from experts that building needs to be rejigged. So, and then we saw the demolition today. Maybe the governor is taking that drastic measure.
So, God's will. Yes. As a media person, you are looking straight into my eyes and you are telling the world that as a media person, it was probably because of the reports of professionals that structure may have been defective, that they sent caterpillars there today, not because of the defection of the 27 members.
Yes. I don't see any connection to defection of anybody. People have always been defecting. In 2015, all of us that were serving in the River State government, all of us were moved to the APC. No building was demolished. And then all along the line, people, even recently, just early this year before the election, a lot of defections happened. Even after the election, defections have been happening. Even today,
as a journalist, Godswill, as a journalist, but the facts are different. When you moved in 2015, you moved with a sitting governor. In this instance, the 27 have moved without the sitting governor. And who controls the executive powers of a state. So the facts are not similar. You know that.
No, not the facts. The circumstances, sir. The facts are different. We are talking about the circumstances. In that case, a governor moved the officials, the functionaries in his administration to a new party. In this case, the government is splitting up. Some people who, decided to express their constitutional rights of association decided to move from one party to another. So tying it to, a government looking at a public facility, a public structure, and based on whatever are the findings that the experts they deployed to run integrity tests on that facility, are advising.
Okay, Jumbo, okay, Godswill.
So I don't see the connection.
Okay, Godswill, let me quickly ask you this before. Let me quickly ask you this before I go to another person. Godswill, I was particularly following the story this morning, and I was shocked to know that nobody really bothered to take out the furniture, pieces of furniture. Nobody bothered to take out the electronic gadgets, the air conditioning. So apart from the structure that was demolished, billions of naira worth of valuables were also crushed with that building because somebody believes that building must go down to prove that he is in charge in River State.
I think we need to step back from any judgmental posture. the governor has not said that he is bringing down that building because he wants to show that he is in charge. And by the way, is he not in charge? Is he supposed to overemphasize that? Is he even supposed to say it by whether words or actions? No, I don't think anybody is showing anything. For me, as a development enthusiast, when I see that experts have looked at the building and they think, okay, look at all the buildings that collapsed in Lagos and several lives that were lost. So would we want that kind of thing again in Rivers State? I think we need to be objective here. As much as we want to tap into politics, let's look for the facts that, objectively, dispassionately tie together the two issues.
And
if they are not there, let's not integrate them arbitrarily.
At least, we should. This fact should not be controvertible, and that fact is the fact that the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, at the level of the state, envisages that there will be 3 co-equal arms of government: the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. As we speak now, in Rivers State, the physical infrastructure that should serve the legislature has been crushed. Do we agree on that?
I don't see any interference with the operations, the functions of the legislature. Has the governor at any time gone to disrupt the sitting of the legislature? It has never happened. Neither of the factions sitting, whether the AHA-led faction or the Martins Amehule-led faction, has been disrupted by the executive arm. They sit. I think when we look at the issue of the building I think it's about making sure that they have a building that is safe for them to be able to sit under, that we will not have a situation where 32 lawmakers, a building will collapse and we lost 32 lawmakers. You remember the Sosoliso plane crash?
Okay, Goswin.
People died.
Let me go to your colleague. Let me go to your colleague. I'll be back. I'll come back to you. Darlington. Hello? Chibike.
Yes, I'm on.
Chibike Kenga.
Yes, please.
You must have listened to your colleague on this show, a known journalist, known media person in your area, and he believes that the demolition could have been instructed by the professional recommendation of experts who visited post the arson, and probably this thing was demolished based on their report. How would you want to respond to that?
Okay, thank you very much. I think that I've listened to the rationalizations of Gospel. Gospel is an interested party. He's coming under the cloak of a public analyst. That's not correct. If you watch his narrative and the trajectory he has taken the analysis, you'll find out that he is pure and simple a supporter of PDP and the government at the state. So that's why, irrespective of whatever rationalizations or exceptions he has made for the reasons for demolition, for the reasons for the actions of the governor, he cannot stand. But let me correct an impression. Mr. Gospel, the last time I worked in government house, the last time I was in government house, that is the truth. But the truth here is that what all the actions that have taken place in Rivers State in the recent days are all governmental conspiracy and all governmental propaganda geared towards taking a complete control of governance in Rivers State. They are not interested in supporting checks and balances. The government wants to run a solo government, a situation where a government will support a 5-man committee in the House of Assembly to the chagrin of the larger constituents. It's most appalling. And you support the fact that the government which had shut out 27 members and their constituents and are dealing with only 4 or about 5 members, is most challenging. And I do not think that as APC in Rivers State, we will support that. That is why we are against it. We're not interested in the divisions they have had in their party as PDP. They should continue to have their divisions, because that divisions had come through us before and they capitalized on it and then got government. So now that they have their own division, we're interested in ensuring that we take their members as much as they did last time to us. And then we can government.
Okay, let me give the gentleman a fair opportunity to respond to the 2 points you've made. Godswill, Chibike is saying that, you know what, it was not in the government house in 2015 that it was, the last time he worked there was in 2011. And that he believes that you have a vested interest, but pretending to be an innocent public analyst. How would you want to respond?
In government house from 2008, and then I was made the chief press secretary to the deputy governor January 2013. So from 2008 to 2011, we worked together. I was in the media department of the deputy governor's office, and he was in the office of the chief of staff. So there's no misrepresentation of fact when I say we worked together in government house. Just that I didn't infuse the dates when we worked together. He can remember we were all there in government house. So there is no misrepresentation of facts here. As per his assertion that I am pro-PDP, pro the government and all of that, I quit politics on the 27th of January 2016, and I've never involved myself in politics. My name is not on any party register anywhere in the world. I remain apolitical, I remain neutral, I remain objective, and I'm able to give the analysis I'm giving because I'm not connected to the situation. I'm not in the arena. I'm a spectator. I'm by the side. You know, let's not fabricate situations that do not exist. If you say the governor is trying to assert his authority, is trying to subsume, emasculate the lawmakers, bring the facts. The Edison, the Ehie faction has been sitting, the Martins Amewule's faction has been sitting, and the governor has not interfered with that. Tell me he has interfered, and then I will agree with.
But Godswill, to you, hello, Godswill.
The governor now ignore the decision of a competent court of law. Should the governor ignore that? The court has said that this is the recognized speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly. So who else is the governor supposed to present the budget to?
So, but Godswill, I just want you to respond to this. Hello, Godswill. Yes. To you, the asking, the chamber of the House of Assembly going ablaze whilst the impeachment session was about to happen was a coincidence. It must have been from your analysis. And the demolition, from your analysis as earlier proceeded, is perhaps on the recommendation of the professionals that visited. I guess.
No, I think you refer to me not to impute words I have not said. I don't know how the fire in the House of Assembly occurred. Just like everybody heard about it, I wasn't even in Port Harcourt. I was in my hometown, Bonny Island, as at the time it happened. So I wasn't anywhere around that facility. So I don't know how it happened. You know, whether it's a coincidence, whether it is not, is what I don't know. And I have never said I know. So tying me to it, I mean, it doesn't, and incidents happen. And the governor, as the chief security officer of the state, you know, has to come in and, you know, inspect the place. And probably from what the Commissioner of Information was saying earlier today, assemble experts to make an assessment of the building, which anybody will expect a responsible government to do. And now, that's based on that recommendation, that building is faulty, and he decides to bring it down to put up a new edifice that is structurally resilient, and safe enough for the lawmakers to sit. What is the bad thing about that? So for me, let's not criticize for the sake of criticism. And by the way, the APC government is the party or the All Progressive Congress he is, trying to promote here. Let's also understand that this whole thing may even be actually the activities, at the back end of what if it's the APC government that's actually, giving the guiding light to the governor on what to do. We may never know. This is politics. This is Rivers State. The politicians, they are hardly neither here nor there. And I said it on this program the last time you invited me, that Rivers State has always been PDP. When I know my friend and brother, Chibike Ikenga, he was PDP. He was not APC. I was not even a member of.
Okay, let's give him a fair chance to respond to some of the subtle allegations you've made. Ikenga, according to God's will, you are like you are not consistent. When he knew you were in PDP. Now it suits you. You are talking as though any member of the PDP should be seen as a political villain. How would you want to respond to that?
Well, he should also tell us why he ran away from politics, because it became very hot and he could not participate further. He could not stand the heat. That's why he ran away. But let me tell you, I was in PDP. All of us were all in PDP, and we moved with Rotimi Amechi to APC. That's why I did say that I'm a foundational member of APC from 2013, and I'm still in APC till date. The point being made here is that the government and party, PDP Rivers State, are not involved, are not taking programs that are people-oriented. They are chasing vendetta. They are after personal egos, petty politics. The government and PDP should today concentrate on delivering the goods and services that Rivers people yearn for, and not to go back to the days of campaigns. As campaigns are over, they ought to continue to take on good governance, take the people out of poverty, and usher in the best.
Chibike, let me even ask you. Your namesake, former Governor Chibike Amechi, what's the status in your party now in Rivers State?
Well, former Governor Rotimi Amechi and former Minister of Transportation is still a member of APC, to the best of my knowledge, up to today.
So, if he's still a member of the APC, this interim or caretaker committee that the National Secretariat has instituted in Rivers State, where does his die role now in the newly constituted caretaker committee?
Well, I was drafted from the former faction, which was loyal to him, because I was part of those who went with Toye Cole, our governorship candidate, to see the national chairman. It was on the basis of that I was selected, like I said the other time. So now we have all become one, no more factions. So at the level I am now in the party as the publicity secretary, I can no longer discuss factions. I believe that APC is one today in Rivers State, and our interest is to try to win elections and take over the reins of government from PDP in Rivers State.
Goswill, let's wrap up with you. It's not looking good. If you are a bona fide media person and you are genuinely, as you have claimed, genuinely non-partisan or apolitical on these issues, you will agree with me that what is happening now in Rivers does not quite paint a good portraiture of governance in any state, not to talk of Rivers. Do we agree on that?
Okay, first of all, before I respond to that, let me clarify. He said that the politics became too hot, and so I had to run away. I didn't run away from politics. I quit politics on divine direction. God spoke to me to quit politics. So I obeyed and quit politics. Nothing else to it. There was nothing hot. It's our state. We are here. There's nothing happening anywhere. We are all here. That is one. So let me clarify that. And secondly, I'm not on trial here. Godswill Jumbo, as a media personality, my reputation is consolidated. So I'm not on trial here. Then coming back to what you're saying, yes, the picture is not good at all. Whether anybody wants to say he's APC or PDP or neutral or whatever, what is happening in Rivers State is not the best. It's not what should happen. We should have a state where after the politics has been played, governance should now be mainstreamed. The economic well-being of the people of the state should now take the center stage, and then the various levers, and strings of government should, be able to link up with themselves and harness, whatever, support they can muster, for the governor who is the leader of the pack, the team lead for governance in the state, to be able to deliver deliver on the promised deliverables.
Okay, that's where we will leave it. The time is quite.
Should come together and support the government to be able to make life better for the people of the state.
Okay.
That's
thank you very much.
I agree with you that things are not looking well.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We really appreciate the sacrifices you've made to add value to the program today and enlighten our viewers about what is happening in your state. We wish you all the very best, and we pray that Rivers will go in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Today's throwback. Brief history of the hollowness of godfathering an elected, quote-unquote, executive officer in Nigeria. In the backdrop of the utterly wasteful political tragedy that is unfolding in Rivers State, which this morning culminated in the sheer vandalistic, quote-unquote, official demolition of the state's House of Assembly building, it is necessary to take a look at the greedy and historically ignorant. It is necessary to take greedy and historically ignorant politicals through a brief history of the futility of godfathering an elected, quote-unquote, executive officer in Nigeria. Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe versus Professor Ita Eyo. Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, the national leader of the NCNC from 1946 when Herbert Macaulay died, in the belief that as the anointed of the popular sage, he would emerge as the elected leader of government business in the Western region at the dawn of indigenous governance, stayed in the West to contest to be the leader of the Western regional government in the 1951 regional elections, and he machinated the emergence of his fellow American-educated minority Easterner, Professor Ita Eyo, from the creeks of what is today's Cross River State as the leader of government business of the Eastern Regional Government. But when his electoral adventure came to naught in the Western region, he orchestrated the fall of the professor, and he succeeded him in 1953 as the premier of the Eastern Regional Government until he was appointed as the first indigenous Governor General and representative of Her Majesty, the Queen Elizabeth II, in November 1960. Chief Awolowo versus Chief Akintola. The former, that's Chief Awolowo, after having headed the phenomenally successful government of Western region from January 1952 to the end of September 1960, voluntarily, I repeat, voluntarily, relinquished his elective executive office and swapped places with his AG National Deputy Leader, Chief Akintola, to go and assume the office of Leader of Opposition at the House of Representatives of Post-Independence National Assembly. In such a short time, the relationship between the leader and the deputy became raucous, and Chief Akintola, on the threat of being defenestrated at the onset of factions within the party and gory riots, burnings and killings, he famously called wet here. Dousing a human being or opponent's houses with petrol and setting them ablaze, was quoted to have said, the signet has been put on the voodoo man's finger of authority, and he would like to see who would have the temerity to come and remove it. I guess that is the situation that is happening now in Rivers. Sir Ahmadu Bello, Sardauna of Sokoto versus Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa. When in 1957 the office of the Chief Minister of Nigeria, the precursor title to the office of the Prime Minister that came into existence on the 1st of October 1960, Sardauna, as the leader of MPC, was the natural person to assume that highest political office in Nigeria. But as a committed federalist who always supported Chief Awolowo's position on federalism, Chief Awolowo was the most prolific writer of his time on federalism anyway. In all the independence conferences against Dr. Azikwe's open campaign for over-centralization or unitarism, believed that the center ought to be made weak. So Sardauna sent his deputy, Sir Tafawa Balewa, to assume that office, and he remained as premier of the northern region. However, even when the concealed imbroglio between them was not openly dramatized as between Zik and Prof, Eyo and Awo and Akintola, it was rumored that there were quarrels between the political puppeteer and his puppet before the January 1966 coup, which took their lives. From the First Republic to the second brouhaha between the late Senate leader Saraki and his godson, Governor Adamu Atta of Kwara State, to the plethora of disappointments in the extant Fourth Republic from 1999, it is delusional, I repeat, delusional, of any megalomaniacal politico to think he can reenact the luck of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who himself humiliated the Afenifere grandees that installed him in 1999. I am Bola Oba.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
had a career in fashion. When I was taken to Portobello Road Market in London when I was about 10 or 12 years old, and there was all these colourful characters everywhere dressing up, and I saw very quickly the reaction and the way that they made me feel, and I wanted to have a part of that. I think there's a level of escapism within the fashion industry, and it's a chance to put feathers on and dress up and escape maybe from your day-to-day life. Yeah.
For photography and beauty, Linda asked if I would do her makeup for this photo shoot. So, of course, I was beyond thrilled, and I said that I would do it. I mean, after all, I've done her makeup over the years, kind of on the side, learning my craft along the way, and I'm going to be honest with you. There were a lot of messy attempts at learning that perfect smoky eye. Trust me, terrible. But after Linda's shoot, Christian complimented me on my work, and he asked if I would be interested in working with him from time to time.
Before I, introduce her, she's such an amazing person, such a vibrant personality. She's one of us. She's the first West African woman to be a style editor at Elle magazine. Her style has been described as eccentric, classy, and fashionable. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Nikki Ogonaike. Can everyone say hello to my Instagram, please? A big Niger hello. Yes, oh yes. Thank you so much, Nikki. Welcome. Thank you.
What does style mean to me? Style is inspiration. It is, and style is a portrait of who you are as a person. So when you put on your clothing every day, you're telling the world something. And so here I'm telling the world with this outfit that I like colors and I like vibrancy and I'm excited to be here.
So what am I telling the world about?
I think you're telling me the same thing.
Okay.
The yellow is nice. So, I think that fashion and style is just inspired by what you see in the world via Instagram, via Snapchat, and also through fashion magazines and websites.
Yeah.
Okay. Come on up, just turn around.
No, Waki, you have to model for us.
Okay, she's modeling for us, and so I guess I'm gonna weigh in on my sister's outfit, which I love. Doesn't she look good? Can we get a round of applause for Lola? Come on. Thank you. So as a fashion expert, this is what I'm weighing in on. I think Lola looks amazing. She's figured out a way to use a traditional sort of silhouette, wear white, which is nice and airy, but she added her own sort of sense of style with this belt. And I love it. And I think she got these shoes in Nigeria when we were just here. So she's mixing, American fashion with Nigerian fashion. Okay, everyone give them a round of applause. Okay, work it, so work it. Hey. There you go. Hey.
is loving the book he has given me.
Shemore Badejo holds a first degree in mass communications, master's in communications arts, and a PhD in social psychology, specializing in mass mobilization. He cut his professional teeth at the old Lagos State Broadcasting Corporation, where he worked as a reporter and a news anchor. He later worked with the Guardian Group of newspapers as a journalist and writer. In 1991, Shemore joined Magnum Gold Advertising and later moved to two other reputable advertising agencies, working as copywriter and client service manager. He was a pioneer staff of the first financial corporate communications outfit in Nigeria. He established Concrete Communications Limited in 1998, a communications consultancy outfit positioned as communications auditors for corporate organizations and government agencies. It is on record that his professional expertise has sustained a lot of brands introduced into the Nigerian market and are currently leaders in their categories of business. He conceptualized and produced the first MTN-sponsored Yoruba radio program titled Tenin Teni. The program, which ran on 6 popular radio stations in southwest Nigeria for 13 weeks, was nominated for the prestigious Nigeria Media Merit Award under the category of Radio Program of the Year. For many years, he was a part-time lecturer at Wesley University, Ondo, teaching advertising and public relations. He has also been a facilitator in so many fora on communications-related activities. Shemore is a registered member of the Advertising Practitioners Council of Nigeria, APCON, Nigerian Institute of Public Relations, NIPR, and a fellow of the Institute of Information Management, Africa. He is also a Knight of Charles Wesley. Let's welcome Shemore Badejo.
Thank you for having me here today. It's a pleasure.
It's very nice to have you here. You know, I've always seen you as a man of many parts. I can't say too many parts because I see you are still acquiring more and more. Not too long ago, you got yourself a PhD in, of all things, psychology.
Yeah.
What led to that?
Well, I have a background in communication, and I practice communication. And basically, I just feel that it's a behavioral science. And for you to be able to understand your audience, you really need to go into reasons why they do some things. And then, so that was why the interest in psychology was developed. And not just psychology as a broad one, but social psychology with special emphasis on mass mobilization. And again, because I lecture, I like impacting knowledge. I like marrying the classroom with practice, theory with practice. So I chose to embark on that so that I can tell my students, this is reality, this is theory. And it has helped out.
Now that you're still practicing as a lecturer?
Oh, yes. I'm practicing, and then I'm also a public relations consultant.
Let's talk about public relations.
Yes.
Now,
good.
How do you marry it? You're a public relations consultant. You're a very strong person in church. Yes. You're a lecturer. In today's PR practice,
yes,
a great deal of networking, contacts, and all that, sometimes bordering on almost corruption or the old boys syndrome.
Yeah.
We went to school together, so he's the one we're giving the job to. How are you surviving?
Well, let me first say that we have been lucky to have loyal clients.
All right.
Loyal in the sense that we build relationships.
Good.
We practice what we preach. We don't cut corners. We're not marketing here. But I keep telling people that I think the artistic instinct in me, it comes to play in situations like that when people think I don't need money. You know, I walk away with my integrity and my head screwed straight up than to compromise. So in situations where I find myself compromising, I rather walk away.
Okay.
So a lot of people think this guy does not need money. I say, well, I need money, but I still keep my integrity intact. So it has kept us, it has given us loyal customers, loyal clients. We have built brands from the scratch to what we call competitive stage. Okay. And we are enjoying their patronage. Okay. We don't want to be the biggest. We just want to add value.
And be relevant.
And yes, and that's what we've been doing.
Now, you see, there's this thing about one's background and upbringing in character building.
Yes.
How has your background as the son of a reverend gentleman impacted on who you are today?
Well, it's actually the whole thing. Because I grew up in a home where the fear of God was actually implanted on us. Apart from that, my father, my mother, they were teachers. And then we were like living in a barracks, regimented lifestyle. And then again, my father being a lover of music too. So I had no choice than to just pick up, from there. It's so funny that when I tell people that I had no social life growing up as a child, everything was about the church. And even my plays were church. I recall that we lost a cat and I was conducting a mass
for the cat.
Wow. Because that was all I knew.
Yes.
Until we started having some level of freedom, and then we're going out there to see the other side of life. And our inquisitiveness also took the better part of us to see what's happening there. But that background had always drawn us back into conscience, working on our conscience to always do the right thing. So it's a passion for me to serve God. It's a way of life because that was what I grew up to know.
Okay.
So it's not out of the ordinary, all that I do these days to serve God.
Yeah, but some people may have rebelled against that kind of rigid or regimented background.
Yeah.
You chose to stay.
We tried. I tried.
Oh, you tried too?
I tried, but it didn't work.
Oh.
My father was, God bless his soul, a disciplinarian.
Tell me about it.
I'd received 114 strokes of the cane as an 11-year-old boy. And
114?
Yes, I counted and I didn't steal. All because I was late for prayers, early morning prayers. So I was stuck. He removed all my clothes and I was beaten naked. My mom could not stand it. She had to walk into her room and she was crying. In those days, mothers would not have a say. She would just keep, So, and what happened, I slept off. In fact, they had to climb the ladder to draw my cover clothes before I could wake up. So while they were doing all of that, my father just went into a nearby bush and was just cutting canes. And immediately I came out of it. He said, just come to my room, remove your clothes. And that, as an 11-year-old boy.
What was that like for you?
Well, it got to a point I was dead to pains. I was just lying down there, being beaten, and I was not feeling pains anymore.
By your dad?
By my father. And at some point, and that's what toughened me in life. So there is no challenge. I would say, what other pain can be much more higher than my father asking me to go and bring the cane?
Let's play a bit of psychology now. That experience,
yes.
How did you see it, even as you were growing up? Let's say when you now were, say, 18 or 19.
Well, the only thing I was determined. I told myself, I'm not going to train my children this way.
Okay.
And I could hear the man too also say, he was also saying that the way his father trained him was not the way he would train his children too. So that means I will not be too far from the truth if I also choose not to train my children the way he trained me.
Yes.
And, there is this story of a drunk who had 2 children. One of them became a drunk too. using his father as an example.
As an example, okay.
The other guy never tasted alcohol, using that same father as an example. So
it's a matter of choice.
It's a matter of choice.
Yeah.
And so I chose to take my father as someone who knew that was what he knew best as
yes.
how to train a child. Spare the rod and spoil the child. And I did not, yes, when I was growing up, I didn't like the idea. But after a while, I give him credit for all that I've become. The rascals, you know.
No, don't say we're trying. We just admit it, own it. We were rascals.
Yes. So, and then I faced, once I look back, I mean, what challenge could there be? You know, so it toughened me. I saw the positive side of those
the experience.
Those trainings. That's what I saw.
But there's something else that you got from your father that I found out that you are also passing on to your children.
Yes.
You're a multi-instrumentalist.
Oh, yes.
And you're making sure they are too.
I remember, even it was also not easy.
Yes.
I remember, I think 1974, he was traveling out. He was going to Britain and he was asking everybody, what should I bring back for you? As a secondary school student, and then maybe from one or two. I said, I want a piano. While my brothers were asking for shirt, trousers, and all of that.
Yeah.
So he actually brought the piano.
Great.
So, and he brought what they call small wood piano tutor as a guide for me to learn. So, and he gave me a deadline. While my brothers and sisters were enjoying their clothes and I was busy studying music.
Yes.
And it would be, you know, those days parents would serve siesta and all of that.
Exactly.
Those things we don't know what it is these days. So it would be serving the siesta in the room and I would play a key wrongly.
Wake up.
I would just hear that knock from behind. I have told you not to look at the keys while playing. And I was like, is it an offense to ask for this thing? So even my gift also attracted punishment. You know, but later in life, I started enjoying it because now I'll go to some churches, I found myself valuable, you know, even as much as I try to hide, you know, my gift will actually, expose me.
Yeah.
And I'm enjoying it. And I discovered that it has also, you know, helped in my literary appreciation.
Appreciation, yes.
I think so. I just chose that, okay, fine. My children too, they don't have a choice in this matter.
They don't have a choice?
They really don't have a choice.
So you copied your father?
No, I did not give them a knock. No,
they don't have a choice. You took away their choice.
No, but of course they enjoyed it.
Admit that you took away their choice.
I will tell you why I said they don't have a choice.
Okay.
Yes, it formed their background.
Good.
My first son naturally fell in love with piano.
Yes.
And my second son naturally fell in love with sax. And my daughter with a violin.
I see now.
So at some point, I was not pushing. You know, they were just trying to, and they had been performing as a group, the three of them, since they were young. So right now, the one that the saxophonists don't even want to touch the saxophone anymore. Boy, he knows it.
Yeah.
He can read the note, and I believe that it will still be useful. You know, for
that
him
time will come.
So I don't. My daughter reads all of them. They read note. They play very well, and we blend. You know, and they all play the guitar too.
Oh, good.
So I've left them to now take a decision on what they want to do with it.
With the talent they have developed.
I remember, that was a day, my first son, when he was in UI. He was a pianist with the youth choir. So he said there was a day he went to play squash. And
squash, which is also picked up from you.
Of course.
We'll come to squash later.
yeah. So, and one of those choir members saw him play squash. And he knew him as an organist. He saw him playing squash. And this fellow actually wanted to go and start learning taekwondo. So my son now said, oh, you're just trying to learn. I have a black belt. And then this person now said, what is it that you don't know?
No.
So when he was reporting that to me, I was happy.
Yes.
That, okay, fine. So you have the background.
It's up
to you.
Yes.
Because I also have a black belt in judo.
In judo.
So, and all I wanted to do
yes.
is to harm them for the future.
Good.
Equip them for the future and allow them to now be who they want to be.
You know, you hinted at the future,
yes.
and that brings to mind something that you started doing,
yes.
and which we at Plus TV are collaborating with you in further expanding, which is the good old days, the concept of comparing what's happening now
yes.
with what happened when we were growing up,
yes.
right? And we'll take a break very soon to talk about, and then come back to talk about what led you to the good old days.
Yeah.
Why the concept? What are the challenges related to it? And what it is bringing forth as a tool of communicating with the society, especially the younger generation.
Okay.
We'll take a break now. Welcome back to Timeless Conversations. My guest is Shemori Badejo. We were talking about what led you to that decision to do something about the good old days whilst growing up and relate it to today, like teaching history to the younger generation.
Yes, actually, let me first say that it was also another passion.
Okay.
And it was a challenge because I was discussing with one of my children. I said, when we did our NYC, our allowance was 200 naira per month, and he said it's not possible. He said it can never be possible. That because he was wondering how we were surviving. So I realized that they lack sense of history. Nobody was actually telling them anything, and they felt he never knew who Muritala was. He never knew. They all knew about the second coming of Obasanjo. They never knew anything about. So I now look back and I felt that, look, how are we going to? Our children will lose that sense of history. So you don't blame them if they become aggressive. They grew up when Nigeria was not as good as when we grew up. So they are aggressive. They tend to question and query everything we do with anger. So I just chose to say, okay, fine. Even if history is not allowed in schools anymore, let us see how we can bring snippets of this history so that by the time you tell your story, I tell my story, they can piece it together and be able to say, this man, even if he's lying, this other person cannot be lying, this one cannot be lying, and there is a common ground for them to begin to see what we are talking about. Yes. So, and it is actually, it's effective because now in this age of Google, in this age of Google, they are now, once they listen to something, they will want to go and Google
cross-check.
Yes. I remember when one of my guests talked about the Muritala, the assassination of Muritala, and all of them. I recall that one of them called me and said, so did we ever have a head of state that was assassinated in Nigeria? I said, that's a graduate of about 3 years or 4.
Yes.
I said, yes. I said, you can Google it. So it came back to me with information that I even never knew. It was now telling me about how Babangida, Dimka, and one of them were great friends. Mama and Vatsa. Yes. How they were great friends. How it's because of their closeness that Danjuma had to ask Babangida to go and foil the coup. He was now giving information about what happened. Now, what led him to that research? It's because of that episode.
Yes.
Now, he was now more educated about that era of Nigerian history.
Yes.
And that encouraged me to want to continue to go on, check the values, check someone came and told me about how they were being flogged in school in his days in secondary school for their inability to pay school fees. So one morning he told his dad, I'm not going to school today because, you have not paid my school fees and I don't want to be, receiving canes every morning. Right. And the dad said, no, I'm going to follow you. He got to the school, he went to the principal's office, he said, well, I have come to take this guy's portion of cane this morning. And the principal said, why? He said, because he's a student, he doesn't work. It's my fault. I'm the one that has not paid his school fees. So I'm the one that deserves to be punished, not this boy. I am not begrudging you for your position, for your decision. But please, let me take this stroke of cane on his behalf. And I'll be coming every morning until I pay that school fees. And they said the principal just said, no, I won't do that. So he exempted the boy from caning every morning. He said, in fact, from that day, they stopped caning them in school, in Elisha Grammar School. So this guy came to tell his story about how his dad used wisdom to change a system, a seemingly faulty system. These days, there's going to be a problem if you beat any child in school.
Big time.
These days, So our fathers had some wisdom of addressing these issues. And we need to bring back those wisdom. We need to let them know that everything is not about protest. Everything is not about, it's about looking at it holistically and finding a way.
It should be a matter of constructive engagement.
So I'm happy that for over a period of time, we've had over 100 guests coming to talk. And I keep telling people, because this is a question I always, I'm always faced with. What is the need for you? Why are you doing this? I said, I'm happy when this message is getting across to who it is getting across to. It is not financially driven. It is just patriotically driven. It is something that I feel that our children need. And then so that maybe it can reawaken. The Englishman said, comparison is odious, but it is the parameter for measuring progress. It's the best known parameter for measuring progress. Because you have to compare two things. You have to compare one era with another one to say, okay, if we started this way and we are here, so how do we move forward? So I think the future, there is no future without our past. So we need to actually look back. Yorubas say, if we don't know where we are going, we should at least know where we are coming from.
But, in watching the series, and I've watched quite a few of them, in fact, quite a number, I noticed something. Most of your guests are Yorubas or they grew up in the Southwest. Because I've seen a few people from Calabar, who are Ijaws, who either grew up in Ibadan or Lagos or Abeokuta. When do you plan to expand it to have a more national outlook?
Yes. Actually, it was supposed to be a pan-Nigeria project. But you start from your comfort zone, those that you know. And because it is not commercially driven, we're actually not marketing it. We're not expending funds into it. We just want people who believe in the idea to join us. If you actually feel that you have a story to tell, join us. And then what we have found out is that a particular sector, a particular section of the country in another meaning. People now begin to feel, why are you so interested? Why are you this forceful about me coming on the program? Is there anything? Are you looking for political appointment or something? So wrong meanings are being read into our insistence or our persistence at times, when we, particularly from some part of the country. And I felt that no, I would rather want people who will voluntarily want to, and we have been getting voluntary guests. Those who will call from US and say, look, I'm coming to Nigeria on so day, and before I return, I must record my own episode. And we are getting all that. And I believe that we just need to just sustain. We just continue. Those that are interested will have them on. And then I believe that over time, we are going to get more people from other parts of the country to also come and tell their story. It's not like they don't have a past. They do.
Yeah.
And shockingly too, I just found out that also, our level of patriotism, some don't even believe in a Nigerian dream. Some don't feel that it is necessary. So why are you talking about Nigeria? This Nigeria, there are so many nations in a nation. So some people, their own out view, or what do I call it, is fundamental. It's fundamentally different.
Yeah.
So, but we will continue to push for as long as we have guests. We'll continue to go on.
Okay. I wish you the very best as you do that.
Thank you.
Let's look at the development of character. You narrated a story of how your dad disciplined you. Right.
Yeah.
114 strokes of the cane.
Yes.
At the age of 11.
It was actually, even when he died, it was in my eulogy to him.
To him.
It's printed, it's written.
So you know that and you were his biological son.
Yes.
These days, people hardly mete out corporal punishment. Are you in that school of thought?
Well, I'm also for discipline. I believe in discipline. I believe that you have to train a child the hard way, in a way that he will not even want. But in future, he will be thankful for it. Yeah, he will be thankful for it. But I also feel that it's not everything about caning. There are so many ways to skin a cat. So you can have, development has shown that you don't have to, pull your own weight on beating and all of that, So discipline, yes, I am for discipline. But the mode of discipline, now we can begin to talk about, okay, that era, that was what they knew. Because I had bruises. I don't think I want to have any child go through that.
Well, thankfully they're all grown ups now.
So even when they were growing up, yes, I did some little beating, spanking and all of that. But of course, I was conscious of the fact that it should never get to that.
It should not get up to 50 strokes. Not to talk of 140.
Maybe the highest was 6 or something, But at least they had a feel of that punishment too. But it's not. And then we try also, after maybe what our parents wouldn't do, is after that punishment to find a way of reconciling with you and then let you know where you went wrong. But we have moved beyond. So once you discipline, you also call them to let them know that, look, if you don't want this again, these are the issues.
That brings to mind something.
Yeah.
In parenting, no matter what you read in books, and there are quite a lot of books out there, you find that there is a core necessity of ingenuity on your part as to how to engage.
Yeah.
Growing up, it must have happened to you, it happened to me. You would have been disciplined or reprimanded wrongly for something you were not responsible for.
Yeah.
And nobody would apologize to you.
Severally.
Would you apologize to a child, or would you advocate that, look, you need to apologize to that child in trying to build a relationship?
Oh, yeah. You see, I always say this. When I feel like this is the way, I tell them, this is how I feel. This is how I feel. You do it. I'll be the first to apologize if it's not working. So I think it builds some form of confidence in them. I said, look, I don't hate you. I just feel this is the right way for you to. And if you insist you're going to have it your way, we'll look at the dangers involved in having it your way. So if you take that decision, if it boomerangs, then the next time I advise you, you will take it. You know? So vice versa.
Yes.
You know, so I think it is more of interaction now these days. It's more of interaction. It's more of persuasion. It's more of making them see reasons why, convincing them on why you know they should follow a path. We are also not always right.
Yes, certainly.
We are also not always right. So I think it is engagement that we need to do, more of engagement, for us to even be able to understand them.
Yes.
You know, we need to understand them. It's not just to come and lord it over them.
Yes.
We can talk to them, even the kind of music they listen to.
Yeah.
By the time we will talk to them, and then we'll find out that some to me, some music, I would engage them and say, what is the guy actually saying? Let's analyze. Is it making any sense? Are you gaining anything from it? Yeah. You know, at times we laugh over it. They say you are old school, you don't understand. Yes, some they can't even interpret.
Yes,
but they are enjoying it.
They're enjoying it.
They're enjoying it.
The rhythm.
Yeah, it's just like someone told me. He said, one military officer years back. I said, why do you guys like music from Congo and all of that? Yeah. He said, we are just enjoying the rhythm.
Yes.
Because if you dance too well to Fela, they will say you are a rebel.
Yeah, a rebel.
So let us, it is safe for us to listen to the music we don't understand. We just dance to the rhythm, so nobody can accuse us of anything. So,
which brings me to mind the fact that music, you're a music practitioner, maybe not on a commercial basis, but to the extent of understanding music, playing music and all that, church music, and even folk music. I'm seeing some of the stuff you do these days. And I'm saying to you that as a practitioner of music, how would you describe the change that is building up in church music, for instance? You love singing hymns, performing hymns and all that. Many churches these days, they hardly
do the hymns.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's some music that was frowned on years back that now, that form is the accepted form now.
Yeah. Let me just summarize it. Say it is a struggle for membership that is driving a lot of innovations.
Okay.
In the church settings. Like you rightly said, you know, some years, some sects don't even consider music. Some did chants.
Yes.
But we now find out that even in Orthodox churches, we are moving away from these hymns that are so rich. I call them ministrations in songs.
Yes.
Some of these hymns, all you need to do is just read them, and then you begin to see that it's even more spiritually filling. It's robust when you read than when you sing them. But you see, with the age and time, we now find that our children, they want to move into more funkified things, and that is why you will see the Orthodox churches losing membership to the Pentecostal set, because the Pentecostal set have identified the niche and that gap in how to get, you know, people, members. Okay, fine. If I funkify the gospel, if I funkify these hymns, I'm likely going to get a lot of these